1,000 people. Yeah, we're all getting in to pay $150 for the Uber down the road. I mean, I don't think it's quite that easy.
Get your walking boots on and be willing to walk a little bit and get outside of the Campus Martius area, and I think you're going to have a better chance of picking up a ride share.
Let's get to Daniel in Grosse Pointe. Daniel, you're on 97.1.
Well, this morning, guys. How you guys doing today?
Good. Excited about the draft.
Yeah, easy fix. Nemo's.
Okay.
Park at Nemo's. It's free parking. They offer a shuttle bus down. $5 takes you back and forth.
All right.
Easy enough. So you've already planned stuff out.
Oh yeah, I'm taking my daughter to school. She starts at 8:00. I live right down in Grosse Pointe. It's a 5-minute drive. I'm spending my morning in downtown, so I don't have to worry about the traffic before, at least, and then we'll see what happens after. But hopefully it's a good night, and I won't worry about that.
Yep.
And Friday night, yeah, it's nice. You don't have to worry about the next morning or anything like that. Yep. I think Friday night's going to be pretty popular. We got the update, John. We can't ask him 20 questions.
I know. I was going to ask him who he wanted at 29.
Stupid radio rules. 97.1.
Casey Mize helped lead the Tigers to a 6-1 win over Minnesota yesterday. He tossed 6 scoreless innings as well. The team is yet to lose when he starts a game, and that makes him feel good. Detroit jumped out to a 4-0 lead in the fourth thanks to a 2-run homer by Buddy Kennedy. Tyler Holton carried the baton after Mize, tossing 2 additional shutout innings. One of the top D linemen in the draft, Chris Jenkins, received his national championship ring over the weekend at the Michigan Spring Game. He reflected on his solid performance in the combine. Audio courtesy WXYZ. Jenkins had 4.5 tackles for loss and 2.5 sacks last season for the Wolverines. Michigan State football has added a piece on the D-line through the transfer portal. Edge rusher Anthony Jones is headed East Lansing after stops at Indiana and Oregon. He has 3 years of eligibility remaining. Although the Red Wings season is over, their minor league affiliates had a solid weekend. The Walleye began their Kelly Cup run with a pair of wins over the Kalamazoo Wings, while the Griffins clinched home ice advantage for their first-round playoff series with Rockford. That kicks off on Friday. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
That's what we're talking about. Monday morning, 97.1 Draft Week is here. I called it a must attend. If you're a sports fan, this is the draft in your city. It might not happen again. It's free. It's like the Super Bowl's here, but it's free. This is 3 days where the NFL is at your doorstep. Now, we got some pushback on the ticket text. Must attend, not a chance. Shoulder to shoulder next to a bunch of drunks with no game? Good luck.
It's about the experience. Look back on this, and 5 years from now, 10 years from now, especially with the players that the Lions will pick up, I was there when.
It's going to be chaos, interrupted every 15 minutes by people booing Goodell. I can watch on TV, tune in once an hour, and not miss anything.
Are you going to boo?
Me?
Yeah. You're going on, Saturday, right?
Yeah.
You going to boo Goodell as soon as he comes up?
He swings at the slider outside, maybe, but I don't plan on booing Goodell.
Okay. Just wondered.
Speaking of how people are going to react, we need everyone that's going to the draft to chant Jared Goff when he announces Caleb Williams. Reads a ticket text.
That sounds like a good plan. I think just chant Jared Goff as many times as possible. Every time a quarterback is taken, chant Jared Goff.
Welcome to this division.
Yeah.
His division.
Yeah, but the Wings aren't playing that day.
No, they're not. They won't be playing for some time.
Thank you for. Let's go to the phones. Chris is this Pontiac? You're on 97.1.
Oh, am I on?
Yep, you're on.
Yeah, you're on the radio.
I'm thinking here's my plan. I'm thinking of doing this for my son. He lives out in Washington. He'd love to go. But anyway, I was hysterical about comparing it to the Clips. I love that. Anyways, driving to Belle Isle, and I have a bicycle and biking in. You think that would work?
Where are you putting the bike?
Well, I would just ride down to ride the Riverwalk and then just stay on it, I guess, or lock it up. Driving down, parking at Belle Isle, and bicycling into Campus Martius.
Heather's shaking her head.
I don't know. I don't see it being super successful. In my head, the amount of people and what I've heard is going on that I don't think you're going to be able to pedal very quickly. So I feel like it's going to be
You're going to end up
tough
walking your
ride.
bike.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to find out.
But I have no idea. That's just how I'm picturing it going.
Well, Belle Isle's cool too.
Yeah.
But,
give it a try.
Right,
see how it goes.
I might do that. I don't know. It is taking a shuttle. It doesn't sound. I don't know. But anyways, thanks. That's why I'm going is because doing it for my kid and just get a few photos for him but probably going on Friday.
So my read on all this is take the shuttle.
Yeah.
I really believe if you live out in the burbs, you're better off taking a shuttle. That way, you let somebody else worry about it. They probably have lanes dedicated for shuttles. I know I'm speculating there a little bit, but I would think so. I just the whole thing I'm reading into with all this, I would stay away from 75 from 94 south under any circumstance. I'd stay away from 94 between the Lodge and 75. I just think things are going to be bottled up in those areas. You're going to, especially Thursday and Friday, have traditional rush hour traffic going through there. I know a lot of people aren't working downtown. They're doing remote working. I know somebody from Rocket Mortgage that's doing that this week. Those are thoroughfares where people are going home to and from work. I would really stay around those stay away from bottlenecks. I did the shuttle back, and this event is minimal compared to what this is. But I remember I was very hesitant. The caller reminded me of how I felt going in to the PGA Championship at Oakland Hills years ago. And I'm like, I got to go to the Silverdome and let some shuttle take me. I just really wanted to drive myself and get close and do it myself. Yeah. And then we had to do it, basically. And it was so convenient. It was so convenient.
But you heard him reference, I don't want to shuttle. I don't think people here, we don't do mass transit. For better or worse, separate debate, we don't do mass transit.
Well, we don't because we don't have it.
Right. Well, we don't have it, but there's always a pushback, and we're the Motor City, and we have cars and our independence, and we drive where we want to go. When you put on an event like this, it does stress the fact that we don't have the queue line doesn't go all the way out to the burbs, right? I mean, there are
But look at some of these shuttle locations. Great Lakes Crossing is 45 minutes from downtown.
Right.
Ann Arbor is close to 45 minutes from downtown.
Yeah.
That's telling you what the expectation is in that you're better off. And there's closer shuttle locations, obviously. But that tells you the preparation that's being put in place.
Texter says we do the fireworks every year in Detroit. Traffic will be what it is. It won't be great, but it's not going to be the worst thing we've ever seen. This is more than the fireworks.
Oh yeah, I don't know what the fireworks normally draws, but it depends on who you're talking to and the estimator. But anywhere from 250,000 people to 400,000 people, which is a wide range. But those are the numbers that I've heard that are going to be descending on Detroit.
And that's over 3 days, but just for some numbers, Nashville 600,000 is the record. Kansas City did 312 last year. Chicago, I think, was 225, Philly 250. The difference, I think, too, Detroit in a good location for Clevelanders to come up.
Yep.
For Chicago, who has the number one pick and another top 10, you want to make the drive to Detroit and see Caleb Williams. There's going to be a lot of Chicago fans in Detroit.
Well, there's going to be a lot of fans just from inside the division. Chicago, I mean, Minnesota is not that far of a drive. That's one that they could make.
And 2 first-round picks and maybe the chance to take a franchise quarterback. The Vikings fans will be here. And that's why you start getting the estimate where they think it could be 400,000 is where I've seen, the Free Press and other sites have said, hey, the anticipation is as many as 400,000 people in Detroit for the upcoming draft. People making plans. Bill in Lake Ann says, coming down from near Traverse City. We're meeting buddies, staying at Greektown. We've had reservations for a year.
Wow.
That's so cool. It's so cool. This is a great, I think it's going to be one of those great moments that people look back on and remember what Detroit was like and what the draft was like, because who knows if or when this will ever happen in Detroit again.
Some pushback. Fireworks are way bigger than the draft in terms of visitors at one time. Is that true?
I did read somewhere that it's comparable to the amount of people that come to Detroit for that one night for the fireworks compared to this event that's several days. But I don't know for sure.
I've been down there for the fireworks.
I have too.
And the only thing that I didn't like was when we were leaving, we were in one of the parking garages, and I just didn't like being stuck in a parking garage, and with no way out. Obviously, waiting for people to leave.
Well,
we
that's like
eventually
going
got out,
you go to games, you end up parking in a garage, and you wait, and it clears out.
It does, yeah.
Fireworks is a great lesson, though. You know what the fireworks is? People go down all day long. People arrive at 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., and the draft, it's going to be, if you wait until 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock to start, you might be risking it. It's everybody gets down there, John. You didn't point out anything about the actual get down there. You pointed out getting out.
Right. Yeah. It's because I think a lot of people they're much more patient getting down because they know what's ahead of them. And they're willing to sit in traffic or figure things out. It's when it's all said and done and everybody wants to get home at the same time, that's where you start to get a little impatient.
And if someone's got the numbers for the fireworks, maybe it's more people, but is it as condensed? Because that's the
I
other
think
thing,
it's more
right?
spread out.
Yeah, because if this is the stage is in one place, everyone's going to want to be as close to the stage or in that stretch that goes from Campus Marshes down to Hart Plaza right on the river. That's going to be where most people are congregated. People are going to have parties all over the city, but most people are going to be in one area. And I mean, the fireworks are more spread out, right?
Yeah, and I mean, from afar, this is a little bit of an assumption, sorry, but this almost seems like this might be a more secure type event. And with the fireworks, it doesn't have quite the personnel. I mean, this is like we had to put in credentials here at the station, obviously, for some people. It's like a FBI level thing. Seriously.
This says there was 100,000 people throughout the viewing area for the fireworks.
Okay.
So comparable for one day.
18,000 right around Hart Plaza. But in total, 100,000 throughout the entire viewing area.
So
not
apologies,
unlike,
apparently not that different. But I do think the fact that it's all condensed may be part of the strain on the city and making sure you have your plans. Let's get to Tim in Sterling Heights. Tim, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I was just telling the caller, I'm trying to get my wife to go down on Thursday just during the day, and she's worried about crowds. She doesn't want to take the shuttle bus. So me and a couple buddies, they're coming over here soon. We're going to drive to Belle Isle, get our bikes out, drive to downtown, and do some reconnaissance and, actually have a couple beers someplace and eat and see what it's like. All to convince my wife that it looks like a good idea on Thursday.
You'll report back with your findings.
Yeah. Good luck on the sell.
Oh, good luck on the what?
Selling it to your wife.
Oh, yeah. I mean, she said if it's okay, she'll go. She's usually game for these kind of things, but she said that it's going to be too crowded. I'm like, we'll go during the day. We're retired, We can do what we want when.
There you go.
You get an early start. Make sure you're not at the worst of it. Yeah, and I think
you don't have to be up on Friday morning.
Right.
Well, Friday I got to go to UP hunting camp to work on stuff. So this is my one shot.
Okay. All right. That is important.
We had this conversation where you go for across the bridge, Latos or Clyde's.
Oh, got to go to Clyde's.
We did that last year. We're going back to Latos this year.
Okay. All right. Well,
I like Clyde's. No,
the Big C.
Part of it is we got a long way to go. We just want to eat and go. Clyde's a little bit of
way. Clyde's does. It does take a little bit, but the meal is worth the time. I will say that.
All right, 248-539-9797. We'll take more phone calls and ticket texts on the draft, the plans you've made Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday. How are you going to make this all come together? Because I do think it's a must attend. We got pushback. We'll read some of that. Spencer Torkelson, I want to give him a title, a label, after watching him a little closer this weekend. We'll get to that. And at 9:35, Steve Yzerman spoke on Friday. We're going to present some choice cuts. John, back in my younger years, my first job was working behind a meat counter at Meijer, so I want to prepare you different cuts, and we'll get the best, the juiciest from Steve Yzerman at 9:35 this morning. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you want a beautiful lawn, you got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. Get green, stay green with Natural Way, and if you do it right now, that number, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com, For a limited time, you can purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name. And we've talked about crabgrass. If you see it, it's too late, so you've got to treat it now. How about dandelions? They're going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients. Warm weather, it's on its way, and everything is going to be going to seed. So take care of it now. Give them a call, 888-GET-GREEN. And you want a beautiful weed-free lawn this summer. I've been using them for the past 4 years, and that has been terrific. Natural Way's offer for the complete season is fantastic. They've been locally owned and operated for over 3 decades. So make sure you keep that money right here in the state of Michigan. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Steve Yzerman spoke about some critical decisions this offseason. What about Derek Lalonde's future? That losing skid without Larkin, Patrick Kane, and the P word, as Wojo said. Playoffs, expectations for next season. We'll do choice cuts coming up at 9:35 this morning. Tigers took 2 or 3 over the weekend.
All right.
And not bad, huh?
Yeah, still above 500.
Take advantage of a beat-up Twins team. Wins can be hard to come by. Win as many as you can. Torkelson, been the subject of much discussion. By WAR, he was the worst player on the team going into the series. He is still at the bottom. Mm-hmm. But I feel like I want to label him, not a bust. We're not there yet. That'd be a little heavy-handed. I want to label him most important Tiger. Doesn't mean he's their best player. Certainly not. Most important. John, when he gets a hit, they're 9-5. When he gets 2 or more hits, they're 6-0. Riley Green leads baseball in walk rate. Canna gets on base too. You've got table setters. This offense is not good, but if they're going to score enough to win, it falls on Torque's shoulders more than anybody else. Your number 1 pick, player development's the premier way they're going to do this, right? That's Scott Harris's thing. We're going to develop bats. You're in your 3rd year. Your number 1 pick. There's supposed to be some pedigree and some power. It's on his shoulders. He is the most important Tiger for this season. Can he give them an extra 5 or 6 wins? That is what he's tasked with this season. Do you agree that he's the most important Tiger?
So if you're talking about most, yes, I think I'm probably there as well with you. I know a lot of people that I talk to, they talk Scooble, they talk Mize, and
well, they're better than him.
Well, yeah, but that's not the thing. Is when you're talking about most important Tiger, I think you're going to have to talk about a guy that is playing an everyday guy. It's a position player, a DH, a guy that's going to be out there every single day. And you mentioned it, Riley Green. He's done a good job of getting on base, whether it's hitting the ball, which I would like to see some more consistency, but the walk rate is there, and that's what you need for your leadoff hitter. I like him in that spot. Canna has been good at getting on base. I would like to see him get back to where he was in the first couple weeks of the season and making contact. And then obviously, if your 3 and 4 hitter are guys that you can count on to knock those guys in, it makes all the sense in the world. Like, that is baseball 101. Get on base and then hit them in. And for Torkelson, because he is typically in that 3-4 area, he's going to be a guy that it's going to have individuals on base, more likely than not, and his consistency of being able to put together good at-bats. Sometimes it can just be a nice long fly ball, and you tag up in 3rd and you get in. The double off the wall. Like, that's what we saw yesterday. I would like to see more consistency with that. And if he is able to be more consistent, then he will be a guy that we'll look at and say, yeah, he is the most important to the continued success of putting runs on the board.
Saw this note from Evan Petzold, Free Press covers the Tigers. Spencer Torkelson has recorded his highest 4 exit velos in the past 6 days, with the 7th inning double going 106.5 miles an hour, one of the better ones for him. That's what, listen, I know no one's happy with where he's at this season.
He hasn't gone yard yet.
Yeah. Who'd have thought Buddy Kennedy would have gone yard? Yeah, exactly. Who the hell's this guy? Has gone deep before Spencer Torkelson did. You would have said, oh, first of all, who's Buddy Kennedy? Did this happen like the first game of the season with some fluke injury and a call-up? No, we're into late April, and Torque still doesn't have a home run. This is not all rosy. This is not me hyping him up. I'm saying he is a critical piece. When he's good, they're going to be much better. When he's lousy, it's all the runs they've left on the table this far. And if it continues to be an issue, you got to bump him down in the order, and then we do start talking about different labels, ones that start with B and end in ust. I mean, that's where this goes if he's not able to take advantage of the fact that he's got some table setters, and the bar is low. They don't have to score 10 runs to win baseball games. They're going to pitch well this season.
Yeah, that's the one thing you can, as much as you want to say hang your hat on, they're going to be consistent more times than not. That's the definition of consistency, right?
Yes.
Of being able to put together good starts.
I mean, I think just to get 500 out of there, if they're just going to be a 500 team if he doesn't provide the power. I mean, to me, it's around 25 homers at least. That's what he's supposed to do. That's his role. Scooble's doing what he's supposed to do, right? Mm-hmm. So far.
And I think
an emergence positive is Casey Mize right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, AJ said last week he doesn't have a governor on him. He threw 90 pitches yesterday. This is an emerging plus. So Torkelson, provide the bat on some of the Maeda, and Flaherty starts, and you're winning games instead of losing games. That's how you get to 86 wins plus instead of 82.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a suspected drunk driver is expected to face charges after slamming into the Swan Boat Club in Monroe over the weekend, killing 2 children and injuring over a dozen other people. Happened Saturday afternoon. The venue was filled with people celebrating a child's birthday party. Happy day, right around 3 p.m., when out of nowhere, this 66-year-old woman just plowed into this building, drove 25 feet inside, like I said, killed 2 siblings, an 8-year-old girl, her 5-year-old brother. Their older brother and mother were also injured in this crash as well. In total, 15 people were injured, 9 of them seriously injured, even life-threatening injuries as well, taken to the hospital. I don't have an update on their conditions yet, but hopefully everybody else makes it out. It's just devastating that's being reported that this woman was at a nearby bar just before this crash. Yeah. There is surveillance video from somebody's home that caught her car just flying down this dirt roadway into the parking lot, into the building, right obviously before the crash. So as you can imagine, throw the book at her. Like she's going to face, let's hope, some serious charges.
So the assumption is she was just blasted. Is there any BAC? Do we have any?
They haven't released this woman's name. They haven't released any information. I think everything is still under investigation. I know that they got a search warrant for the bar that she was at as well. That's tough. They can look at how much they served her, how much she was drinking. But you have no idea. Was she drinking before they got there? Was she drinking in her vehicle? Did she? Yeah. It might not be the bar.
Right.
I mean, but they might know.
You ask the questions at least.
And you got to kind of look at how intoxicated was she when she left. I mean, whether they served her a lot of drinks or not, you can have, looking at the surveillance video, you can have an idea of how much this woman drank when she left your facility.
Yeah,
right?
And this was 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes.
It's not like it was midday. 3 in the morning, like you mentioned earlier.
Yep. Just devastating, heartbreaking news. Denver Nuggets center, Nikola Jokic?
Yep.
Am I saying that right?
Nailed
Jokic showed up to his team's playoff opener against the Los Angeles Lakers on Saturday, dressed as, another really big guy, Gru from Despicable Me. Did you see all the photos?
Yes,
of course. Yeah, he walked through the tunnel of Ball Arena in Denver, and he kind of smirked at photographers while he was decked out in this massive black and gray striped scarf and then a black zip-up jacket, which is identifiable as Gru. Yeah. Yes, and after the game, he did confirm that his look was inspired by the movie, and he was also in a promotional spot for the brand new Despicable Me movie, number 4.
Was he dressed as Gru or Derek Lalonde?
There's a striking similarity there, eh?
Those movies crack me up, and Teddy loves them. Right now, he kind of sounds like the Minions and they have a lot of words, but yeah.
Yep, it's adorable. Let's do this one. A doctor at a premier LA County teaching hospital has been fired after an investigation found that he regularly gawked at the genitals of patients who were under anesthesia. And then he also never disclosed that he was being paid by a medical device company whose products he was using on those patients. So staff members at Harbor UCLA Medical Center admitted that this guy, he's one of the highest ranking doctors there, sometimes looked under the surgical covers of patients that were under anesthesia. And then he would discuss, quote, the genitals of the day.
So he would rank them?
He would rank them, basically.
Oh, we got a good one over here.
Oh, my goodness.
Creepy.
And then, I guess on top of all of that, he discussed his favorite sex positions and his sexual preferences with his colleagues. Yeah, and then he made, he pocketed
an awkward guy.
More than awkward, yes. He pocketed more than $700,000 as well from that medical device company that he never said that he had any connection with. Yeah. It's it's more than that. It's a really?
Whoa.
Yeah, whoa. Yeah, that's it. Disgusting. David Beckham is suing Mark Wahlberg and his fitness company F45 saying basically that they screwed him out of $10 million. So back in 2021, Beckham became this brand ambassador for the company, but he claims that the partnership cost him millions of dollars. So apparently it's because he was supposed to receive stock in the company as part of the deal, but he didn't actually get it until the stock prices had tanked, and now he feels basically duped. He got screwed out of all this money, and he isn't the only celebrity that is suing Wahlberg and this fitness company. In 2017, Terrell Owens also sued him for $700,000.
Wonder what the fine print says. We'll find out.
We'll find out. Heather with the news. Coming up next, Steve Yzerman's thoughts on the future of Derek Lalonde, the future of his hockey team. Can we expect the playoffs next season? We'll give you the choice cuts. He spoke for 41 minutes. We reduced it to the best. It's 97.1.
Hey, the road to the NBA Finals starts now, and new customers on FanDuel can get their own playoff run with $150. Just place any $5 bet, and you're going to get $150 in bonus bets, whether you win or lose. And you can use that during the rest of the NBA playoffs. That's $5 bet, and you're going to get $150 in bonus bets, whether you win or lose. And you can use that, or you can bet on anything pretty much that you want. So download the app, and you can find out, hey, maybe I want to bet on three-pointers made, over-under total during the game, bet on the line, first basket score, whatever it is. Just go to FanDuel.com/Jansen to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA, and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Steve Yzerman asked directly, do you expect to make the playoffs? A little hemming, a little hawing, some pausing. Well, I hope to. I hope to make the playoffs in my 6th year as the team's general manager. John, I don't ever want him to say stuff to pacify us, but would it have killed him to be like, yeah, I believe in the team I'm building, and we fell 1 point shy. We should have been fine even when Larkin got hurt. We should be better even next season. If it's got to be young players, they're players that I've scouted, players that we've been developing. I do expect us to be in the playoffs next season. Would that have killed him? I don't want him to lie. I want that to be the honest truth that he believes that.
Yeah, or even phrase it like you don't have to say, yes, that's the expectation. That's the easy answer. You could make it more difficult by saying, okay, let's take a look at the progress just over the last 2 years of, hey, we were sellers at the trade deadline 2 years ago, and the wheels kind of fell off at that point. Here, we didn't do much of anything at the trade deadline, and we were in position to make the playoffs, and we fell 1 point shy. So we did better this year than we did last year, and our expectation is that we will do better next year. You're not pigeonholing yourself into, yes, we are expecting to make the playoffs, or we guarantee that we're going to make the playoffs, but you're still saying that we should be better next year than we were this year.
Yeah, that it's a reasonable bar.
And then you and I can sit there and say, that means they make the playoffs.
Pressure is a good thing, right?
Yeah. Put a little pressure on your guys.
It's okay to have a little pressure. And the idea, because I can already hear how this goes next season. Well, they didn't expect to make the playoffs. You guys can't say that. They weren't expected to make the playoffs. Who sets the expectation? Because I would argue, not just blaming Yzerman here or calling him out, any team could say, well, we don't expect, and keep the bar as low as possible. There's give and take. Fans have every right to expect the playoffs next season.
Here's where I need to hear him say, yeah, our expectation is to make the playoffs. After the free agency this year, after they figure out what they're doing with Patrick Kane or what Patrick Kane wants to do with the Red Wings, when we know what the team is going to be, and he mentioned, bringing some guys up that sounded like would be ready to make that move. Now all of a sudden, I'll take a look at the roster. I'll ask that same question, or whoever will ask that same question when they're up in Traverse City, and I expect that the answer will be yes. Now that I have a better picture of the moves that we made, the decisions that we made, that we will be in the playoffs this year.
Yeah, he spoke directly about Berggren and Johansson as players who would have to clear waivers. They are guys that need to fight for and take roster spots. So there will be a couple younger guys on the roster next year if all things go to plan. Cap space going to go quickly with Sider and Raymond both going to get paid. And he said we're finally a cap team now. What he means by that is we have to be aware of the salary cap. We're not just rolling in with $30 million and no one to spend it on. So Kane might get squeezed out. They might not want to give him a multi-year deal, 3 or more that he wants. Might not be Kane. The money's going to go quick. You know who's going to have to navigate it? A guy who everybody thinks is a brilliant hockey general manager, not a good general manager. Part of why people were excited when Steve Yzerman showed up to town wasn't just that, he wore the C and we had all those memories with him hoisting Stanley Cups. It was that he was a damn good executive, that he was going to be one of the best hockey minds in the game, that he will be able to navigate a salary cap, navigate some young players getting paid, player development, and a pipeline and all of it, right? So if he's as good as we think he is, it's going to show up in the wins and losses, or else we have to take the mystique down, and nobody wants to do that. Nobody does.
No, he's a legend here in Detroit, and nobody wants to sit there and say, that 4-letter word that starts with an F, ends with an E, with Yzerman. Right. Nobody wants to have to say that.
No. And he's honest. He's been conservative and methodical and honest. Says, I hope to make the playoffs next year. Not expect, hope to.
Well, we all have that hope.
Well, I would hope to win a Stanley Cup. I think that's less realistic. I think the playoffs are realistic for the Red Wings next season.
I think they should be.
Yeah,
I didn't like that. I didn't like that soundbite.
Yeah, I
mean, there's nothing wrong with saying our expectation is to be in the playoffs. There's nothing wrong with saying that, and everybody in the fan base is going to get behind you. You say anything other than that, people are like, "What?"
Yeah,
but you're my captain. That's the way I felt.
You're Stevie.
When I heard that on Friday, I was like, "But, I've watched you since your career started. I was a kid. Come on."
Y'all could have turned into a little kid again.
Right.
You're like, come on.
No. I was a little disappointed there.
Yeah.
I like the cuts of meat thing, though.
So what is your favorite cut of meat?
I love filet. And I go against the chefs on this. I don't like when chefs every chef poo-poos the filet, right? And I have a theory on that. I think the reason is because it's too easy. It's like the sellout. It's perfect every time. It's the juiciest cut of meat. It's the easiest one to cook.
The filet?
Yeah.
No, the juiciest cut of meat is a ribeye.
No, because you got to work too hard at it. That's why the chefs love the ribeye.
Because they can show off.
Because they get to show off their skills of making it. There's so much. It's so
making it
There's
phenomenal.
there's fatty pieces in it. You got to spit out half the steak.
Oh no, you never
Yes,
spit out the fat.
absolutely.
Oh, that's where all the flavor
No,
comes
man.
from.
I mean, I want
It's
to chew it and swallow it. I don't want to
magic.
chew it, and then go, oh, that's the fat. Oh, wait, that's where the flavor comes from. I should swallow this now. I think it's a crock. I think they're just trying to show off that they can make, because good chefs can cook the ribeye well enough.
Yeah.
Not well done, but well enough to show off the skill where the fat dissolves and there is the flavor in it. But out of the 100 times I've had ribeye, there's been a handful where they've been, oh, it's really good. Every other time it's been like, oh, there's a good piece and there's a fatty piece. There's a good piece and there's a fatty piece. So that's that. Look, it's my
to
own
each
thing.
their own. Yes,
Yeah.
I would
I
argue
love filet because
the
filet is perfect every time.
can be a little dry.
Not if it's done well.
It doesn't have enough fat in it.
Doug's favorite cut of meat is
Yes,
Chicken.
Yes.
right. Okay, what do you guys got coming up?
It's all draft this week, right? So there's other stuff we'll get to, but there's apparently a mock draft that I have not been privy to yet that is quite interesting.
This week, draft is this week. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Michigan basketball had a good weekend on the recruiting trail. It kicked off late Friday as four-star Justin Pippen announced he was headed to Ann Arbor. Grad transfer Reuben Jones joined, who shot 42% from three last year. Then it was Yale big man Danny Wolf. And finally, Trey Donaldson announced he was coming over from Auburn yesterday. That was his first as a Tiger, just 2 games after being called up from AAA. Detroit beat Minnesota 6-1 with Casey Mize throwing 6 shutout innings. Mize holds a .295 ERA through his first 4 starts, barely trailing Tarek Skubal for the lead amongst the starting rotation. Former Michigan defensive back Mike Sanderson was at the spring game this weekend and talked with WXYZ about how the Wolverines prepared him for the pros. College football analyst Joe Klatt ranked Sanderson a couple weeks ago as the number 49 prospect available this year. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, it's here. Draft week is here.
Hell yeah.
Damn it, Gator, we're built for this. Let's go.
Been so ready for this.
You know, it's pretty ironic when you think about,
We should talk about the draft.
well, you think about our professional lives, okay, and our careers, and we think about how the draft has been billed in Detroit, and it's really incredibly ironic that this is the year we get it, because we spent the bulk of our professional lives where the draft was billed as the Lions' Super Bowl. And by that, it was the fans, right? For us, every year, we talked about and looked forward to the draft with great excitement and anticipation because we hoped that the Lions would draft the player that would be symbolic of legitimate hope. We hoped that they would get a player that was going to be the cornerstone to that elusive championship run. And so the draft was the thing that got us most fired up. And now we get to host the thing this year. And this was supposed to be our Super Bowl, but it's not. The Super Bowl is now our Super Bowl. I mean, we no longer, the most exciting part of the season is now the season. It's not the draft. So we get the draft, and there's great excitement and anticipation, but it's just ironic that this is the year because we have been able to make the shift into looking forward to something other than the draft with legitimate excitement. And it's awesome. It's the best case scenario. And here we are where they're picking so late, they might not even make a pick. They might trade out of the first round because it might make the most sense. And most years we would have had a lottery pick near the top, right? And now so it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny that happens this year.
Well, I can't wait. This is something we've talked about for years on the show. Hey, wouldn't it be great if they rotated the draft? Because forever it was just in New York and Radio City Music Hall or whatever, and get used to that and thinking how awesome it would be to be one of the select few people that are there inside the hall to be able to witness that. And, all the teams were up front and everything. It was really cool. And then over the years, they've started to evolve it, and they moved it outdoors, and they're moving it city to city now. And we're like, oh, Detroit's got to get it, right? Are we going to get it because it's April, and you never know what the weather's going to be like here. But you know what? Take a chance, NFL. And the NFL took a chance.
Mm-hmm.
They're taking a chance on a scruffy little town known as Detroit. But, I mean, it's perfect. The Lions did their job. They had an amazing season, get to the NFC Championship game. I mean, it's legit to have the draft here in Detroit. It's not just a token, oh, here, thanks Ford family for, owning a franchise for 60 years and, supporting the NFL and all that. It's actually, we committed to this years ago, but it's working out now. Fortunately, the hierarchy produced a team that can compete for the championship. All right, perfect. And it matches up with this year. And it sounds like everything's going really well downtown to prepare for this event. Looks like the early look at the weather should be rain-free. So I don't know. I'm really excited about this.
I was saying last week, guys, it's kind of surreal. It's so much better when you have a good team and it's not a joke. It's not a schmockery. It's not our Super Bowl. We are a legit team, a legit franchise with real aspirations. It makes it so much better and more fun. There's not joke T-shirts being sold around. I don't know if you guys got on the NFL website, but I love what they factored. Everything's NFL Draft Detroit and what they've done with the background, the wallpaper, all the details. It's going to be a great week. I cannot wait.
It's really cool. And the other thing about it that's wild is when these things get awarded, it always feels like it's so far off in the distance. You know what I mean? Here, we were awarded this, I think it was 2021, that we were awarded the draft, and we're like, that's really cool. It's going to be a while. Well, a while's over. It's here. Yeah. It's the NFL draft, and it's awesome that a bunch of it is free. Like, there are parts that you're going to have to pay to get into areas, but most of people that get the app and upload it and are able to get in will be able to have a free experience in downtown Detroit. And I'm excited about it. I'm stoked about it. And there's great anticipation of what the Detroit Lions might do, because now instead of looking for a cornerstone that we can build around, we can say, although it's not necessarily true, but we can say they might be looking for the final piece that puts them over the top. Like, if they trade up, it could be the final piece that puts them over the top. It could be that key critical player that might be the difference between having a second half lead in the NFC title game, which the Detroit Lions did, and closing that game out and going to the big game, going to the Super Bowl. And I'm sure they would tell us that that's what free agency's for. Free agency is to fill needs, and draft is just best player available. But last year's draft class gave us 3 and maybe 4 impact rookies. Like, these guys affected the winning and losing. And they weren't all taken at the top of the draft. But Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch affected winning and losing. And Jack Campbell was definitely an asset. How good he's going to be is yet to be seen. But those guys affected the winning and losing. And That was 4 players. 4 in the first couple of rounds. They could maneuver around. They could make some trades. In fact, dare I say, we'll be talking about trades right away because, Brad Holmes has been working the phones already. There are probably some teams that, if you're a GM, you spend these days leading up to the draft on your to-do list. You call into the teams to find out what might get a deal done if that player you covet is available in the teens. You talk to teams in the second round to find out if your bucket has 10 players in it when you're on the clock at 29, what teams in the second round might be interested in trading up and what you could get for it. Like the foundation is being laid most likely right now down at Allen Park with Brad Holmes looking at potential maneuvers.
I want to be in that draft room.
I know, dude. It would be one of the.
There.
I mean, what sports fan, what NFL fan wouldn't want to be in their team's draft room to hear this?
Want to hear? I put tape over my mouth. I'm not going to say a word. I just want to see it and experience it.
Mm-hmm.
Like that would be. We talk. When the lottery gets to be crazy, we talk. What dare to dream? What would you do? I mean, how much would you be willing to pay, Kang? How much would you be willing to pay to sit in a draft room on draft day?
I would
for the weekend, draft weekend.
I would pay.
I mean, if you won, let's say you won $300 million.
$300 million?
Yeah.
I pay $25K. I pay $25K, sign an NDA, let me sit there.
Dude.
Would you?
I'd go more than $25,000 for that. Yeah. I think that's a total $25,000. I think that would be passed over in a silent auction. Like if you put that open to the public, I think, under the table, you'd only go 5 figures, huh?
I guess I was starting at $25K. Okay. I mean, how much does this get up to? $100K? Would I spend $100,000?
Out of $300 million?
It's still $100,000, Do I get all 3 days? Is this or just the first
you get
round?
all 3 days. You get the whole weekend.
You should be asking Doug because Doug's more fiscally responsible than you are.
But
we play the lotto, we do stupid stuff like that.
No, but we need to stop. We know the rules. I don't buy tickets. I don't get to dream. You guys can participate in this conversation. I will follow the rules. If I don't, you're buying the dream. I am not. So,
Doug, you inherit money.
Okay, let's play along.
In the sum of $300 million after taxes. How much would you pay to watch the draft?
$500,000 from inside the war room. Well, if it's donated, I would assume that'd be donated to Lions Charities or something like that. Tax write-off.
I love it. I've given you $300 million tax free. All right, it's already been taxed on it. I've already given you that, and now you're like, I'd pay $500,000. Oh, okay. As long as you get a tax write-off.
Tax write-off. This goes for a good cause. But inside a war room might be the most fascinating place for a sports fan.
Yes.
Of whatever your sport is. Let's say you are. It doesn't matter. Guy. Yeah. Because, it's not the same in baseball and hockey. Inside the war room during trade deadline in baseball and hockey would probably be more fascinating to sit in a day with a GM at trade deadline time. But, all right, Cater, let's talk trades. We will get to that.
What?
At 10:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, spring is here, and so are the Silverados and Equinoxes at your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, and that means Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has a huge inventory of Silverados and Equinoxes that are ready for you to test drive and take home today. Plus, it's truck season, so now is the time to get that Silverado you've been dreaming of. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. There's other stuff going on, and we'll get to it, including our Champ and Chump of the weekend. That coming up today at 10:35 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 to Ticket Draft Week. We're in studio today, and we'll be downtown at our draft headquarters for the rest of the week, starting tomorrow. And don't forget, we'll be on live along with the entire crew here at 97.1 to Ticket Thursday night from 8 to midnight. Now, I did hear that we will be streaming video. I was talking to the engineers today. So those of you that like to watch on Twitch, it's going to be a little bit different because we're going to be on the air. We've done Twitch casts for the draft in the past where it was Twitch and Twitch only. Well, now we have Twitch and YouTube, and we'll also be broadcasting on 97.1 The Ticket live, which means we won't be able to say whatever the F we want. But it will be fun nonetheless, and it will be censored.
And nobody's shooting the boot, right? Unless we get Ortiz to come out. But
yeah, at this point, neither of us owe a shoot the boot guarantee. Kang, you don't own a shoot the boot guarantee.
Should all three of us make one before the draft?
I think we probably should. Let me give this some thought. I think we all maybe have a draft night shoot the boot guarantee. Something we'll strongly consider, right?
Sure.
Yeah. All right, good. You say that with great enthusiasm, Gabe.
Yeah, I'm like, we get to the draft, and I'm like, okay, I've made several shoot the boot bets, guarantees over the last year, and fortunately, I've landed on my feet on all of them. Mm-hmm. It's like a sigh of relief heading into the draft, and now you want to, put more chum in the water.
Yeah, for people who don't know, that's drinking beer out of a shoe. You pour a beer into a shoe, then you drink it out of said shoe, and I mean, the problem is that it's disgusting, and you end up with like chunks of stuff that you normally don't get with a beer, but little like pebbles. It's just awful. All right, Gator. So we have seen this before, and I have to wonder what the trend is. Now, mock drafts, nobody's predicting how the draft's going to go. We understand that. We get it. These are all exercises in possible scenarios. And if you are a general manager of an NFL team, and what we like to do here at the Carson Anderson program is do our best to put you in the shoes of the general managers so that, you would make, if it's your call, would you do it? Right? And that's the fun of this, is looking at all the possible scenarios, which, by the way, if you're a GM, you need to be prepared to pull the trigger on just about everything. You don't want to be shocked come draft night and go, oh my God, we got 10 minutes. I didn't see this coming. You want to have given everything a thorough strategic game plan going into the draft. All right, if this player is available or if this trade is offered. So it's not, when you're on the clock, you don't want to be the first time you're thinking of something, correct? You want to have already given it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So USA Today came out with a mock draft. And I'm going to go right to the Lions pick at 29. The Lions are on the clock at 29 and the phone rings. And for the second time in a week, it's the Vegas Raiders. I say second time in a week because I can't remember whose mock it was. It was it was like Chad Reuter or somebody, NFL.com, who had a trade.
Trapazzo or something.
Yeah, had a trade at 29 with Vegas. Yep. And Vegas is offering, again, their second and third round pick. So the Lions would give up on 29, and they would get the Raiders pick at 44, which is the 12th pick of the second day, and the Raiders pick at 77, which is the third pick of round 3. So Detroit's net here would be 44, the Raiders pick in the second round, 61, their own pick in the second round, 73, a pick they acquired from Minnesota in the second round, and 77, a pick they acquired from the Raiders in the second round. 44, 61, 73, and 77. Gator, the more we look at this, how do you feel about the trade back? And by the way, the Raiders at 29 select Michael Penix Jr., quarterback, Washington. So this is now 2 NFL insiders have gone with this trade scenario. I mean, look, the trade back thing, Brad Holmes talked about it last week. It's clearly something that they are considering. And he talked about how we got to have our bucket of players. And if we realize there's 6-7 guys that we all look at as sort of the same level, if you can move back from 29 to to 44 and you think there's a probability that one of those players is still there, you make the deal. They did this last year with Jahmyr Gibbs. When they traded from 6 to 12, they rolled the dice that Gibbs would still be there. Now, it's not just, hey, we're doing this on a wing and a prayer. This is knowing everybody else's draft needs, right? Who had Jahmyr Gibbs in for a visit? Who doesn't need a running back? Who's no way in hell going to take a running back? Oh, Bijan's still there. Like all these things that factor into going, okay, this is a calculated risk, but we're not winging and prayer it here. We think he's going to be on the board based upon those teams that are drafting between 6 and 12. So in this case, Brad Holmes said, yeah, if there's a bunch of players available at 29, I'm rambling. 44 and 77 for 29. How do you feel about that?
Same way I did last week. I'd do it in a heartbeat. I think there's certainly value there. I mean, of course, when I say in a heartbeat, it's because the guys that I really covet aren't available at 29.
Right.
And if I had tried to move up, which I would try to move up, and I was, rebuffed, then I'd say, oh, fair enough. I can move back, and there's lots of guys I like. It's interesting. The trade value chart for those picks.
Yeah.
The two picks that Vegas has, the second and third round pick, they combined for 665 points. The pick at 29 for the Lions that they had that they would trade for that is worth 640 points. So it's right on.
Mm-hmm.
I would absolutely make that move. I'd like to having the picks kind of close together there in the third round. You would have 73 and 76. That gives you some interesting flexibility to move back into the second round if you wanted to. So I think there's a lot the Lions could do with that if that's presented to them.
Kang, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I would absolutely do this. I think they're in a really good spot. I mean, with all these quarterbacks and offensive players that are projected to go pretty early in this first round, you're pushing guys back. And I think if you can gain more draft capital and still get a couple of those guys in that draft pool or bucket that they have, which are the same caliber type players, you absolutely do it. I think there's going to be a guard that you're definitely going to be able to get after 29, and I think it's just a value thing for me at this point, and you can still get that impact type player.
Now I'm fighting the temptation to project last year's impact on this year's draft. And what I mean by that, and I know better, okay? I do know better, but I don't know better because I'm doing it anyway. Who's the next Branch and Laporta?
Well,
and that's not fair. Branch and Laporta were taken in the second round. Every draft is different. To assume that if Brad Holmes does this, he sees his next Branch and Laporta. And what I mean, obviously, I'm talking about impact guys who impact you, that you impact your roster in year one that you took in the second round. And given the variability from draft to draft, I shouldn't do that.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. And last year, the Lions had 2 first-round picks. So there's even more flexibility they have. So when they trade back and get all this draft capital, I get it. And you're littered with picks throughout the draft. This one's different. They're picking at the end of the first round. So to get more of those, cracks at it, you trade back and you get that second and third round pick. And who is that guy? I have a feeling that would come from a pool of offensive linemen. That's where I feel
interior offensive lineman.
Well, I think it could be a tackle too, depending on who's there.
You're right.
I think it's offensive lineman.
The impact might happen because of injury too, Doug. Like you're not drafting a guy that's going to start right away, but we know how secondary guys get hurt, interior offensive linemen get hurt. I mean, you might be able to get Cooper Beebe, Frazier, Jackson Powers Johnson after the first round. That's why I think you make a trade like this, because guys are going to quote unquote fall. But the impact player might not happen right away like you saw last year, Doug, but during the season at some point, that could be very impactful, this player drafted. Well,
and then the other thing is a public service announcement for people attending the draft. This could happen if you are there Thursday night. Now, Kang, you were looking up some prices. Where the actual picks are made, that is not a free area. Is that correct?
The draft theater is you have to have tickets to go into the draft theater area.
And so
that's where the picks are made, where the players are introduced and all that.
And that to get a ticket for that, it costs money, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just a heads up. If you spend money to be in the draft theater where the players are introduced and the picks walk onto the stage and bro hug Goodell, the Lions might not pick.
I honestly look at it as I'm trying to put myself in a fan's shoes. It wouldn't bother me at all,
because I'm there for if you're going there for the experience of everything that happens in the draft. The draft is crazy and it's crazy fun. To say that you were there for all the trades that are being made, the maneuvering going on, was Minnesota able to move into the number 4 spot or number 5 spot? If they thought they had it with 5, did the Giants trumpet move to 4? All that stuff is there that you'd be a part of. And it'd be cool. And if it comes down to it and you get to 29, you hear there's a trade, you can say, I was there when they traded.
Yep. I mean, the warning's been made multiple times, but it's just another point of emphasis.
Now,
it could happen. But it's like buying tickets to a game. I bought tickets to the game. They didn't even win.
But it's like if the Lions, well, I get that, yeah.
Right, it's sports.
But if the Lions had a top 10 pick, and they traded out of the first round, then I can understand being a little upset. This is at 29. It's okay.
248-539-9797. We'll have our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. Let's get yours, Champ and Chump. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend and who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks. All that coming up, 10:35. We'll get it going here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket, 248-539-9797.
Good news for you.
What's that?
Tickets are on sale now.
Yeah.
For December 15th at LCA.
Mm-hmm.
Shakira.
Oh, really?
There you go. There you go, buddy. You can maybe start to erode away at the stigma of going to Celine Dion many years ago.
And instead
go
to Shakira.
Now it's Shakira.
I'm not sure how much street cred that gives, Doug.
It gives you more street cred.
Does it? Yeah. Well, I wasn't the one excited.
Here we go. No? You weren't excited about going to Celine Dion?
No. Larry Evans of Celine and Ted Schumer of Grand Blanc were excited. Yeah, they were.
I think Shakira might be single now too, Doug.
Oh,
not that you're single, but maybe you have a hall pass or an arrangement
maybe you
with
guys
the
have
wife.
a list.
Maybe it's laminated.
I'm not going to talk publicly about any laminated list that I carry with me. Not going to do that.
But if you were to, would she be on it?
Without question.
Well played, sir.
Yeah. All right, Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? Gator, I will start. My champ of the weekend is the Detroit Tigers bullpen. In spite of Alex Faedo messing around a little bit yesterday, the Tigers bullpen over the weekend, 9 innings pitched, 5 hits, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts, 1 earned run. There's your bullpen. Tiger bullpen, my champ of the weekend.
Is that good?
Yeah.
My champ of the weekend is going to be Max Clark, the first-round pick from the Tigers from a year ago. Started off very slowly this year at Lakeland. It's at AAA or at single A ball. Went 0-4 in his first 3 games and has since kind of taken off. But really, what he's done lately has been great. He's got 9 hits in his last 5 games, raising his batting average from 167 now to a respectable 286. He's also got 12 runs driven in 13 games at Lakeland, and he's hitting second.
Love it.
Yeah, and he hit his first home run over the weekend too of the season.
Boating well.
Yep.
Long way to go. It's a long road from A ball to the majors, but I expect to see him with the Tigers by late May. Sarcasm. This is sarcasm. All right, next up, my chump of the weekend, also from the Tigers, Kenta Maeda, his last start versus Texas late last week. 2 2/3, 7 hits, 5 earned runs. Looked like he had 0 command, couldn't locate anything. I am officially concerned about Kenta Maeda, my chump of the weekend.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Boston Bruins, and I will for a while. What they didn't do against Washington a week ago Saturday still stings me, even once we figured out last week that the Red Wings were not good enough to make the playoffs despite having more wins than Washington. I go back and blame the Bruins because they sell out for the playoffs, but they don't care about the end of the regular season. They didn't care, and they lost that game. Then they go out and pound the Maple Leafs on Saturday night. I just will not respect Boston.
Okay, and there's our champ and chump. Get your champ and chump votes in at 248-539-9797. We tally up said votes, and we put them on our website on Tuesday, who the people select as champ and chump of the weekend. Just looking at Twitch, a couple votes coming in. Champ from Bear Slays, champ Nelly Corda, 5 wins in a row. Awesome accomplishment.
It's amazing.
Chump Fanatics for leaking the Lions jerseys early.
Oh, it's a great chump.
Yep.
That's a great chump.
Yep.
I wish I thought of that.
Mike writes in, champ Scotty Scheffler for playing the closest to a Tiger Woods streak as we may ever see again. Chump PGA Tour for not moving the tee times 2 hours earlier in a limited field, even when the weather was known to be coming into Hilton Head.
Yeah, they've done that before. And actually, who's playing like Tiger Woods is Nelly Corda.
Yeah.
5 in a row? That's unbelievable.
It really is. Get your champ and chump votes in. And like I said, we tally these votes up and post on our website who do people select as champ and chump of the weekend. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, we were talking about the insider trade possibility of moving back on trade night. Here's some of the feedback that's coming in. Scott writes in, I think BPA is a lie. All these players last year were guys at positions where they could get on the field ASAP. Gibbs was chosen because they wanted a 1-2 punch at running back. Laporta was to replace Hawk. Branch was obvious position of need. Campbell, need. We weren't taking an offensive lineman, even if it was BPA. BPA is a smokescreen. He's choosing the most impactful player for our roster needs. Do you believe that? I know you've talked about this. Do you believe that?
I kind of, in a way, I do, because I just think it's been easier for him because they've had so many holes in the roster. This is the year where it's difficult because they don't have many holes in the roster. That's why we don't know what are they going to do at 29. I mean, there's not an obvious position of need. I mean, you could make the case, I guess, for a number of positions here, but they're not. Are they all like obvious? Corner, offensive lineman, edge rusher. I mean, they've addressed all three of those in the offseason to this point, but you're looking for a long-term solution. I think that the player that they take comes from one of those three groups, but this is how they do the long-term. They don't sign long-term guys in free agency. They draft them, and then they'll re-sign them, and I think this is where they're going to look.
So it's interesting because Brad Holmes has stood at the podium repeatedly and said the same thing over and over and over with great conviction. And I have bought it all, hook, line, and sinker. And a listener here called it a smokescreen. The commitment to the smokescreen is awfully impressive if it truly is. I do think he's BPA. But I think they also have decided, and I think this year they're going to, remember I predicted last week they're going to trade up. I think they control BPA to a degree in that they maneuver around, still go BPA, but they maneuver around where the player at the position makes the most sense. If that means trade up, like they did with JMO, they traded up to control the narrative. They moved back and still got Gibbs, So I think, and they landed themselves a bonus second rounder in the mix. I'm of the belief that they move around, they maneuver to make BPA work for them.
So this is why they're going to trade up.
That's what I believe. That's what I truly believe.
Even though this mock says trade back.
Well, this mock says trade back. I think just because, and this is why, remember last week when I said I'm predicting strongly that they trade up, but I'm not going to shoot the boot guarantee it because there's an unknown variable, and that is to trade, you have to have a trade partner. And if you don't have a trade partner, you can't force somebody to deal with you. So, this is not, that's the problem with predicting any kind of trade is who's the trade partner. And do you guys agree on the price? Like the price is how desperately does a team want to make a move? Sometimes you can get good deals. Sometimes you have to overpay a little bit. Feedback coming in. My champ, Buddy Kennedy. My chump, AJ Hinch. Quit platooning a catcher and give Kelly a chance. Rogers blows. That's from Mike and Hal. Wow. Buddy Kennedy is fascinating to me because it sounds like a made-up name. Like if I had said just make up a random name with kind of a nickname and a typical last name, Buddy Kennedy would come up. I mean, it'd be like Doc Jones or something. You could just make up a nickname and a last name, a common last name, and say that guy who's got a nickname first name and a common last name is going to impact the Tigers season. The name Buddy Kennedy, if we said, we'll take text, somebody would have texted in the name Buddy Kennedy and probably Doc Jones, Doc Smith, or whatever. That guy kind of won the Tigers a game yesterday. Not really, but he had a big 2-run homer. Buddy Kennedy. Raise your hand if you'd heard of Buddy Kennedy. I mean, once they moved for him, but I'm talking about prior to this year.
Gator, was he on a 10-day Piston contract this year?
Yeah, I think he was, actually, yeah. He got a chance to play in 2 games and then was a, DN, don't play coach's decision.
Yeah, DNP.
Yeah. Look, he was there in spring training and he showed very well in spring training and then started off at Toledo and hit at Toledo. Wasn't hitting the cover off the ball, but hit well enough where once the injuries started to mount at Toledo and elsewhere in the organization, the Tigers needed somebody to come up. It was, okay, I guess we'll go with Buddy Kennedy. And
it was either him or Max Stevenson, one or the other, and they went with
just making up another name.
Yeah,
but no, he played. It was nice to see him get his chance and run with it. Wenzel Perez is another guy who's, trying to make the most out of his opportunity, and he wants to stick around, but it's probably not going to happen too much longer. But he's doing fine. As far as the comment about make the move between Carson Kelly and Jake Rogers, and Carson Kelly deserves it, not a guy who's doing anything really special. I mean, clearly Kelly is hitting better right now than Jake Rogers, but all it takes is one big game from Jake Rogers to change that. I don't really care who gets the lion's share at this point. They've split it down the middle almost. It's 16 games for Carson Kelly, 14 games for Jake Rogers. They've both gotten in with their plenty at bats. They 41 at bats for Kelly, 39 for Rogers. So does Carson Kelly definitely deserve more time? I think it's too early to say that, but you can lean that way, I guess. I wouldn't make him the chump.
Quick AJ Hinch is, I mean, look, everybody's got their own opinion, their own vote. Get your vote in for championship of the weekend. I got a quick thought on the Tigers, and then, Gator, another trade scenario for the Detroit Lions. We'll get to that today at 10:51 here on Carson Anderson. 97.1 to ticket. The NBA playoffs, FanDuel giving all customers 2 chances to bring home a big win with a no-sweat same-game parlay every weekend of the playoffs. Just place a same-game parlay on any playoff matchup, and you get bonus bets back if you don't win. Bet on everything from rebounds to assists to three-pointers and more. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to shoot your shot on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5. Unless otherwise specified, restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. That's sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Okay, my quick thought on the Tigers before we get to other draft stuff. I'm going to savor all these moments they're over 500. We went 2 calendar years without being over 500 for a day. So let's take the 12-10 record and just smile a little bit, right? Competitive, taking 2 or 3 from Minnesota. Schedule got tougher. They didn't really lose any ground.
Well, who thought they were going to be? They kind of did, though, didn't they? They've lost some ground.
Well,
they're 4 games back of Cleveland.
The problem is Cleveland's not losing, but I'm just saying this stretch of games between the Twins and the Rangers, they split the first series with the Twins. They did lose a series to the Rangers, but then they took 2 or 3 from the Twins. So this stretch of games where we were wondering how good they were 500. I'll take that and then make hay against the lesser opponents.
Yeah, it's strange when you look at the division and you see the Tigers. I'll take it too, by the way. Let me just first say that, because 12-10, and we still have some games left in April. I think this team can and will be above 500 at the end of April. But to know that as well as they played, they're 4 games back, and if you told me it was going to be Cleveland that they're trailing, come on. And they're trailing Kansas City by a game.
Well,
and we're just wondering, I have to look at the common opponents here to see what the other teams have played, but forever it's been the American League Central worst division in baseball, and rightfully so. And now they've got 3 teams that are above 500 in the division. It's early in the year. It's we're a month into the season, So I get it, but it's fun right now. And it is fun with this Tigers team to see that they are above 500, and we haven't seen them hit power yet. The power numbers are going to come. I think that the series at Tampa is going to allow them to hit for some power in a controlled environment inside the dome out there.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're going to see some balls fly over the fence. Torque hit one yesterday that would have been a home run at Comerica Park, by the way. The line drive double that he hit off the top of the wall is a home run at Comerica Park. So Torque's starting to get on track a little bit. By the way, he's got 8 doubles on the season already.
Yep.
So we need to see him hit it over the fence. Other guys are starting to perform. Even Javi Baez. Javi Baez has been really, really good over the last, really since he hit that home run and was talking to Rieger after the game about the booze.
Mm-hmm.
He's been a good player. Not a great player, but he's been a good player. He's making smart base running decisions. Stole a base yesterday.
Well, let's hope that
third base.
We can that the relationship gets repaired because Javi Baez is playing well. Let's hope that that's the case.
Keep playing well.
All right, are you ready?
Yes.
Here we go. It's from Pro Football Focus. Now the way that they did it, they had each of their writers. They had 32 guys for 32 teams. So everyone has a different board. I like this a lot because when one person drafts for every team, the only board that matters is that one person's. When you have 32 different people, they have players in ranked a different way, and you can understand how a player you don't envision dropping can drop.
Mm-hmm.
The first pick, the Bears select Caleb Williams. Second pick, the Commanders go Drake May.
Oh.
The third pick, Denver moves up.
Denver moves up to 3. So they trade with
12,
New England.
And they give up 12, 76, and a first rounder next year.
That's it.
To move up and get Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
Oh.
At 4, Arizona takes Marvin Harrison. 5, the Chargers take Malik Neighbors. At 6, the Giants take Rome Odunze. Wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver.
This is interesting because every other mock draft we've done has pretty much the first 4 picks are quarterbacks, with Arizona trading out of 4 with Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
So Minnesota can move up and take J.J. McCarthy.
These are other picks of interest. At 8, the Atlanta Falcons take Leatu Latu, edge rusher, UCLA.
Wow. That's interesting.
At 9, it's the Bears on the clock. Phone rings. It's the Vegas Raiders. The Raiders get the Bears pick here at 9 for number 13 and number 44. Chicago gets 9 and a 2025 third-round pick. So they move up 3 spots.
For a third-round pick?
and for a third-round pick next year. No, they throw in a third-round pick, 9 and 20, and a third-round pick next year for 13 and 44. And Vegas selects J.J. McCarthy, quarterback, Michigan. At 10, the Jets go Brock Bowers. At 11, the Vikings go Terrion Arnold. At 12, we have a trade. The Patriots get picked 12 and 76 and a 2025 first rounder. The Broncos get the pick at number 3. This is the trade that was already made. My bad. And they take the Patriots go Michael Penix Jr. at 12.
Mm-hmm.
Other picks of interest as we work our way towards the Lions pick. The Bears, who are now at 13, take Brian Thomas, wide receiver, LSU. At 15, Indianapolis is on the clock. Phone rings. It's Detroit.
Oh, come on! Yes! 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 Oh, I'm excited. Oh, what are they going to do? What do you do, King? Do you take Quinyon Mitchell? Do you go and do you take Jared Verse? What do you do? Oh, I love it. Getting aggressive. AGGRESSIVE, aggressive. Woo! Aggressive.
Kang came to me today and said, Gator's going to love this.
They're all there, Gator.
Let's go down to 75. Show me Quinyon Mitchell.
All right, hold on. So here's the trade offer. The Lions offer number 29, number 61.
61.
Yep.
Oh, second round.
Yep.
Sorry.
And a 2025 third-round pick. So you get the Lions first, their second, and a third next year. In return, the Lions would get number 15 and number 117, which is a fourth rounder.
Oh, ninja.
So let me ask you, Gator.
Throw it in. They're going to throw it in.
Let me ask you, Gator. And Putney.
Yeah.
I want Putney.
And a stack of pancakes a mile high.
Gator, would you make this trade?
I would. Hell yeah.
So here's who's on the board.
I know who's on the board, but go ahead.
The Lions are now on the clock at 15 as the deal is done. Dallas Turner, edge rusher, Alabama. Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas. Jared Verse, edge rusher, Florida State. Cooper DeJean, cornerback, Iowa. Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback, Toledo. There's a lot to mull over here. I want to take Tex right now. We'll do more than 10. Who do you take at 15? One of those 5 is the pick. Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, the 2 edge rushers, Byron Murphy, defensive tackle from Texas, Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell. Who do you take? Kang, I've honestly never seen him this happy.
I don't know if he can control himself through this break.
This is... Text us over right now who you would take if the Lions trade up to 15, which is suggested that they do.
Do you think he likes the trade up move?
We'll get Gator's pick. We'll tell you and your picks, and we'll tell you who the pick is. Who do you take under this scenario? Who do you think they're after? 248-539-9797. 11:02. We continue here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers are in Tampa to face the Rays tonight. A crowded AL East has the Rays in last place with a 12-11 record. Detroit has a similar record but sits in third in the AL Central. Terry Skubal is set to make his fifth start. He holds a 2.28 ERA. After hitting just 2.24 at rookie ball and a low A combined last season, Max Clark has heated up in the last week to start this year's campaign. The Tigers' first-round pick is 9 for 19 with a home run and 7 RBIs in his past 5 games. One of the top D linemen in the draft, Chris Jenkins, received his national championship ring over the weekend at the Michigan Spring Game. He reflected on his solid performance at the Combine earlier. Audio courtesy WXYZ. Jenkins had 4.5 tackles for loss and 2.5 sacks last season for the Wolverines. This week kicks off a series of events surrounding the NFL draft and the community as well. The Corner Ballpark, which also serves as the Detroit Pal headquarters, will go on with a lot of events as well. That's PAL CEO Fred Hunter. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, so we had a little fun here with a mock and a trade and a Lions move up. And I want to know, we asked people what you would do. And if you're just joining us and flipped on the radio, Pro Football Focus put this out. And look, exercise and possibilities, right? Could the Lions move up all the way to 15? Well, in this particular scenario, the person picking for the Lions offered the person picking for the Colts, the Lions, pick at 29, their second round pick, and a future third in exchange for the Colts pick at 15 and their fourth rounder at 117. Colts writer said yes, so Lions are on the clock at 15. Here's who's here. Here's who's on the board. Who are they after? Are they after Dallas Turner, the edge rusher? Are they after Jared Verse, the edge rusher? Are they after Byron Murphy, the defensive tackle? Are they after Cooper DeJean, the corner? Are they after Quinyon Mitchell, the corner? Here is who some of the people have taken from an unnamed texter. Jared Verse, that's from Kevin at work. Josiah in Lake Orion says, Mitchell all day, baby. From Ryan at work, Mitchell, and I run, I believe he could be the next Sauce. Gator, you're hysterical. I don't know what I run, I believe. But anyway, yes, Mitchell. He goes with Mitchell and Gator, you're hysterical. I know what that means. He thinks you're funny. Jeff says, I'm taking Verse all day. Jim and Clausen says, Dallas Turner is the pick. Cooter from Ann Arbor says, Dallas Turner, he or Verse, but give me Dallas. From Lloyd in Lake Orion, Cooper DeJean for sure. Watch his tape. From Matt in Jersey, Mitchell, no doubt. From Kurt, Dallas Turner, no question. John LaPierre says it's critical to take Dallas Turner.
Critical.
Don in Waterford says, I'd take Mitchell at this pick. Quick question, though. Did Gator's desk rise up a few inches when you announced the trade?
It's dented.
Yeah. There was an audible.
Yeah.
All right, so people want Dallas Turner or Quinyon Mitchell. Gator, under these circumstances, is the pick in?
It is, and I mean, I know who I want, but there are a lot of players here that I ain't going to be mad if they select them. But my pick is in. If it's me and I make this trade, the pick is Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback, Toledo.
Well, Gator, the pick is in. And according to Pro Football Focus, with the 15th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select cornerback Quinyon Mitchell, Toledo.
Can you feel that? Huh?
And they write, the Lions are clearly in win now mode and make a move here by trading for PFF's 10th ranked player in the draft class. Over the past 2 seasons, Mitchell surrendered just 56 receptions on 140 targets into his coverage, with 8 interceptions and 36 forced incompletions.
Now, look, it's MAC competition for him.
Mm-hmm.
Understand that if you're going to look at his game film, that you're not going to see him going against the best wide receivers in college football. But all the talent evaluators love this kid. Not great size, but good size, right? Anything above 6 feet for a corner, I think you're happy with, and he is. 200 pounds, 205 pounds, he's solid.
Mm-hmm.
Tested well at the combine, did well at the Senior Bowl practices, the whole bit. His offseason, he had home runs. This is the guy. This is the guy.
This is the guy that it's what I talk about. Yeah, BPA, but control the narrative. When that first bucket of players gets empty and there's a guy at a position you need that's in that bucket, try to move up and get him. Then you're paying the price that you think is worth getting the player that can help at the position. It's controlling your own fate. It's not letting the draft board fall and you being subject to other people's whims. You make the pick of the player at the position of need that you want to make. And it makes sense to me to move up. Kang, what do you make of this scenario?
I love it. I love the aggressiveness. I know they speak about they don't operate in windows and they don't operate with this and that. They just look at the best player who's going to help them, whether it's now or in a couple years. But this is kind of operating in a window. You have a definite need there at that position, and go up and get a player. Like, to me, he reminds me of there's comps with Sauce Gardner as in a smaller school from Ohio, but is just testing so well, looks great on film. Consensus by a lot of people, talent evaluators, one of the top, if not the top cornerback in this draft. I love this move. And you're right, Gator, there are a lot of areas. Dallas Turner, I would not be mad at that at all. But if I were to make the pick, it'd be Quinyon Mitchell as well. Love it.
Yeah, so that's one part of this. Again, I'm going to move ahead to pick 117.
Pick 117?
Because remember, they also got pick 117 in this.
This is true.
Here's who's on the board.
At 117?
Yep.
Okay.
Safety, Sione Vaikai, Utah,
all right,
who's been in for a visit. Defensive tackle, Mekhi Wingo, LSU.
Mm-hmm.
Cornerback, Quantez Stiggers, CFL.
Well, they worked him out.
Running back, Audric Estime, Notre Dame.
Big guy.
Guard, Zach Zinter,
all
Michigan.
Right. Okay. All right. Hold on.
When Kag walked up to me and said, I think Gator's going to like this scenario, it wasn't just because of what they did at 15. He goes, you're not going to believe this.
All right.
You got anything left, Gator?
I swear to God, they were still wheeling Zach Zinter off the field, and Gator was thinking about draft day steal.
Yeah, well, this is what the Lions do. They've drafted guys that have finished this season being carted off the field. It's okay. I'm fine with it. Can you tell me who they selected at 73?
I can. It's going to take me a minute, but
because I think that would impact a little bit.
Didn't they go? I think they went receiver, but hold on.
My gut is telling me. Well, my heart is telling me to go this one direction here. And recovering from a broken leg, I'd love to know where he's at in his rehabilitation from that.
There was a video posted of him working out, running, and and blocking. Like he was doing the pulling guard motion.
Was there a Rocky montage?
No, there was nothing like that. I mean, I did well.
On fire. Anything like that? Rocky IV?
No, there was not. In the third round, the Detroit Lions walk away with wide receiver Brendan Rice, USC.
Oh, okay.
Jerry Rice's kid.
Yep.
Started at Colorado.
All right, so I would my pick would be in. Yeah, at 117, the pick would definitely be in, and I would select Michigan guard Zach Zinter.
The pick is in, and with the 117th pick of this mock draft, the Detroit Lions select Zach Zinter guard.
Come on! Yes! Oh man! telling me they end up with trading up to get Quinyon Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
There goes a second-round pick. Who cares? Their third-round pick, they take son of the greatest ever.
Yep.
Not that it matters too much, but there's pedigree there, and he actually was very good at USC.
Mm-hmm.
Wide receiver, was it Rasheed Rice?
Brendan Rice.
Brendan Rice. Sorry, Rasheed's the other guy. Who got in a car accident. Bad news. Brendan Rice. Yes, love that. And then in the fourth round, Zach Zinner is still there.
Yep.
Because teams be a little afraid of the broken leg and recovery. But you said he's running.
Yeah.
You said he's working out.
Yep.
I don't know if he's going to be ready to go for training camp, but it sure sounds like it. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Okay, now we've poisoned you. You are absolutely screwed because you love this more than anything, and now what if it doesn't happen?
Well,
this is the unfair part.
It's also tough because this is Pro Football Focus doing this.
Yeah, Pro Football Focus.
And they do things differently.
Yeah, they do.
I'm not poo-pooing it. I'm just I understand that they do things in a different way. And I love the idea of trading up to 15. I think that's probably about where you'd have to trade up to get Quinyon Mitchell. If that's the price it takes to get him, is flipping first round picks and then you give up your second round pick and a future third round pick, I'm okay with it. What they get after this draft is just okay. You don't know how, you have no idea how it's going to fall in the second and third rounds. You have no idea who's going to be there in the fourth. But if this is how it lands, this would be a historic day for the Lions.
I want to know from Lions fans right now. We've talked about these two scenarios. The one that keeps coming up, and it's come up now multiple times in multiple mocks, the Detroit trades with Vegas and gets 44 and 77, so they'll have 4 day 2 picks. Or do you like giving up your second rounder and a future third to go get a player at 15? 248-539-9797. Which one of these do you like more and why? Love to hear from you. Next, it's draft week. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so it's draft week, and the mock drafts are coming out fast and furious.
Some country draft music.
Here's the thing about the mock draft, and we've said it a million times, and please, I think people misinterpret that we think this is what's going to happen. No, these are all exercises and scenarios.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Like 10 minutes ago, I'm thinking that's not what's gonna happen.
No, I wouldn't count on the Lions trading up and getting Quinyon Mitchell. I don't need to ask you about which scenario you prefer, because you prefer the trade up.
I do.
But do you like the trade down as well?
Yeah, but I said even when we started this that when you started talking about the other one, the trading back scenario, I'm all for trading back if I can't trade forward. If I can't move up, if I've been thwarted, rebuffed, I think was the word I used. If I can't do it, if nobody wants me to move up, then okay, I'll start thinking about moving back. It all depends on who's there at 29. I mean, you've got your bucket of players that you really like. If that bucket is exhausted and then you have to go to the second bucket, which you deem as second round players, then yeah, I'm going to give me more cracks at it later in the draft. I'll trade back.
I think you're where I am, Gator. I want him to move out of 29. I feel like I prefer the aggressive move up. Like I spoke about earlier about the window. They don't operate in that. But to me, selfishly, there is somewhat of a window. And if you go out and get Quinyon Mitchell, you fill a big hole. Because with the defensive edge, and I get it, Dallas Turner, I wouldn't mind that pick either. But at least you have a possible in James Houston, a possibility of an edge rusher in James Houston, right? We didn't get to see full Houston last year because of the injury. Pascal, they really like, and they brought in Marcus Davenport for depth and things like that. But at the cornerback position, once they lost Sutton, they lost a starter. And I don't know if Robertson was necessarily signed to be a starter. They like him, but he seems more like a nickelback type to me. You got Carlton Davis on the other side. I'd love to get a Quinyon Mitchell. That to me makes up for them in a way, passing on L'Jarius Sneed and making a big move that way.
And that's a position where if a guy is all that, they can play right away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like you can expect to get something. If you get it right, then that guy can play right away. And Quinyon Mitchell, last year they wanted Witherspoon. And you guys make fun of me for leg humping Brad Holmes, but the guy that they wanted at 6 and went at 5, and then they shifted gears and said, let's go get Jahmyr Gibbs, but we think we can move back. Turned out to be a great player, right? I mean, so they had identified, and they were going to do it right. And so as much as the corner position has been lacking, if they identify a guy that they want and they go get him, and I'll have some faith that it's going to work out. So, the Quinyon Mitchell thing, if that's who they want, great. The other thing about Quinyon Mitchell, and something we need to keep in mind, in the back of my mind, I can't shake this thought, that somebody early on hyped up Quinyon Mitchell, and in the misinformation business, I think people can jump on board a player they're not interested. Oh, yeah, Quinyon Mitchell. Oh, yeah, J.J. McCarthy. When you see guys go flying up draft boards, I do wonder in the back of my mind how much of it is true and how much of it is self-serving misinformation that teams start praising players that they don't really want just to move the needle and hopefully push their own guy down. And I wondered that a little bit about Quinyon Mitchell. I mean, JJ being a quarterback, I think it's probably more true than not, but you never know. You never really know. And it doesn't do anybody good to give away the farm of information of what they're actually going to do.
No, and as you get into this is actually draft week. So things tighten up right now. I mean, we've seen all this hype about J.J. McCarthy being a top 5 pick and being the fourth quarterback off the board. And I still maintain that those guys in the West Coast are awfully good. Now, Penix has more spice to it right now than Bo Nix does. It seems like Bo Nix has lost a ton of the heat that he had towards the end of the season. Mm-hmm. But Penix is starting to heat up again. Does Penix heat up enough where he can be flip-flopped with J.J. McCarthy? I think both guys go in the first round. I think you're going to end up with 5 quarterbacks drafted in the first round.
It's interesting because when we went through the Pro Football Focus mock, and again, it was writers making the picks, and I told you.
But it's a different writer every time.
Yeah, it's a different writer every time.
They all play like GM of a team.
Yeah, which also shows how it can push a guy down a board or have a guy move up the board. New England takes Michael Penix after a trade at 12, which is about the highest I've ever seen him going.
And it is actually, it screams what New England does, right? At least it's what they do with Belichick is that, all right, we'll trade back, get more picks, and we get something we need. And they can still get a quarterback, a franchise quarterback, in Michael Penix. I mean, the knock on Penix has nothing to do with his ability to play football. The knock on Penix is his injured history. That's it. The guy can sling it with the best of them. He's an amazing arm. He can run a little bit. But those knees have been damaged over the years, and that's the concern.
Well, he had a shoulder, too. Like his 4 years at Indiana, each season ended with a season-ending injury. So, talented player for sure. I mean, honestly, some of the throws that he's put on tape are incredible. Absolutely incredible. So I guess I wouldn't be stunned if he goes high in the draft. It's just the injury history. I mean, Liatu Latu's got a neck, and this.
He's got a neck.
He's got a neck.
He's got a neck.
You don't want to have a neck.
You don't want to, well.
There's a lot of things, but he's got a neck injury that is a scary thing, and yet, I mean, his ability's there. So, it's a hard deal to know how to handle injuries, but injuries can scare people off. When you find out after drafts, we eliminated him because of the injury history,
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Which would you prefer, the trade up scenario, the trade down scenario? Plus, people are reacting to you, Gator. Kevin writes in, I think Gator's going to need a stand-up desk soon.
Maybe. That might be true.
Unnamed texter, Gator going full Jonah Hill and Moneyball over these picks.
A little bit, yeah.
I've done mock drafts, and I've gotten Rice and Zinter in both. If this happens and we walk away with Mitchell in round one, I'll sign the paper right now. I mean, it'd be quite a scenario.
I do like the pool of players that's there at 15.
Yeah.
Obviously, Mitchell's the guy I want, but there are other ways you can go there, and you'd be like, okay, I can see that. My reasoning for the corner is I don't think you can have enough corners, and I think this is a guy who can compete to start right away. My hesitancy towards Jared Verse or Dallas Turner, one of the defensive ends, is I think you may already have that with Houston, and you've already added to the group by bringing in Davenport. I'm not against taking, another one, but I'd rather have the corner who I think could start right away than working on a guy who's going to be rotated in and out.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, which deal would you prefer? The trade down scenario where the Lions walk away with 44 and 77 from Vegas for pick number 29, or the trade up scenario from Pro Football Focus? Detroit trades 29, 61 and a future third rounder for 15 and 117. And we've gone over the players available at 15. It's a who's who of players and positions that could help the Lions. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. Carson Anderson, Draft Week, 97.1 The Ticket. Hell yeah. All right. Gator, we really don't need this today.
What happened?
But at 11:15 a.m., just south of Toledo, there was a 2.3 earthquake.
Come
on the Richter scale.
A 2.3. Oh.
Yeah. Epicenter appears to be just out of Toledo's executive airport, about 15 miles from the Michigan-Ohio border, according to a story on MLive. Again, we don't need this today but I wonder if anybody out there felt it. What do you think, Gator?
Well, I wanted to look up. First of all, I think nothing. And I just went to look it up, the magnitude scale, and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
A 2.5 or less, the earthquake effects, usually not felt, but can be recorded by seismograph. Estimated number each year of 2.3 or 2.5 or less earthquakes?
Yeah.
Millions. This happens. No one's going to feel it.
Nobody's going to feel it. Nobody.
Maybe if you're right there, you might feel it.
In Walbridge. Isn't that where I said it was? Walbridge, Ohio. Just south of the Toledo Executive Airport.
Just south of Toledo.
Yeah, maybe somebody down there. Okay, so Gator, we actually tweeted out this.
I feel like you're just asking for it. You know what's going to happen. Guys, I live in Alpena. I swear to God, at 11:15, more like 11:16 by the time something happened in our house. But our parakeet was making all types of crazy noise.
Yeah, I bet dogs were barking down there.
Yeah, in Alpena. It's up there.
Yeah, I know Alpena is, but the earthquake was centered down there.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Is there a tsunami watch on the Detroit River?
Yeah, guys.
We know him.
Guys.
We tweeted out the question that we are debating on the air about the USA Today mock where Detroit sends 29 to Las Vegas for 44-77, or the Pro Football Focus mock where Detroit sends 29-61 and a future third rounder to Indianapolis at 15 for 15 and 117, a fourth rounder. Which deal would you prefer? Right now, 63.2% are saying trade up. 36.8% are saying trade down. Go vote and comment at Doug and Gator 971. 248-539-9797. Mike is in Sterling Heights, and he's on 97.1 a ticket. Hello, Mike.
Hey, gentlemen.
What's up?
Listen, fellas, I was thinking all along, if we get Kool-Aid, I would be good with that because I think he still is the number one.
Kool-Aid McKinstry, cornerback from Alabama, for people who don't know.
Yep. If we stay there. But if we can go up to 15 and get a surefire number one, someone that we don't have to guess about, man, that's the one thing that's missing on this roster. You got some number ones on the offensive side. You got a number one in Aiden at the defensive line. But you got to put a surefire in that back, man. With the way the NFL is going with all these receivers, all these rolling quarterbacks, you need somebody to take something away. And to go and wait on 44 and 77, which may be a maybe, man, no. Right here and right now, you need a game changer. And if that is on the board, go get it.
So you're ready. You're ready to get aggressive and do what USA or Pro Football Focus suggests.
Yes, because if we need a receiver, I'll get a receiver later on. Offensive lineman backup later on. How hard is it? If you look at the last 35 years, you're very seldomly going to get a great cornerback later on. But you can get your receiver that surprises you. Look what L.A. did last year. What they got. They had Cooper Kupp, and then they got another guy that's just as good as Cooper Kupp. So I'm more confident that if you go up and get a great corner, that we'll find those other pieces because they're not as glaring anyway. I would love to get that, that surefire other guy on the other end, other side to help Aiden. I definitely want that too. But if I can go up at 15, I definitely would get that corner. Definitely.
Hey, Mike, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797.
You can get any player later in the draft, but you have to be great at it. You have to be great at drafting. And we got a ninja. I mean, Seattle drafted Reek Woolen in the 5th round.
That worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
Ed, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ed.
Hey guys, I was looking at that projection from USA Today where the Lions trade with the Raiders.
Yep.
You know what? This regime, I trust. I trust them to make that trade and know what they're doing with those other drafts. But if we stay at, this is for Gator, if we stay at 29, you would take the guy in Toledo over Nate Wiggins if he's available at Clemson? I didn't watch MAC football this year much, so I can't answer that, so I'm asking you.
I mean, based on what I read, he's the higher rated player.
I think it might be Gator's favorite player in the draft, Ed.
Yeah. So, I mean, I like the guy a lot, obviously, but from everything I've read, he's the higher rated player. Doug, what'd you say they had him as the number 10 player overall?
Yeah, according to Pro Football Focus, they got him as the 10th best player available.
Yeah, so ESPN has one of their writers has him as the 16th player overall.
All right, so I trust that then. But yeah, if we do make that trade with the Raiders, I got no problem moving back because Brad Holmes and this regime has shown one thing: they know what they're doing.
Yeah. Look, Nate Wiggins he's a talent too. He's crazy fast. He ran a sub-4 340. He's got good height. A little wiry at 173 pounds, but he's almost 6'2". There's a lot to like. He played at Clemson, so you're seeing some pretty good competition. First thing I would do is go back and look at the film against Florida State and how did he match up with Keon Coleman and the other receiver for Florida State. I'd go and look at those things. But right now, I really like Quinyon Mitchell.
Quinyon Mitchell is Daniel Jeremiah just had his final top 150, and I think Daniel Jeremiah does a really good job. He's got Quinyon Mitchell as the 12th best player in the draft.
So there you have it.
I mean, there's no guarantees. The one
Absolutely
caller was
not.
saying, like, oh, just go up and get that guy. Just because Gator likes him and I like him and maybe Doug likes him, doesn't guarantee anything. We just like that player. If Brad Holmes moves up and grabs Quinyon Mitchell, I'll feel a lot better about how I feel about Quinyon Mitchell. And here's a guy who we're pretty sure he wanted Devin Witherspoon, right?
Yep.
Couldn't get him because he went to pick before. He moved on from Jeff Okudah real quick. He considers himself like a defensive back connoisseur. Do you like Brian Branch as a draft pick? So I trust Brad Holmes, and it gets the double stamp of approval if he does go up and get Quinyon Mitchell. It's just a guy that you and I and Doug like right now with the information we have, which isn't a ton of information or anything like that, but he seems to fit all the parts.
And they filled so many of the positions already in his 3 years of drafting and 3 years of offseason work and all this that – I feel like now is the perfect time to go ahead and use some of those draft picks to move up and get the guy. If he is the guy that Brad Holmes covets, and who knows who Brad Holmes covets. We'll know after the draft, I suppose, to an extent. But if that's the guy, he can go get his guy because they have the draft capital to do so.
And I like not letting fate dictate who you get at 29. This is an unusual place. Like, usually we have a sense for the field of players, and we can do it. We will do it this week, where we're deciding between Kool-Aid McKinstry and Darius Robinson and Enos Rakestraw. And, we're going to put the names of the usual suspects in a pool of players and have the people, say who they'd want. But the problem projecting, I mean, you got to be really good to know what everyone's going to do so you have a true sense of who's available at 29. Somebody's going to be available we didn't expect, and somebody that they're targeting that they're like, I think this guy's going to be on the board. It's going to be gone well before 29. It's just the way it works. And, this is the hard. We've never done this. We're looking at the draft from a completely different way than we ever have before. And like, seriously, this is exceptionally hard to try and figure out who's going to be on the board, and it's great. I mean, it's awesome. But, the great thing is we can kind of rest assured that we don't need to have a high pick to get an impact player. 248-539-9797. We've got the Twitter poll out there where you can go vote which of the two scenarios suggested, one by USA Today, the other by Pro Football Focus, both with the Lions trading, both coming out this today. USA Today has Detroit trading down to Vegas at 44-77. Pro Football Focus has Detroit trading up with Indianapolis, 29-61 and a future third for number 15 and number 117. Which deal would you prefer? Trade down has 35.7% of the vote. Trade up has 64.3%. Ryan writes this, I'm in the trade up camp. I just think we're in a window right now, not quite in the F them picks mindset, but close. With Holmes proving to be the ninja in the draft, I'm comfortable giving up some draft capital. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls and feedback on that. If anybody felt the earthquake down in Toledo.
All right, stop.
No? You don't want to do that? It's a 2.3, Gator. It's barely, you can barely feel it. So maybe somebody like felt the 2.3.
It was like I had a bidet, but I don't have a bidet. The toilet bowl water was just splashing all up in there. Where do you live? Wyoming, Michigan.
248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So there's some interesting news as it pertains to the draft, and it might have an indirect impact on us, which is always how we try to look at things. Okay, if this is news, does the average Detroiter care about it? Well, they may, because it might involve one of the teams in our division. There's a report out there from Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk that the Patriots, actually they quoted somebody else. So the original credit goes to Mike Reese of ESPN. The Patriots, who sit there at number 3, are mulling an unprecedented deal to move out of the 3rd overall pick. Okay? That was a term that was used by Mike Reese of ESPN. They're talking a major blockbuster, and if they can't pull off the blockbuster, they will just draft a quarterback of their own. The feeling is that the Patriots are trying to take advantage of Minnesota. They think Minnesota has backed themselves into a position where they have let their veteran quarterback go. They don't have an obvious in-house replacement. They've accumulated draft capital to try and make a move up, but they don't have any takers yet. And so the Patriots see a Minnesota organization that is perhaps poised to be taken advantage of, and they're asking for the sun and the moon for number 3. Now, does Minnesota try and strike a deal with somebody else? I mean, I guess it depends if they have equal thoughts, and they probably don't, about quarterbacks 1, 2, 3, and 4. We tend to do this. We put them all, high first round draft pick. Doesn't matter if it's Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, J.J. McCarthy. You're going to get one of them if you're picking at 4, so why do you care? You probably draw draw the line. Yeah, you probably draw the line somewhere. It feels like most people seem to draw the line underneath Caleb Williams. Then there's debate as to what order the next 3 go. As it stands right now, though, could Minnesota be completely rooked by New England to move up to number 3, in which case they better be nailing the pick, right? They better – I mean, I guess you always want to get it right, but if you empty your bank account of draft picks to go get a quarterback, it has to come with a high degree of certainty.
Right, and with the Vikings picking at 11, they're asking themselves, all right, do we really need to move up and give up everything to get to 4 or 5 to make that selection of what we all assume would be J.J. McCarthy? Or do we feel comfortable that, you know what, we like Penix too, and if we stay here at 11, then we'll get Penix. If you let the quarterback go and nobody trades up, the Giants at 6, are the Giants the team that jumps on J.J. McCarthy? I mean, it would seem like that could be logical. I mean, there's a lot of chicken you could be playing, and you don't know. Maybe the Raiders decide they want to move up, and they're going to be the team that trades into 4 or 5. But that's why the draft is so much fun. When you have a quarterback-heavy draft, and there are teams that need quarterbacks,
they get desperate.
There's a lot of movement that can happen, and it's going to be a lot of fun for the first 90 minutes of the draft with all the moves that could take place.
We all know the draft value chart. You kind of throw that out the window when quarterbacks are involved because there's an extra premium. Does anyone have the actual value on the premium value on a quarterback? Did Jimmy Johnson come out with that at all? Because when a quarterback's involved, look at the Trey Lance deal. My God, the Niners gave up everything and got away with it because Brock Purdy saved their asses.
Yeah.
So you can get away with it, but it's not that's not the norm. That's the exception to the rule. Brock Purdy, don't get this twisted. He saved John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan's ass.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Yep.
And because Trey Lance is, I don't even know if he's still on the Cowboys roster or not, but he's not, he might be in the UFL pretty soon. But they got Brock Purdy. So, but the point is, to go back to Trey Lance, is, teams are willing to give up anything and everything for someone that is unproven. But the position is so premium.
Yep. And San Francisco traded 3 first-round picks for nothing. Not figuratively nothing, literally nothing. Trey Lance had 0 impact on their organization. And that's incredible that they are where they are today, given that. But this is what really good organizations do. Remember, right before Seattle's run, they drafted Aaron Curry, signed Matt Flynn to a huge deal, and traded for Percy Harvin. These guys had almost no impact on their Super Bowl teams. But they were good enough in other ways, and mostly, if you look at their drafts, it was mid to late round picks that crushed it. And in San Francisco's case, it was a late round pick that saved their bacon.
Well, the 2018 draft is interesting. A friend of mine just sent me a text message that included a story on how upset the Bills fans were in 2018 when they drafted Josh Allen with the 7th pick overall when they could have had Josh Rosen.
Really?
Who went 3 picks later to the Arizona Cardinals at 10. And what happened the next year?
Well, I mean, Rosen got drafted over by Kyler.
Right.
Yeah, they took Kyler Murray.
Anything can happen in the draft. There's no such thing as a sure thing. Now, you can feel very confident about what you have, but it's a friendly reminder. The Bears give up a ton for Trubisky and all that, and it's you don't know. You don't really know.
So as I sit here and think about, all right, Lions are in this division. We don't need the Vikings to suck. We don't need that. But what would be the worst case scenario for Minnesota? Is the worst case scenario for Minnesota, they can't pull off the trade up. They can't go get the quarterback they want. JJ goes goes to the Giants at 6, and then somebody else moves up to take Michael Penix, and they're sitting there and they got no quarterback.
I think the worst case scenario for the Vikings is whoever let's say they do trade up. They trade up and it's a bust.
They empty the bank.
And it was not worth it. Then they end up with their own Josh Rosen.
That's a good one too. Now, I mean, the Vikings right now feel like in the division the least of our concerns. They've got some talent, but whoever, if they bring in the rookie quarterback and he has Justin Jefferson to throw to,
well, and others,
yeah, and others, and Hawk. But it feels like a position where a young quarterback wouldn't mind being.
I think a young quarterback would love to be in Minnesota right now. I mean, that team is that's a lot of offensive talent there.
Over 300 votes now. You can vote at DunGator971. Which scenario do you prefer the most? The trade down scenario with the USA Today mock, where Detroit trades 29 to Vegas for 44 and 77. A second and a third rounder, or the trade up scenario where Detroit trades 29-61, their second rounder, and a future third rounder for Indianapolis's pick at 15 and 117, a fourth rounder. Which deal would you prefer? The trade up crowd, 65.1% of the vote. The trade down crowd, 34.9%. Maddie writes us, I'm trading down. It's to move back like 3 or 4 spots, not 15. You trade with whoever wants to trade up. You can't get to choose. You don't get to dictate which teams want to trade with you, unfortunately. But in this particular case, I think Vegas wants Michael Penix there. Sean writes in, I'm for whatever coach and the team wants to do. It's probably not a bad place to be. From 4T1463, I trade up, take a defensive back or defensive end. So the thing about that is when you look at getting, if they move up, if they do the USA Today deal, I'm sorry, the Pro Football Focus deal, and get Dallas Turner, okay, that's fine too. I mean, Dallas Turner, James Houston, somebody's going to merge over there. They really will be kind of stacking the deck a little bit to find a edge rusher opposite, and you can see how there might be solutions opposite of our guy Aiden Hutchinson. What?
Did you feel that? I think was that an aftershock?
Here we go.
Did you feel that?
No, Gator, I didn't actually.
Yeah, let me see if my carbonated beverage is making noise. It's not. I thought I felt something.
Someday there's going to be an earthquake of some size here in Metro Detroit, and Gator's going to go, guys, I actually did feel it. But in the meantime,
I thought I felt something there.
But in the meantime, Gator thinks most people lie. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brian. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hello, Doug.
Hi,
hello, Gator.
Hello, Brian.
He's from Sault Ste. Marie, Gator. How are you?
I'm well.
Gator, I still think you should do that 2 Grand Slam every day. I tell you, the hell with Costa. Because I tell you, when it comes to sports and entertainment, you are a gentleman and a scholar, sir.
Well, thank you.
I must say.
I do my best as long as there's no NBA questions.
Okay, all right. Or Denzel Washington questions. Anyway.
I got those.
All right.
Doug just
My champ, I don't know if you guys seen it or not, the Oakland University baseball team. They were playing Northern Kentucky, okay?
So the catch.
And the Northern Kentucky baseball player, which I don't know who it was, hit a long drive for a home run, and left fielder robbed the Northern Kentucky from a home run. And when he came back down, the ball flipped up in the air, it back into play, and the center fielder caught it.
It was incredible.
He dove to catch it. It was remarkable.
No, he robbed a player of a home run over the center
fielder.
I'm saying
the center fielder
once the left fielder brought it back in, he lost control of it. The center fielder had to dive for it. It was a remarkable catch.
Yes, I saw it on SportsCenter.
It was a number one play.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yep.
So, and I really didn't have a chump, but I guess I'll chump whoever hates the Lions uniforms, because you know what? I wish it never would have changed them after the Bear years, and they left it the same anyway. So there.
Yeah, they kind of looked. They're closer to the Barry years than they are to this year. Like they've thrown it back a little bit. Those look like Silverdome uniforms.
They
to
look
me.
good. They look good.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson Draft Week, Monday, 97.1 The Ticket. What an exciting week here in Metro Detroit. For the rest of the week, Tuesday through Friday, we will be operating from our draft headquarters in downtown Detroit, site of this week's National Football League draft. Thursday night, first round, and Friday, second and third rounds. It just a great thing for our city to be able to host and once again shine. The part of this, I remember during Sunday Night Football, Tarika was doing a game and they were showing night shots of Detroit, and it looked great. It really did.
Mm-hmm.
And people commented on how great Detroit looked. And we get that stage again. And so it's definitely cool to make people see that perhaps some of your perceptions of our city are a bit off. We all know how great Southeast Michigan is and how great our state is, but we're in the rotation now, and we got to do something like this. And it's funny. I mentioned I think it was 2021 that it got announced, and you go, that's awesome. It's a long way off, but it's awesome that we're going to get to host the draft. And it was portrayed at the time as we get to host what is called our Super Bowl. And the reason is because our football team, for the bulk of our adult life, gave us nothing really to be proud of and fired up about. And so every year the draft, which is filled with intrigue for every NFL team, but the draft became our Super Bowl and got called our Super Bowl because it was hope that the Lions were going to add a cornerstone player that would help build a championship caliber team. And then the year we get it gets announced years ahead of time, but the year that the draft is coming here, the draft is no longer the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl is our Super Bowl. Right. They could actually put a team on the field next year that's going to go to the Super Bowl. And it could be a team that it certainly is expected to be a team that's in the conversation, which is awesome. It's great. We don't have to, we're going to lean into the draft all week, but this isn't like the launching point of what we hope. We're hoping for a final touch. We're hoping for that missing link that puts us over the top, right? It's completely different. The year we get it is the first year in forever that we are doing this. We are looking for the final piece instead of how do we get out of this malaise? How do we get out of the fluids of despair?
Oh, boy. Yeah, it's fun to be a Lions fan right now.
Mm-hmm.
You get rewarded by some NFL love. You got Roger Goodell's all over the place with Eminem doing all these, viral spots in preparation for the draft. The city is getting a bit of a makeover and has really overgone a large part of a transformation for what seems now like 15 years. And maybe more, but to see how far the city has come from just the last Super Bowl in 2006 when it was here, it's remarkable. And looking forward to showing things off a little bit more, and looking forward to seeing what more progress is going to be made after the draft is done. Because it's not just what's happening right there at Campus Martius for this week. It's how they've invested in the surrounding areas in Southwest Detroit and other areas. It's really a nice story to see how they continue to take it.
So the last time the Lions in our lifetime have been to 2 NFC title games. Obviously this past year against San Francisco, and the other one back in 1992 after the 91 season when they lost at Washington. And so that was a draft where we were picking near the bottom of the first round. The Lions that year were picking 26. Do you remember who they took?
Trying to think of that one. So it's not Porsche. Porsche, I think, was the year prior. Or was it Robert Porsche?
It was Robert Porsche. Yep. They took Robert Porsche.
Good pick. Really good pick.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at other guys that went after that.
It's always going to hurt yourself when you do something like that.
I know. Darren Woodson.
Oh, is he good?
Yeah. Yeah, there are a couple of guys. The Lions got Tracy Scroggins in the second round.
Yeah, they Scroggins.
And the Lions actually had a second rounder. God, it's funny. They took Jason Hanson. That was the Jason Hanson draft.
That was worth it.
Is actually, I mean, Porsche, good player, Jason Hanson. With a second round pick, they took a kicker. And yet, kind of get it.
Yeah, well,
I don't think they're taking Reichard, the kicker from Alabama, in the second round, but there has been some discussion of them going kicker in this draft at some point.
Their kicker is kicking for the Panthers right now, right?
Well, they can't officially talk to him.
No.
But Jake Bates, you're out there. We're interested.
Still kicking long field goal. I think I kicked another one this weekend, didn't he?
Did he really?
I don't know how long it was, but I think he did get on the board again.
Well, there you go.
No, the box scores aren't easily found as the NFL box scores.
No.
So strong it caused an earthquake, boys.
That's right.
Yeah.
His leg is strong.
That's how big the leg is. So anyway, we are looking at this completely differently. And the fact of the matter is, this is where you want to be. You want to be near the bottom of the first round. But is this pick likely to be the missing link? I don't know. Brad Holmes stresses depth. Brad Holmes has a good finger on the pulse of contracts that are going to expire. Maybe the smartest pick. We've had a lot of talk about Blake Frazier, the offensive lineman from West Virginia. If he is the pick, that feels like a futures card more than a now card. And I don't think anybody be mad about it. It gets talked about as a very smart pick based upon needs in the interior of the offensive line and the kind of player that he is considered to be. Zach Frazier. I said Blake Frazier. Zach Frazier. That's not a missing link. That is a wise future play and an emergency break glass. If you need him this year, he can play now. The center/guard from West Virginia. But the move that we've been discussing for people just flipping their radio on, there were 2 mocks today with trades. The USA Today had the Lions trading down. This is the second time we've seen this. I don't know if this means there's any smoke to it or just is logical. Vegas trades their second and third round pick for Detroit's pick at 29 to take Michael Penix. Detroit ends up with 2 seconds and 2 thirds, including one near the top of the second, the 12th pick of the second round. The other mock that we were talking about is the trade up scenario, where Pro Football Focus has Detroit trading 29, 61, their second rounder, and a future third rounder to Indy at 15, along with Indy's fourth rounder at 117. And Detroit takes Quinyon Mitchell, but also on the board would be at the top there would be Jared Verse, Dallas Turner, Cooper DeJean, any of the defensive tackles.
They got options if you move up to 15. There's a lot of options.
It would be an extraordinarily aggressive move, and it would be your dream scenario because you want Quinyon Mitchell.
I do. And again, I don't mind if they were to take a number of other players that spot, but Mitchell's the guy I'd want. And at some point, you find yourself in a position where you can afford to trade up because you've built a lot of depth on this team. You've taken advantage of 3 draft classes already. And I think that's exactly what the Lions have done. They're in a position where they can trade up. You think of this trade scenario is really, you're not giving up that much. You're giving up a second round pick and you're giving up a third rounder in the future. Okay. And?
Well, ideally, look, once you get to where the Lions are, it becomes, if you want to stay here, you've really got to be good in rounds other than the first round. You've got to find players that can play that don't cost you as much. And if you look at the draft boards that Brad Holmes built for Les Snead in LA, the GM there, they did really well in the middle rounds because they didn't have first round pick. They didn't have a first round pick for, I think it was 4 years. And so it's incredibly important that you get those picks right. And he's done a good job so far. And it's why you might be okay with moving, getting that fourth rounder back in the one scenario with the Pro Football Focus scenario. It's actually kind of a big deal if you ask me. Because those are the picks that then populate your roster that become incredibly important moving forward. So 248-539-9797. Which scenario do you prefer? Do you want to see him trade up, trade back? In the meantime, it's Mondays, which means Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump on the weekend. Who should be singled out for having a great weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We got some Tiger stuff we're going to mix in as they took 2 of 3 from Minnesota. That coming up this hour as well. Plus our quick thoughts on the spring games for Michigan and Michigan State. All that here in the noon hour. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Talking a lot about the first round pick and what the Lions should do as far as if there is movement. Trade up or trade down. Which do you prefer? 248-539-9797. I want to bring something else up. Actually, let me get to these texts because a lot of people have texted in. Andy writes in, when Brad cooks and we eat, it's been pretty damn delicious. So if I were going to let Brad cook, I'd say give the man more ingredients, trade down, and give him more picks. Okay. Yep, I hear you. Unnamed texter, why is linebacker depth not talked about as a need this offseason? Are we comfortable with Barnes and Rodrigo as our third and fourth linebackers?
Yes.
Actually, yeah.
I feel pretty good about that.
Yeah. I feel really good about it.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, if best player available is in play, okay, and a lot of people do think it's in play, as we get into the second round, I could totally see them taking a linebacker if they really mean it. The kid from Texas A&M doesn't seem to have a lot of scenarios where he's going in the first round, and he's widely regarded as one heck of a player, Edgerrin Cooper. And there's another player that around the line, second round pick I've seen go. Anyway, so in the second round, look, I think if position and talent match up, like one of the positions that seems that I think the second round is going to provide a lot of talent at the wide receiver spot. And if you ask me, what position I think is likely to be on the Lions board if I had to pick, I'd pick wide receiver. And it's not because of need. It's because of BPA. You know, when we did but it also happens to be a need. We had a 2-round mock a week ago where, 11, 13 receivers, something like that, were off the board before the Lions picked in the second round.
Yeah.
Which speaks to, at one position, making up 13 of 73 picks. I think it's 73, right? Is that what the Lions second rounder is? 73. To one position make up that many guys, like that tells me deep position. Wide receiver in the second round, if I had to predict what position.
Third round pick, by the way, is 73.
That's
it. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. The second round, their second round pick is
61.
61. Thank you. Sorry. There were 13 picks before 61 at wide receiver.
Yeah, I'm just going through the top 100 prospects from Jeff Legworld, who writes for ESPN, and I'm getting to once you get outside of the top 40, 42, Malachi Corley, wide receiver, Western Kentucky. 43, Xavier Legette, wide receiver, South Carolina. 44, Troy Franklin, wide receiver, Oregon. 46, Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida. But that's 4 out of 5 picks in the middle there, middle 40s. And then you get Roman Wilson at 49.
Is Keon Coleman a second rounder? Is Ladd McConkey a second rounder?
Right.
I mean, that's a lot of talent at the wide receiver spot.
And if you're already getting a bunch of these teams taking them in the first round, wide receiver is a position that could all of a sudden you get value in perhaps even the third round because teams aren't going to want to double down a wide receiver, and other teams may not feel like they need one in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, if they check the box in round 1, and there are a lot of wide receivers at the top of round 1, right? So if you come away with Marvin Harrison Jr. or Malik Neighbors or Roma Dunze at the top of the first round, when you're on the clock in the second round, you're not taking a wide receiver. I'm highly improbable that they would do that.
I feel very strongly that when we come to do the show on Friday, after the first round is all said and done, that there are going to be at least a trio of wide receivers that we're going to say, wow, these guys are available. And it may be the aforementioned Ladd McConkey and Keon Coleman, maybe Xavier Worthy. But I think you're going to find a trio of wide receivers who will all be like, maybe not so bad.
Friday's show on Monday. Yeah, I agree. I think we're going to be talking about wide receiver on Friday.
It seems like, I like a lot of those guys. Jalen Polk.
Yeah.
Who's just going to dip?
McMillan.
Yeah, there's so many of them.
Guys.
It'd be it's almost like, Doug, you could almost shoot the boot, like that they're going to draft a receiver.
So we all promised that we were all going to do it. So, Kang, why don't you do it?
Why don't you? Oh, yeah, I'll do one. I'll do one for sure. This isn't the one for me, but I was just throwing out the maybe for you. I don't know. You were close. Weren't you close?
I was really close on the trade up thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that, though, because of expectations. You don't know who wants to trade back. It's too much of an unknown variable for it to make sense.
What about just a trade?
I actually like predicting a day 2 wide receiver more than the trade up thing. Given this draft and given what the GM says.
I hear what you're saying.
I'm not going to rush into any rash decisions. And I also,
rash. You've already made the decision, which is good. I'm proud of you.
I also will not be bullied.
There's no bullying.
But you know what the thing is? Your idea is a good one. Yeah. I'm not gonna dismiss. You came up with a good idea, and maybe that will be mine. We will all have one before the week is done. More feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. Terrion Arnold is the top corner in this draft and the only corner worth trading up for. Quinyon Mitchell's not significantly better than Kool-Aid or Wiggins or DeJean. That's from an unnamed texter.
Well, I would say this to unnamed texter. You have no idea. I have no idea. Doug has no idea. Don't make an absolute statement like that. He's the only guy we're trading up for because you have no clue, and neither do I. We have our preferences, and that's it. period.
Well, and in this mock, Terrion Arnold is off the board. So, I mean, maybe that speaks to you being right that he's better. But if you can't get high enough in the draft to take Terrion Arnold, does that mean you don't trade up for the next guy who you might love? From an unnamed texter, the Lions' offensive line is getting old and injured. They need to address it in this draft and not next year. That's the Zach Frazier pick.
Well,
that's the Jackson Powers Johnson pick.
Yeah, I think they draft at least one offensive lineman. You know, you get an interior guy who's got versatility, and maybe you go for another guy who's got the versatility of playing inside-outside. But I think that they'll draft at least one of them, maybe even two offensive linemen.
And going back real quick to the Terrion Arnold versus Quinyon Mitchell thing, even if Mitchell's your second-rated cornerback, okay, you don't have to get the best player in each position group to have a successful draft. Do you think Jahmyr Gibbs was a good pick? He was apparently the second best running back after Bijan Robinson, right?
Yep.
I'll take Gibbs all day. I think for what he did for this team. And so if they happen, if Arnold's off the board and they identify Mitchell as the next best cornerback and they really want him, don't feel slighted because you didn't get the number one corner on most people's boards.
Well, I like to call it a non-variable, and that it is he's the best player in the draft. Some drafts, the best player in the draft at a position isn't even worth taking. Some years there's like 6 guys that are all pretty close to the best. Every draft is different. Next text. Tell Gator that I felt the earthquake in Bad Axe. The whole house shook.
Did you?
Knocked me off my feet in Fenton. That's from Joe.
In Fenton. Yeah, it did. Way to go, Joe. I hope you got back up, Joe.
There was a earthquake 2.3 on the Richter scale, which is barely measurable, but it did happen just south of the Toledo airport.
Yeah.
Gator, I definitely felt it. Pictures were falling off the walls, car alarms blaring, dogs and cats living in harmony. That's from Scott in Carlton, which is down Toledo way.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
From an unnamed texter, guys, you're not going to believe this, but at 11:15 for 30 seconds, the picture I have of Gator on my wall fell off.
Well, that I can believe. I mean, that's just poor job of putting up a picture frame. That's all. That's trusting one of those command sticks and it didn't work for you, or you just didn't hammer it rightly.
Champ and Chump Boats here. Champ the Lions, great jersey relaunch. Chump the Lions, really sad they retired last year's retro helmets already. Has that been confirmed, by the way?
I don't think that's been confirmed.
Yeah, because that rumor's out there, and I've seen people say RIP to those retro helmets. I don't think that's been confirmed.
I don't think it's been confirmed, and this is a great helmet, too. This new blue one with the black lion on it looks fantastic.
You know what the blue helmet reminds me of? It reminds me of like... there's a place that we play laser tag up north when we take the kids and go out, and they have a place to go laser. They're not as much anymore because our kids are growing up. And it's all black light. Those blue helmets look like they're black lit. Like there's something kind of neonish about them. I like it. Champ Nelly Corda for her 5th win in a row. Her swing is video game perfect. Chump is MLB for not finding a way to fire Angel Hernandez, who had another horrible week. It's from Ryan.
Again? Yep. You know what's interesting, Angel Hernandez stuff, is that on social media, it feels like there's a real concerted effort by people in the baseball media to point out everything that he's done wrong.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with it because I think he's a joke and he should have been gone long ago. But it feels like this year is different. Like everybody's ganging up on him, and maybe they're going to try to force Major League Baseball to do something about it finally.
Yeah, it's weird because, it's either an unfair attack, like all umpires miss the same amount of calls, and for some reason Angel Hernandez gets, but I don't think it is. I wonder about his continued employability.
I also wonder how far away we really are from having the robot strike zone. The way they're calling it in the minors. If it's set up, and if you think if as a pitcher or the catcher or the ump, I guess, or the batter, I guess, if any one of the 3 disagrees with the call, they can call for an appeal, and it's handed down immediately because it's done by the laser zone or whatever. I think we're not too far away from that. And judging by the game yesterday with the Tigers, the home plate umpire was all over the place.
Yeah.
And for both teams, and he was inconsistent too. That's the kind of game that you're like, all right, let's just get there. Okay, umpire's there to make, the obvious calls, strikes and balls. And if you can't get that right, then we're going to have to resort to the backup. And it's going to call into question your abilities. But the way they do it in the minor leagues, it's so easy. Somebody taps their helmet. Okay, let's go. And yeah, you're right. It was a strike. I called it a ball. Next.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback, Champ and Chump. Trade up or trade down? What appeals to you more? Feedback still coming in. Voting at Doug and Gator 971 on Twitter. We'll get to that coming up. And some Tigers discussion. Decent week. Decent weekend. Still above 500. We will get to that at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, I know we just made it through the weekend, but that doesn't mean the party has to end. Twin Peaks is starting draft week off early with tons of drink specials all week long, like the $5 House Bloody Marys, margaritas, and Long Islands. Keep the fun going with happy hour at Twin Peaks. There really isn't a bar in the state that can touch their happy hour. Monday through Thursday from 2 to 6 and 10 to close. They offer up some of the best deals in town on some of your favorite foods and drinks. $3 Wells, $4 tall domestics, and $3 shots all pair with scratch-made favorites like the mozzarella cheese bites, fried pickles, queso, crispy mini tacos, and more. You can get a shot of beer, an app, and some tacos for less than $20. Let me repeat that. A shot of beer, an app, and tacos for less than $20. What'd you rather do, sit in bumper-to-bumper traffic while they're fixing the damn roads, or hang out with the beautiful Twin Peaks girls while taking advantage of that kind of awesome food and drink price? Twin Peaks, to find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. That's twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Gator, I'm not the biggest snack guy. You know, I got my favorites.
Yeah.
Cheese popcorn, love cheese popcorn.
Yeah.
Fritos just tweeted something out.
Oh, Fritos.
Yep. I didn't realize
Chili cheese Fritos are great.
I didn't realize Fritos had had seasonal items.
Okay, I didn't know if I knew that either.
Fritos just tweeted out, the coming of spring means honey barbecue flavor twists for us.
Was it delicious? It's only a seasonal thing?
Apparently, according to Fritos' official Twitter account. But let me say, almost all Fritos, almost all corn chips, to me are great. I think the honey barbecue flavor twists are the absolute best that Fritos has to offer. And I had no idea that they were seasonal. Kang, did you know that? Did you know that the flavor twists, the honey barbecue, were seasonal?
No idea. I thought that was part of the rotation for sure.
Regular lineup.
Why is that seasonal?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm going through all the Fritos products that they have right now for like the actual Frito chips. They have the originals. They got the scoops, which, by the way, the Frito scoops, I love the Frito scoops for dips.
They're like industrial strong.
They're great.
Too. You can't break one of those.
Nothing against the Tostitos, but the Tostitos ones they do break. You know, it's a little cup and it's great. Those are great for like salsa, but like for a 7-layer dip, you need the Frito scoops. And then they have the jalapeno corn chips, lightly salted corn chips, the aforementioned flavor twist with the honey barbecue. Those are
seasonal.
They are really tasty. My favorite are the chili cheese flavored ones, and then they have Flamin' Hot. I've never had the Flamin' Hot. I'm not a big fan of Flamin' Hot, but I do like the chili cheese ones.
Well, keep your eye open. Keep your eye.
They usually have them in the bistro in the back.
Do they? Because I've looked back there. I haven't noticed.
Well, if they're seasonal,
that's why.
Maybe that's why.
Maybe we'll go check next commercial break and see if they're back.
I'm working up a hunger for some.
I mean, I'm not
the chili cheese anymore.
If I were more of a snack guy, I'd probably be lobbying Fritos pretty hard to make those things year round.
Maybe you should. Maybe you should make a stand.
You know, it's interesting. I don't go with a lot of public. You know, put my foot down. This might be one.
Well, the snack size isn't going to hurt you, right? The what hurts you with the chips is when you get the big bag, and then you realize after 15 minutes you've gone through almost the whole bag. That's a problem. The snack size, you get like 15 chips in it. It's harmless. It's just something to tie you over. When you're making a meal, then you got issues.
Yeah, it's the same thing with the Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah.
Did I just eat a whole box? That can't be good for
I think
me.
you're supposed to, though, with Thin Mints.
You think you're supposed to eat the whole box? Serving size, one box?
Exactly. At least one sleeve.
Here's to Fritos making the honey barbecue twists year round.
They're tasty.
Yep. All right, 248-539-9797. We said we'd get to some Tiger stuff. Look, they took 2 or 3 from Minnesota. They lost no ground on 500 in the Minnesota and Texas and Minnesota series, which I think is kind of a big deal. Not to do anything other than, we're looking for early season signs that they aren't going to be awful right out of the gate. We've talked about this. It's been well documented. 24 games under 500 before we got to May in each of the last 3 years, which is incredible ineptitude to open a season. These were expected to be the toughest 3 games. Minnesota maybe they won't be as good as everybody suspected. They were kind of the overwhelming favorite in the American League Comedy Central, but they are struggling, firmly ensconced in 4th place. But it's early. I still suspect they're going to be a pretty good baseball team. Taking 2 of 3 from them is not anything to sneeze at. They lost no ground on 500 in this stretch. It's not going to get easier going to Tampa here, but I mean, some good stuff happened this weekend. Torque starting to hit the ball. Casey Mize, 6 innings pitched, 5 hits, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. His splitter was pretty good. He was hitting 97 on the gun repeatedly. Casey Mize, are we starting to see what Casey Mize is supposed to be?
Yes, we are. And he's got more velocity than he's ever had, and that's an added weapon for him. By the way, the Tigers, they were 1 below 500 through that stretch because they played the Rangers 4 times, lost 3 out of 4 to to the Rangers, and they split against the Twins and then to beat the Twins. But nonetheless, they didn't lose a ton of ground. They're still above 500. I love what I've seen from Casey Mize. There's a reason you were taking 1-1. You had talent. Let's realize that talent, but have had to rework his mechanics a bit because of the injury issues. And he's come back, and he's coming back throwing harder than ever. And his other pitches are really starting to develop. And every outing, he's gotten better. And now he goes scoreless in the outing yesterday, right? 6 scoreless innings.
Mm-hmm.
Outstanding. And it's pretty great.
Yep.
It's pretty great when you're asking for more greatness from guys that you expected from at some point. 1-1, yeah, I expected Casey Mize to hit it.
And by hit, you mean just hit as a draft pick.
Yes. Yeah.
Not hit at the plate. Torque is the one we expect to hit at the plate. Evan Petzold tweeted out, Spencer Torkelson has recorded his highest 4 exit velocities on 68 balls in play in the past 6 days, with today's 7th inning double at 106.5 miles per hour, ranking 4th on the list. So that's a good sign as well. Look, there are bats that can give them more.
That's one.
And Riley Green is getting on base. If he's not hitting for average, he's getting on base. And Baez is actually had a decent weekend. I mean, it wasn't great on the air, but made an incredible play with the double play where he flipped it with the ball still in glove to get the double play ball. Hey, man, if the pitching stays, and one of the things about the pitching is the Tiger bullpen has been lights out. I think the Dickerson stat yesterday in the radio broadcast was that Chafin has like a 2.03 ERA, which is the worst in the bullpen. The worst is really good. That's why the bullpen was my champ of the weekend.
Yeah, Chafin's ERA, it's not 2.80, it's 2.08.
I said 2.03.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, 208 to me, that's unbelievable. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
That, yes, and every other relief pitcher has a sub-2 ERA on the team. And then you look at Skubal as a starter, 2.28. Matt Manning in spot duty, 2.92. Casey Mize now at 2.95. That's pretty amazing. And so then you have Olsen, Flaherty, and Maeda bringing up the rear. And we've seen really good out of Flaherty. We've seen not so good out of Flaherty, but we've seen really good out of Flaherty. We've also seen really good out of Reese Olson. We still have yet to see really good out of Maeda.
248-539-9797. They open a series with the Tampa Bay Rays tonight. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 97-1, the ticket.
Well, you want to take care of that yard, make sure it's great all season long. And look, we've got the springtime right now, and the summer is heating up. We know what's up. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. I hope you already called them, because if you had, then look, dandelions aren't an issue, right? But for a limited time only, a purchase full lawn program, you get free grub control when you mention my name and the station's 97.1 the ticket. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. Get on the schedule right now, because the warm weather does bring dandelions about, and dandelions will rob your lawn of water and nutrients. They are a nuisance. You got to stop them before they go to seed. Plus, it's not too late to treat for crabgrass as well. You call now, you get a beautiful weed-free lawn all summer long. I've gone through my neighborhood, and I see some dandelions in other people's yards. I'm like, oh, that's a shame. They should have called Natural Way. They still can. Give them a call right now. 888-GET-GREEN. It's a locally owned company for over 30 years. They don't give you the runaround at anything, or they tell you it's one thing, and then all of a sudden you realize, oh, no, sorry, it was this. They have people that know what they're doing. They tailor specifically for your lawn using high-quality products and the high-quality expertise that they bring. 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Give them a call today. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. NFL Draft. It is Thursday. And, of course, we'll be broadcasting from our draft headquarters in downtown Detroit at Buffalo Wild Wings all week long, starting tomorrow. We will be there Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday from 10 to 2, Friday from 10 to 12:40, leading into Tiger baseball. And we'll be there Thursday night from 8 till midnight, broadcasting the first round, anchoring coverage. You can count on 97.1 The Ticket on this draft week here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. There is apparently some belief that I misread Frito's tweet. The coming of spring means honey barbecue flavor twist for us. Apparently, the point of this is that people like to eat them in the spring, not that they make them available in the spring.
They're available all year long?
I guess.
Delicious.
That would make more sense,
It
right?
would make more sense, but I don't know why they tweeted this. I think this is very misleading, Fritos.
Yeah, it's not like you can only harvest them in the in a certain time. Like they make them, right? They
Well, hold on. The
Harvest.
The McRib, you can make the McRib year round, and they don't.
That's marketing. That's not a seasonal thing.
Yeah,
I think that's whenever
I
they
do
feel
wonder
like-
this though, because the twist is it's a nice vessel for the flavoring it, right?
Yep.
Why don't they do the twist for the chili cheese? It's just chili cheese Fritos. They don't have the twist for that.
I've wondered that myself. Maybe they don't want people to get confused at what they're buying. There's a picture on the front. The twists are honey barbecue, and the chili cheese are just a regular corn chip.
It's like when you buy combos and you just grab a package and you think, oh, pizza, here we go. But you realize afterwards you didn't get the pizza pretzel ones, but you got just the pizza cracker ones.
Mm-hmm.
Different.
It's a big disappointment for
Is
you.
it?
Yeah.
It is.
For Gator, it is, Doug.
Yeah.
Don't downplay it.
I'm not.
I don't think they put as much stuff. I don't think they put as much of that pizza stuff in the middle of that.
Look,
cheese.
I don't hold it against anybody what their favorite snack food is. And I don't think anyone judges me based on what I eat, right?
Oh, never.
nobody,
No.
No, what?
No, not
This
us.
guy?
No. Not the listeners.
No.
Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. My champ of the weekend was a Tiger bullpen. 9 innings pitched, 5 hits, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts, 1 earned run. My chump, Kenta Maeda, last start versus Texas, 2 2/3, 7 hits, 5 earned runs. Gator, your champ and chump?
My champ was Max Clark. He's really started to heat up with the Tigers down in Lakeland. It's single A. He's come up with, I believe it's 9 hits in his last 5 games. He's raised his batting average up from 136 to 286. It's early in the season there, but he's also got 12 RBIs in 13 games. And he's hitting like second in the lineup. Max Clark's doing some good things now.
And your chump?
My chump are the Boston Bruins because I'm still going to be pissed that they didn't give it all they could have against the Washington Capitals towards the end of the season. And even though the Red Wings had more wins than Washington, they still don't get into the playoffs. And I blame the Boston Bruins for that. Now Boston's playing like great hockey against Toronto, which I can appreciate in the playoffs, but really you should have done it last Saturday.
You champed Max Clark. Did you see Jace Young hit his 4th home run of the team leading 4th home run for the Toledo Mud Hens yesterday?
I did.
And Keston Hiura, 7 of 9 Saturday.
Oh, he's killing it. He's hitting like 330 or something down there, and waiting for his opportunity. That's a professional player, though. Is he a 4A player or is he actually a major leaguer? Keston Hiura, who's done a really nice job.
Meanwhile, the Tigers called up Doc Kennedy, and he hit a home run for them.
Buddy Kennedy.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Rich and Shelby. You're next. Hi, Rich.
Hey, Doug, Gator, Kang. Happy draft week, guys.
Happy draft week.
Here we go.
This is the Rich who Doug said was a complete psycho for doing the shoot the boot off of Jansen's flip-flop. So I will honor that since I shot my mouth off, and whenever we can arrange it, I'll make it happen.
Yeah,
I will.
What was your
bite the
guarantee
bullet.
again? What was your guarantee? I forgot.
I said I would drink a warm Stroh's using John Jansen's flip flop as a beer luge.
What had to happen?
Yeah, what was the bet?
I said the Wings would make the playoffs.
Oh, okay.
That was
All right.
my
There it is. Yeah.
That was my guarantee.
Yeah,
so Gator, I'm with you, man. I blame Boston, right?
I'm starting to blame you, Rich, but I got it. Yeah.
No. Anyway, I got my champ and chump, and my champ is Ken Cal for his calls during the Toronto games, the 2 Montreal games. I know he went through his illness during the season, and he was dearly missed for 3 weeks. and stuff. And I know you guys love Kenny Cal, and I did have the pleasure of meeting him back in 2010 at a Red Wing event, and he was telling stories, and he is just the greatest guy.
He's an amazing guy. He's a tremendous storyteller. He's a guy you want at a party. He's got party tricks he knows and all this. He's so engaging, and he's an awesome guy and a great play-by-play voice.
Yep, Kenny Cal, awesome. And my chump is Gary Bettman and the NHL and the player, the safety protocol. We physically watched it when Austin Matthews fell backwards in the second period off a Nylander and smashed his head on the back of the wall. He was woozy getting up. They didn't do any concussion protocol or stop the game, and Matthews stayed on the ice. And it just goes against all of the player safety stuff. And I know Austin Matthews, Connor McDavid, those guys are all star players. We want to see them play, and I don't want to see anybody hurt. As much as I can't stand the Toronto Maple Leafs, and I'm glad they're going to get swept in the first round, but you got to think about player safety, right?
Yeah, one would think. There is it's funny, Gator. There's a lot of people in Boston got pounded Toronto, and Toronto notorious for their playoff failures.
What?
I saw this on social media. There's a sports bar in Vancouver that apparently is famous for their hatred of the Toronto Maple Leafs. And they have like a marquee, and on the marquee this weekend it said, "Come watch all 4 Maple Leaf playoff games here."
Oh, that's mean.
It is mean.
It's funny, but it's mean.
Given what we've been through here in Detroit with our Lions, it really does feel like Toronto is they're the Lions of the NHL, right? I guess they make the playoffs a lot more, but all right. So just updating people on our Twitter poll, and you can go vote and comment at DunganGator971. There are 2 mock drafts that came out today. One from the USA Today, one from Pro Football Focus. The USA Today, for the second time, we've seen this mock trade with Detroit trading the pick at 29 to Las Vegas for their second and third round picks, 44 and 77. Vegas moves up to take Michael Penix. Detroit then would walk away with 44, 61, 73, and 77. So 4 picks in the second and third round on day 2. Or Pro Football Focus's mock has Detroit trading number 29, number 61, and a future third rounder for number 15 and number 117. 15. Move up to 15 and also get a 4th rounder out of the deal. Which deal would you prefer right now? The trade up crowd, 65.1%, leading the trade down crowd at 34.9%. This is, again, another sign of how things have changed. Gator, every single year we have ever done this, everybody wanted to trade down all the time. This year, trade up.
Right.
Trade up has it.
Well, because now we're picking 29th. It's been a long time since Lions have had to pick way back. So 100%. Yeah, let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time was this the linebacker that they took from Florida who didn't pan out?
What are you talking about?
The last time the Lions picked this late or towards the end of the first round? I can't remember his name. It was like
you want Jared Davis?
Yeah.
Jared Davis. Yeah. Is that the last time?
In the 20s, you're saying? 20 or
Yeah.
later?
Well, Ragnow went 20. Jared Davis went 21. Laken Tomlinson was a pick they had at 28.
Okay, so Tomlinson would be the guy.
Yeah, but why were they picking 28?
Was there a trade?
It had to be. What draft was that? That was 2015. One moment, please.
That's relatively recently.
Yeah, I know.
The reason I want to move up, particularly for this draft, is a couple reasons. One, there is the window thing, and not that the window shuts completely, but they're in a window right now where it's Super Bowl or bust almost, right? They were 30 minutes away from the Super Bowl last year. We know they can do it. They lost Cam Sutton. They need a cornerback opposite Carlton Davis. I want to move up and get aggressive for a cornerback. The other reason is this draft in the first round is really offensive sided, offensive lopsided. There's going to be a ton of offensive players taken, and there's only a few of these defensive players They're maybe in my book and maybe in Brad Holmes' book that are worth first-round grades. And if you wait till 29, those guys are off the board probably. So I think that you need to get aggressive and get one of those defensive players that are worth a first-round pick.
248-539-9797. Gator, there's one of our beat writers is doing, the beat writer draft.
Oh, yeah.
Where they just pick for Detroit. I want to get to that coming up. Gator participated in this once. It's one of my favorite stories.
Oh, boy.
We'll get to that today at 102 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Yeah, draft week, 97.1 A Ticket. Rumors of a big deal at the top of the draft. New England could be trading out of 3, but they're looking for a king's ransom, and they may get it. And the team that might give it to them is Minnesota. We shall see. Minnesota's kind of entering the quarterback or bust phase. And how desperate are they? Look, do they need to get up to number 3? Well, if they think there's 3 quality quarterbacks and they don't want to build around a 4th guy, I suppose it makes some sense. Lions, could they be looking at trades? You'd have to think that this week, in the here and the now, Brad Holmes is laying the foundation for Thursday and Friday. What deals might, if particular players are available, you call up a GM and you say, hey, we're looking at somebody, if you're on the clock at 15, would you be willing to move your pick? And if they say, yeah, we'd be willing to move your pick, you go, okay, I'll put something together and, maybe see if you're interested in that. Or there might work the opposite way. Teams calling the Lions and saying, hey, we're looking at a guy at the end of the first round that if he's still on the clock, without saying who it is, would you be amicable to a deal that includes A, B, and C? Yeah, we might be able to do something along those lines. And then you go, hey, things have changed. I want Putney too. And next thing you know, you get a kick returner. But at the end of the day, lots of things afoot here in Detroit. Draft is here. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson, 97.1. Again, we'll be downtown at our draft headquarters all week long, starting tomorrow. All right, so Gator, you participated once in these beat writer mock drafts. And I think it's a great story. And the funny thing is I feel like you were mistreated. But it was the year Stafford came out.
That's 2009 draft.
Mm-hmm. And you got a call from a radio station in Seattle?
Yep.
And they wanted you to be the Lions in their mock draft.
Mm-hmm.
They were going to set it up to have people from the hometowns of each.
Yep.
Had the people from the hometowns of each draft make the picks for their team.
Yep.
You were asked to be the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, they really put it to their producer to try to call 31 other places.
Yeah, Kang, how would you like it if we said we want you to do that?
There was a time.
There was.
Yeah.
That's true.
We would have done something like this.
So the Lions were picking 1-1 that year.
That's right.
And how did it go down?
Well, this wasn't like, I don't think it was the week of the draft. It was a few weeks in front of the draft. But it was well after I had made my proclamation that the Lions, and I had to shoot the boot bet that they're not going to draft Matthew Stafford first overall. And then like literally 2 days later, it became apparent that they were going to take Matthew Stafford.
Mm-hmm.
And this was still weeks before the draft. So I was committed to it, and I was going to stay committed because the way that they, worded it to me was, what would you do? And it wasn't.
Did you actually seek clarification too to say this is what I would do? Right?
I think I may have, and I did put it on myself. That's for sure. And they're like, okay, who are the Lions taking first pick of the draft? And we go to, out in Detroit, WXYT. Here is Scott Anderson. Scott, what do you got, guys? First pick, the Lions going to select linebacker, Wake Forest, Aaron Curry.
Now, let me be clear here. I'm not bringing this up in any way to embarrass you. I wanted Aaron Curry. I wanted Aaron Curry as well.
Yeah,
who lasted in the league for 6 years and had virtually no impact.
Yeah, he played a total of 48 games and had 5.5 sacks and 163 tackles during that time. Not exactly the pick. What's ironic is that that's who Seattle ended up taking in the draft, and this was a Seattle radio station was doing this. But I made the selection of Aaron Curry, and they all went, what? Because they thought for sure I was going to say Stafford. And I said, no, Aaron Curry. And they're like, wow. Well, we may have to shake things up here. That's quite a stance. I'm like, well, that's who you asked me who I'd pick, and that's who I'd pick. So when they said, all right, well, thanks, Scott. We're going to go to whoever in St. Louis had St. Louis had the next pick back when the Rams were still in St. Louis.
Mm-hmm.
So they put me on hold, and then eventually we're going to hang up on me. But I got to hear the next guy. The next guy is like, wow, really? Stafford's available? Huh. Did not see that coming. Now, I have no idea because then they hung up, and I didn't get to hear if Stafford went with the next pick, although I imagine back then it was probably, I don't know who the quarterback was in 2009 for St. Louis. But that was the story. That's what shook things up. When you go to different areas, I was not going conventional. I went with what I wanted, what I thought they should have done.
Yep. Well, you completely blew the thing up, and I actually think you irritated them, isn't it?
Well, I think it was. I think they were just shocked. Okay, did it blow up their entire draft? I think it did for a little bit. Yeah. And I think they were all excited about, Seattle, the way it shook out. I think they were all hoping they were going to get Aaron Curry. And as it went on, that's who Seattle took in the real draft. But for years after that, right around beginning of middle of April, I would get calls constantly to my cell phone from the station in Seattle.
They wanted you to do it again.
They kept wanting me to come back, and I'm like, initially I would respond to the call and say, "Yeah, guys, I can't. We're doing a show at the same," because they always wanted me at the same time.
Right?
They're like, "Yeah, can you do this at like 11 o'clock Eastern?" I'm like, "I can't." Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. I have my show is on from 10 to 2. Unfortunately, you and I have been doing this now. This is our 18th year. That's why I couldn't do it.
Key card still works.
Right. I'm like, do you want to call me ahead of time? They're like, well, that's not how it works. And we're doing the draft live. I'm like, no, I understand, but I can't do it. So it literally for almost 10 straight years, they kept calling me and wanted me to be part of it. And I was unable to do it after the first
They didn't get fired from their volunteer job. All right. So the LA Times kind of does one that's a little bit famous. They got beat writers that cover their teams. And picking for us is Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Press. You want to run down this, see what Dave does here?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to, again, we'll do like we normally do with just the big picks along the way. I guess we can go ahead and fire up the music there, Kang. Mock draft. Here we go. From the LA Times, the beat writer for the Chicago Bears takes Caleb Williams. The Washington Foot Commanders go Jaden Daniels at 2. The New England Patriots take Drake May at 3. Arizona, here's where it gets interesting. At 4, they go Marvin Harrison Jr.
All right.
Other picks of interest to Lions fans. At 6, the New York Giants take J.J. McCarthy.
Wait, so what happened? Oh, the Giants think it's 6? What happened to 5?
I skipped over Joe Alt because I don't think anybody envisions.
Okay, I was expecting Minnesota to trade up. So
no, I skip over picks that probably don't impact Detroit. If they think wide receiver, Tennessee Titans go Malik Neighbors. Louisiana State at 7. Dallas Turner, edge rusher from Alabama, goes to Atlanta at 8. I want to talk about Atlanta. Other picks of interest, Roma Dunze goes to the Jets at 10. Wide receiver from Washington. Byron Murphy, DT from Texas, goes to Minnesota at 11. Brock Bowers, tight end, goes to Denver at 12. Michael Penix goes to the Vegas Raiders at 13. That kills the trade. Other picks of interest, Quinyon Mitchell goes to Indianapolis at 15.
Come on.
Toledo corner.
Trade up.
Seattle at 16 takes Liatu Latu. At 17, Terrion Arnold, the corner from Alabama, goes to Jacksonville. Other picks.
So he's the second corner taken in this draft?
Yes. Jared Verse, edge rusher, Florida State, goes to the Rams at 19. Is it now that Quinyon Mitchell's off the board? Who do you hope drops?
Well, you just had Jared Verse go at 19. Yep. That was the next one.
For me, it's Chop.
Yeah, I think Chop is probably a good call, or maybe there's another corner.
Cooper
DeJean is another guy I like.
Miami at 21 takes Jerjon Newton, defensive tackle, Illinois. At 23, Minnesota goes Bo Nix.
Okay.
Smart. At 24, the Dallas Cowboys go interior offensive lineman Graham Barton, Duke.
Okay. Offensive line is another area you're looking at.
A lot of guys that we talked about still on the board. And at 26, Tampa takes Jackson Powers Johnson, interior offensive lineman, Oregon.
Fudge.
At 27, Arizona Cardinals select Chop Robinson, edge rusher,
come on.
Penn State. 28, the Bills go Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver, LSU.
That's quite a tumble.
Lions are on the clock. Dave Burkett, and the pick is in. With the 29th pick, Dave Burkett for the Detroit Lions selects Cooper DeJean, cornerback, Iowa.
Here we go.
And he writes, the Lions got good returns on 2 Iowa players they drafted last year, Sam Laporta and Jack Campbell, so they go back to the well again for DeJean, one of the most versatile defensive backs in the class and someone who has excellent return ability. So that return ability is more of a factor now than it was. Because in the past, the return game, with the new return rules, feels like it's back in play, huh?
Yeah.
You got to have a kick returner now.
Yeah. I think he becomes a much more valuable player, 100%.
Yep.
So I like Cooper DeJean in this role. Who else was around there? I guess it would be like Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Yeah, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Nate Wiggins, the corners from Alabama and Clemson, respectively.
Offensive lineman, I'm sure there was somebody there.
Give me a second here. Yeah.
Say Zach Frazier had been drafted?
He had not. Darius Robinson was there, the edge rusher from Missouri.
Got versatility, play inside, outside.
Yep. Zach Frazier. And then the Kansas City at 32 gets Adonai Mitchell, wide receiver, Texas, who I'm not a huge fan of. So
no. Well, I'm fine with Cooper DeJean. I like that pick. Yep.
Yeah, I like Cooper too. My question to Brad Holmes is he's only got first-round grades on a certain amount of guys, right? We don't know how many guys it is. It's 10 guys, 12 guys, 15, whatever. If all those guys are gone and he's there at 29 and he can't move out, is he going to admittedly tell us he drafted a non-first round guy at 29? You know, like I think that's when you just get out, right? I just don't know if he. I'd really love to know what Brad Holmes' thought is. This is a question I wish someone would ask him. What do you do at 29 if there's no first round guy there, and you can't? Are you just calling everybody, get me out of this spot?
Without sounding desperate?
Yes.
Because that sounds desperate.
You up? You up?
Yeah.
You up? You up?
I don't think he tells the media.
No, but
I think he sticks to his. Well, this is the guy we saw, and we really liked him, and we had him a higher grade, and we're happy he was there. I think that's the speech they give publicly.
Yeah. I don't think we know that.
Which is why I don't always believe what Brad Holmes has to say.
But that's why, we pay the $100,000 to sit in on the draft room as part of a fundraiser.
You said $500,000.
I did. That was a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, it's fine. Now you only have $295 million and $500,000 left.
Yeah, it's a way to go broke real quick overpaying for things, though.
Yeah. Well, I'm worried about you now.
Are you?
Yeah.
When they go back and they go to the guy who's broke after he spent the $300 million, they look at the stuff he bought. They go, "Did you need $500,000 for that draft war room?" Like,
I did.
No, and I got a porcelain dog.
Yeah, right.
I got a solid gold slide in my water in my pool.
248-539-9797. All right. How do you feel about the trade up or trade down scenario? Which appeals to you more and why? Plus, Champ and Chump, get your votes in here on Carson Anderson. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It's NFL Draft Week, and we're going all in. Looking forward to it all week long. We'll be downtown at our draft headquarters starting tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and, of course, the draft show is Thursday night from 8 to midnight. And downtown's going to be wild and really, really fun for people going to attend. Kang, you told me something in our ear earlier that we haven't had a chance to say on the air. Did you say that all of the paid tickets for like the stage area sold out?
Yeah, so you have to purchase a ticket package to go to the draft theater, where the players are.
But it's outside, right? At the draft theater per se?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not like the Fox or whatever. It's
No.
The footprint of the draft.
No, the draft theater is that big, they're building that whole roof and all that stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. The Thursday had been sold out for a long time. The day 2 packages are sold out, and the day 3 packages are also sold out.
Okay.
And they weren't cheap, but they're all sold out.
But you can still get in the draft footprint on big screens, and
yes,
you can get close to, but not actually in the theater area. But that still doesn't mean might not be. It just, I know what happens when people have expectations and it comes up short of the expectations. If you don't have a ticket, you will not be in the theater area, which I'm not sure if that's the only place you can see the stage, but be aware that you might not be able to see the stage. You might just be in amongst all the fun, if you will.
Yeah, there's a bunch of other events going around there, food, activities. So, yeah, you can still get in with your QR code if you download the app, the One Pass app through the NFL, but the theater part is separate, just so people know.
Yep. Well, just let everybody know beforehand, so hopefully you can get what you want out of the night. In the meantime, we'll be broadcasting live from down there, again, Tuesday through Friday and 8 to midnight on Thursday. Okay, so today, look, there's a couple of brewing stories as it pertains to the draft. One is the possibility of New England getting a king's ransom for the pick at 3. We'll see if anything goes down prior to draft night. How desperate is Minnesota? Is there maybe a bit of a game of chicken going on with teams at the top of the draft and the Vikings, who have been accumulating draft capital? But since everybody knows that, could put Minnesota in a tough position to negotiate. The other thing is there's reports today about the tampering charge against the Falcons for their involvement in free agent quarterback Kirk Cousins. You smile. It's a wry smile. The Eagles also, by the way, have their own tampering case with free agent running back Saquon Barkley. Tampering is before you're allowed to contact free agents, you're contacting free agents.
I mean, it makes me laugh because the NFL literally has a tampering period.
They call it legal tampering.
And yet you're going to jump the gun on that, which is just so stupid. So I laugh because you're going to cost yourself draft capital, which can hurt. It can hurt a lot.
Yep.
Now, I don't think that the penalties come down for this draft. I think
I don't know.
A year later. But
I would tend to think that it's a little bit late in the game to penalize Atlanta. Like they're picking there at 8. They're not taking that pick away. The week of the draft, there's no way they're taking. I couldn't imagine them taking that pick away. But the sources in an ESPN story say sources believe the discipline, which is likely to involve draft picks, is expected to be more severe for the Falcons. Then they cite 2 examples of discipline from the NFL. The Dolphins in 2023 forfeited their first-round pick and a 2024 third-round pick for tampering with Tom Brady and Sean Payton, 2 people they didn't get. Whoops. And then there were some significant fines. The Chiefs forfeited their 2016 third-round pick and a 2017 sixth-round pick for tampering with Jeremy Maclin in 2015. They also got fined. I mean, I'd be shocked, but this isn't going to be their pick at 8, is it?
No, I don't think it'll be the pick at 8. I think this is something it takes a year before it goes into effect, but it will affect them at some point in time, just like it could affect Philadelphia. I mean, will it be a first-round pick? No, they're not going to get you with a first, are they?
Well, the Dolphins got nailed with a first-round pick. I don't know. Look, these
need
are
to know more of the story of what was going on here with Captain Kirk and trying to land him in Atlanta.
The funniest thing about this is Kirk Cousins is like one of the most pure, God-fearing, people on the planet, and the idea that he's somehow involved in this has nothing really to do with him. But
well, it's him. What do you mean?
Well, but he didn't do anything, did he?
Well,
he's not to be blamed in any way.
I don't know. That's why I want to know the rest of the story. I mean, if Atlanta calls and starts talking to who are they talking to? They're talking to Kirk. They're talking to his agent. They're talking to both. I mean,
I can't imagine Kirk Cousins accepting an illegal phone call. If anybody in the NFL, if you had to name players in the NFL based upon what we know about him, and it's, hey, Kirk, this is the Atlanta Falcons. We'd like to talk. I could see him going, I'm sorry, guys, we are not allowed to have a legal conversation. I'm hanging up.
Well, or, I mean, does he know the exact rules? Does he know when the tampering period is lifted? I don't know. I wouldn't put it, to answer your question, I would agree. I would imagine Kirk Cousins is among the handful of players you think of the NFL
that would not accept the phone call,
right? Or that they would. Everything is on the up and up, right? It's who he is. He's a man of integrity. I
watch quarterback.
It's an awesome quality that he has. However, for the Atlanta Falcons to get nailed for tampering, there has to be another side to it. What is the other side? Is it a bunch of emails they sent? Do they have phone records of, hey, leaving messages?
Mm-hmm.
And Kirk didn't respond, or did Kirk respond? They landed him.
Well, every once in a while, I guess I could be surprised. Maybe I'll be surprised on this one. But 248-539-9797. Votes continuing to come in. You got 20 minutes left to vote on your preferred trade for Detroit. Draft in town this week. 2 mocks today, both with the Lions making trades. One, they move up. Detroit trading with the Indianapolis Colts at 15, giving up 29-61 and a future third rounder for number 15 and number 117, which is a fourth rounder. In this scenario, they take Quinyon Mitchell, but Dallas Turner's on the board. Jared Verse is on the board. The trade down scenario is from the USA Today. Detroit trades 29 to Las Vegas for numbers 44 and 77. We've seen that before. This is the second mock where somebody trades up for Michael Penix. Go vote. Which do you prefer? 66% saying trade up, 34% say trade down.
So it's interesting because this kind of piggybacks off of what Kang had last week. Remember, Kang had the poll out last week that when we brought it up, we were only 2 hours into the poll. But now the polls have closed.
Yeah.
And what were the final results of that, Kang?
All right, the question was, we were a week away from the NFL draft. What's most likely? Lions stay at 29, Lions trade up, or Lions trade back? Staying at 29 was 29.4%. Lions trade up was 34.6%. And trade back won it at 36.1%.
Really close.
It's really close.
Really close.
I mean, the draft is so unpredictable, but at 29, with Brad Holmes and this crew, you just have no idea to even think of who might be available, right?
Mm-hmm.
To try to even take a guess. But maybe people voted what they want the Lions to do as well.
I'm going to give you a player that I think could drop and be on the board for the Lions at 29 that nobody has projected. We'll get to that today at 1:35 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, I'm going to predict a player that'll be on the board for the Lions at 29 that nobody's predicting. We'll get to that in a minute. Gator, I want to start with this. Spring game thoughts. Michigan State, you watched it. What are your thoughts on Michigan State's spring game?
Well, it was the first opportunity really to get a look at Aiden Childs, the transfer quarterback from Oregon State. Obviously, he knows the offense they're running because that's what Coach Jonathan Smith is bringing with him, along with his offensive coordinator. So I was encouraged by what I saw. And obviously, he's got a command. There's a presence about him. I mean, he's a big kid, very athletic, and made a couple of really nice passes. There were some clunkers in there too, but I liked what I saw for the most part. And at the end, he took off and ran on a play and shows you why he's a dual threat guy. And I think that's something that Spartan fans are dying to see, is a quarterback that's a legitimate threat with his legs, not just somebody, oh, you know what, he can run a little bit. He's legit. And that was cool. Nick Marsh, the true freshman from River Rouge, had a few catches in the game, at one point he was 3 catches for 99 yards, had a touchdown on a poorly thrown pass that was not from Childs, for which quarterback threw it, but well underthrown and behind him. He went back, caught it, and went past the defenders. He's got the speed, the size, and he's 18 years old. He looks great. Like to see that. Nathan Carter had a big touchdown run the second play of the game. He also caught a touchdown pass at the end that may or may not have been overturned if they had replay, because the defender ended up with the ball in his hands when all was said and done. But I think for Michigan State, what you're looking for is to see any kind of improvement on the offensive line. And they've got the transfer from Oregon State who's playing at center that's going to help them out a lot, I think. And it just looks like they're maybe a little calmer on that offensive line. But in the end, there's not a whole lot you can glean from these, because you don't want to get too excited about seeing something that made you go, yay, because you're like, was that either really good that they did that, or really bad because the defense gave it up, or vice versa? You know, you just don't really know what you're rooting for.
Spring game conundrum.
Yeah, and
everybody cheers for the offense.
Exactly. and guys are being substituted in and out the entire time, so you don't really know what kind of continuity there is, but there's some things to like. And watching a little bit of the Michigan game too, and they drafted their teams, I think, for Maize and Blue, so it's a little bit different. It's more of a team type thing. Michigan State's was more of a controlled scrimmage, and they had obviously a big long practice beforehand. But it was I'm encouraged by the quarterback play. I'm excited to see what he can do.
As far as Michigan's concerned, look, they're going to probably go into the portal at the wide receiver spot, but Fred Moore had a nice touchdown, and Kendrick Bell, Ronnie's little brother, had a touchdown reception as well. And Tyler Morris had the big play in the Rose Bowl, which is probably more significant than anything that happened in the spring game. But there's likely to be help coming to the wide receiver spot from the portal, I would strongly suspect. Offensive line, they got to figure it out. Long way to go. Amazing. They'll lose as much as they have, but still have some guys who played and started, which they got a few guys that did. So it won't be their first time on the field, but they got to get that group right. Donovan Edwards looks sharp. The quarterbacks, good and bad from all the quarterbacks, Davis Warren, Alex Orji, the two that look the best. Defensively, if I could pick a couple guys that I think will actually start to make an impact, DJ Waller and Jair Hill, 2 corners, both played reasonably well. I'm going to empty the bucket on 2 things.
Oh, here we go.
Empty the bucket. I haven't done this in a while, but this is when you do all the research and then you never have a chance to.
Hang on. Are you sure you don't want to save this for the season?
Well, I could save the Will Johnson nugget because he played about 5 plays. Or I can tell you now. And that is, his uncle is, I guess, a musician and gave Will a guitar for Christmas, and he's taught himself how to play. And I talked to his sister about it, and she says he's probably irritatingly good, that he's good at that too.
Good.
Yep. But Will Johnson now plays the guitar, acoustic.
Okay.
So if you have any requests, Gator, I know you're a big guitar guy.
Yeah, sure.
And Michigan's got a walk-on quarterback this year named Anthony Arnu, who I was dying to get into the game. He did not. Anthony played at Santa Monica High School, took a year off and trained, went to a Fresno camp where he got an offer to play for Fresno State after training for a year from then Fresno coach Kalen DeBoer.
How old is this kid?
He's like, I don't know,
28.
Third. No, he did a year. I think he did a year at Fresno and then transferred to Pasadena Community College, and now is walking out of Michigan. So this is his 4th year out of high school. So, I mean, DeBoer was only
DeBoer
at
only there
Washington.
for a couple years?
Yeah, I think he was only there for 2 years. Anyway, there you go. Some interesting. I'll never get to use the Anthony Arnu stat again. So,
I did watch some of the Michigan spring game as well. There were a couple. Alex Orji early on, he had the first pass he completed was nice to Bredesen, but the pass he made afterwards I thought was really good.
Mm-hmm.
It was made the pass before the receiver broke. It was well timed. It was thrown with good velocity, and the receiver caught it right in stride. Thought that was nice, and then Orji's touchdown run was nice as well. I mean, got some really interesting quarterback play here in the Big Ten and locally with Childs and Orji. If Orji wins the job, the athleticism is on full display.
Yeah. All right. So I predicted there'd be a player on the board at 29, and I'm not sure what you do. Do you have any guesses as to who it'll be?
I'm not sure who you're going to get, if it's a position that we've talked about or if it's something completely off the board.
We haven't talked about this guy really much at all, but we talked about him earlier today. I wouldn't be shocked if Leatu Latu was still on the board at 29. He's considered by some to be the best and most versatile edge rusher in this draft. But when you have a player that, I mean, it was called a medical retirement at Washington because of a neck injury. He suffered numbness in his neck. It wasn't alleviated by surgery. The medical personnel suggested that he risked being paralyzed if he continued to play.
Yeah.
He left Washington.
He was told not to play again.
Went to UCLA, got medical clearance to play. So this is tricky because his physical skill set says high first round. But with that nugget of information, I'm not sure what you're to do. I get scared with stuff like this because you don't want anything to go south in a bad way for a player with this kind of injury. But could you see him still being on the board? That the injury question?
Yeah, I could. I think that teams get really scared when it comes to medicals. And when you're talking about a neck injury, even though fortunately for him, the last 2 years was injury-free and he racked up a bunch of sacks, I think 23 sacks in the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
I do think teams shy away from that. They don't want to go near it. And, when will somebody pull the trigger on it? Will it be well after, the 20s? Will we see it at 29? I don't think it'll last that long, but I understand the logic behind why he would.
It's just, when drafts are over, sometimes people say, yeah, we have medical questions and we weren't going to. If he drops, then I don't know that you can take him. If that many teams are saying no, and then look, the Lions will do their own homework, right? Mm-hmm. It's not like they're going to rely on everybody else's medical reports, but that's a scary deal if everybody is passing on him. You got to get to the point and you say, all right, is this pick worth sacrificing if the guy can never play? Is it going to be worth the potential upside,
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that's 29.
Do you think based on the conversation last week, I don't know it's conversation, but up in front of the microphones and cameras and up at the podium, when Taylor Decker was talking and they talked about contract extension, he said, yeah, we started to have talks and, I want to play my whole career here and, I'm happy where things are progressing, where they're going. Does that keep the Lions out of drafting a tackle if a tackle slips to them? There's a lot of tackles in this
Mims or something.
Yeah, I was going to say Mims or Fashanu from Penn State, one of those guys who both considered by most as top 20 players available in the draft. But because, you're obviously going to redo with Penei Sewell soon, and if you bring back Decker after this year for a couple more, does that prevent you from taking a tackle in the first round?
It's cold business.
Mm-hmm.
And do I think that prevents them because he says he wants to stay here? I love that he wants to stay here.
Or that it seemed like that Brad Holmes was willing to bring him back too and sign to a deal.
Yeah, so he's got a cap hit this year of $19.1 million. He'll be 32 when he enters the first year of his next contract. I mean, the question is, all right, how much do you want to be here? How much less than 19.1 million will you take?
Right, because he's not going to set the market because he's a left tackle and he's been starting in the league for a long time. I don't think he's the guy that sets the market, and I don't think the Lions would even envision that either. But you're right, how far down does that price come?
And the issue is, if you draft a guy, if one of those guys falls to you and you draft that player, he's your next right tackle. The Lions have the elite left tackle in-house that can slide over. And if there's a starting caliber player, and Brad Holmes said last week, when we're looking at things, we're looking at A, B, C, and D was what contracts are set to expire. He could be talking about Deckers. Because if you can save $15 million on a starting tackle, that's a lot of money.
It is.
So it might be, that could be in play. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, we're here in spring and all types of things are happening. We've gotten a lot of water, so check your basement, check your crawl space, make sure that you're not having issues with the water. And if you are, make sure you do the right thing and call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call them today. The red, white, and blue trucks are all over the place helping people out with all types of issues. Frank's the owner. He's got a great deal going on right now. All customers, you get a free tankless water heater included with the purchase of a full furnace and air conditioning package. So if you've got issues with your air conditioning, you're going to want to call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. If you got a flood in your basement, obviously a clogged drain, whatever the case is, make sure you call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Great to be with you at the beginning of draft week here on 97.1 the ticket. The Lions sitting at 29. Expected to pick late in the first round if they hang on to their pick come Thursday night. Gator, we have discussed all the various possibilities with trades that have been suggested today. 2 different mock drafts have the Lions trading. Well, the final results of our poll coming up. Johan just sent us a tweet. There's no way we trade out of the first round with the draft in Detroit. None.
I think that is I don't want to come down too hard. I disagree, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think, and Brad Holmes said as much last week. Hey, sorry if it happens, but we're going to do what's best for the team. If what's best for the team is trading out of the first round, they'll do so. I mean, what difference does it make if this is where the draft is? Who cares? You do what's best for the team.
It shouldn't make a difference.
I mean, if this draft were in Jacksonville and there's a trade offer and the Lions take it, are you like, yes, to get out of it?
I mean, I'd be happy if they make a quality trade, regardless of what it does, and it being in Detroit.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't. And Brad Holmes laughed at the possibility, saying, yes, I'm going to have to apologize to the fans, but I would hate to hear that a general manager, one of our GMs, turned down a deal because of the location of the draft. Trade up 66.9%, trade down 33.1%. Final results with the 2 mocks. Trade up to 15, take Quinyon Mitchell or Dallas Turner or Jared Verse or Cooper DeJean, all guys that would be on the board at 15. Dave tweeted us, I will be at the draft Thursday and Friday, and while it would suck a little of the fun out of Thursday night, I would be in favor of trading down. The more picks Holmes has, the better. Nothing but good things can happen with that man having more draft capital. From Josert, 490 says, depth is so important. Last week you guys did a 3-round mock, and it was incredible to me. All the great prospects available in rounds 2 and 3. Bet chance of hitting, I think it means better chance of hitting on a pick with more picks. Yep. I mean, when we were trying to figure out the secret sauce for the teams that do the best in the draft, there is no secret sauce. Those with more picks do better. It's what Seattle does. That's a philosophy. It's not about player evaluation. But when you have more picks, it's a better percent chance that you find cheap players that allow you to pay your good players.
Well, if you're talking about having 4 picks on the second day because you got 2 seconds, 2/3, I'm going to be excited about that.
Yeah, but also if you have conviction, like that's the word that Brad Holmes would say over and over in his last press conferences, he don't care how many picks. He wants the player, right? So if he has true conviction in pick your cornerback, pick your interior offensive lineman, they're going to draft that guy instead of going back, we'll have 4 shots at, whoever's available.
We may look at last year's draft and say that was a unicorn draft.
Maybe. That was a hell of a draft.
It was a hell of a draft, but they had 2 first-round picks to work with before they even started wheeling and dealing. So they were going to get quality no matter what. Trading back, but they didn't trade. They only traded back 6 spots, and they got more picks. And then it started to get ridiculous with the talent that they started to accrue. But it may be the unicorn. Here's a test. You don't pick until 29. What do you do? I mean, they're in a position where they can trade up because they've filled just about every hole you can fill on the team. They've done it through free agency, which is how they want to do, and they've built a lot of depth through the draft. So do you want to continue adding depth and get more picks and do that? Or is it time now to say we need to get the highest quality player we can do, and we're going to trade up as far as we can to get who they covet? Do they covet Quinyon Mitchell as much as they did Witherspoon last year? Yeah.
The unicorn part of last year also comes from not only the players they got, but the trade that they made. They basically said, we want Jahmyr Gibbs. We're going to risk losing him. We're going to move back, and we're going to make somebody throw in a free Sam Laporta. Right. Which is what they got, a free Sam Laporta out of the deal.
And then again, I mean, how big was the risk, moving on and hoping you were still going to be able to land Jahmyr Gibbs at 12? I mean, just looking at past drafts, running backs haven't really gone that high. So when Bijan Robinson goes in with the 9th pick or whatever it was last year, I think everybody had Bijan Robinson way ahead of the game above anybody else, and Jahmyr Gibbs was the second best guy available. Now, what did that mean to the Lions? This is where it's different, right? Because that's fine. You can evaluate players, but how do they fit into your system? Jahmyr Gibbs fits in beautifully in what the Lions want to do because he can catch the ball out of the backfield and be that extra wide receiver. He's versatile. They can line him up as a wide receiver if they want to, and he's got some durability as a runner. So it ends up being a great pick for the Lions. The one that probably wasn't going to be drafted inside the top 15 by other teams.
Okay, at this hour, one of the NFL insiders is making another report regarding the Patriots at 3. Diana Rossini from The Athletic is tweeting out the following. The New England Patriots are listening and taking calls from teams looking to move into number 3. While GM Elliott Wolf is running point, I'm told the Patriots president, Jonathan Kraft, is heavily involved in decision-making. She follows that up moments later with, as for the Cardinals, like last year's draft, teams looking to trade up for the number 4 pick may have to wait it out. GM Monty Ossenfort won't do any trade until they're on the clock. Why? Arizona wants to maximize the value in order to squeeze the competition as much as possible.
I think it's smart.
I would too. I mean, it seems like if you're on the clock, teams are going to be acting in a more desperate way than if you're not. Gator, I broke a vow in the first weekend of the NHL playoffs. I said last week that the Stanley Cup playoffs are dead to me after what happened with the Red Wings. I ended up watching a game yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yep.
Which one did you watch?
The Avs and the Jets.
That was a interesting game. Lots of goal scoring, including a very controversial goal, but fortunately they had a great view of it.
Yes. I had... I was looking at where my dollar might go on that game.
Yeah.
The first thing I looked at was the total. I was like, I like the over. Do you know what the total on that game was?
6.5.
It was 5.5.
Okay.
At the end of the first period, the score was 3-3.
Well, I feel pretty good about that.
Yeah.
You
I did not play it. I played the Jets on the money line. So
things looked like they were way out of hand. The Jets just started scoring, and got up. I think it was it 7-4? And then Colorado scored 7-5. Then they score with 30 seconds to go to make it 7-6. Got a little interesting at the end there.
That game went against all of my Stanley Cup playoff sensibilities I've ever established in years of watching. Like, it was a wild affair.
I watched a good portion of that game, and I watched a good portion of Toronto losing to Boston, which, as you know, is bittersweet for me because I'm very angry with Boston, and I cannot stand Marchand, and he ends up, being a big-time contributor in that game. I can't stand Marchand, but I really don't want Toronto to advance.
Well, rest assured, it's Toronto.
Watch all 4 games here.
Yeah.
Just funny for Vancouver. He's in a playoffs. But, hey, Vancouver they won 1 game already, so they know their series is going at least 5.
Yeah. Rico Beard has made his way into the studio and joins us now. What's up, man?
You know who my chump of the week is?
Who's that?
You. I didn't get my shout out, man. I was driving. I was listening to you during the spring game, and I didn't get a shout out at all. No acknowledgement.
Okay,
nothing.
you did.
I think you're ashamed of me.
Let me ask you a question. Ashamed of me. Did you hear the entire broadcast?
As far as I drove.
Yeah. So maybe you missed it.
So in the minutes that you listened,
maybe you missed it.
Doug, did I miss it?
No.
Okay. What's going on, Gator?
How are you, Mike? How was your trip up to East Lansing?
Well, I was a little hurt. I'm not gonna lie.
I understand. Yeah, I've driven many a mile being hurt by
I thought
Doug.
my college roommate meant a little more to me, but apparently I was just some guy that he bunked with. So.
Well, Rico, I hope you overcame that disappointment and were able to enjoy what you saw.
No, I mean, they were just like, man, you're just like, nah.
How about the Raising Cane's in downtown East Lansing now? Did you get there?
No.
So good. So good.
Rico makes his own chicken sandwich.
Do you?
I do.
I mean, he made one a couple of years ago. It was fantastic. He hasn't done it since. But
so
my place flooded, so I had to replace everything.
I didn't realize that was the reason.
Tough deal.
Way to put me in my place.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
A lot of draft talk.
Yep.
We kept telling everybody, don't lock into a certain person, but who's everybody's secret crush that that person that you actually did lock into, that you're hoping and praying, man, if that guy's on the clock, just go and make the pick already.
Well, enjoy. Should be a fun week. We'll talk to you from our draft headquarters in downtown Detroit tomorrow. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
I don't know what I just listened to. Please don't play that again.
The draft remix.
I must have missed where we're picking number 1 overall here. All right, you know what? Hard fade, David. Hard fade. That's out. We got a lot of things.
Jam it or slam it?
Yeah, that's a
Slam.
slam.
Okay.
That doesn't work for me. Listen, draft's Thursday. Everybody just calm down. And yes, we have a lot of draft stuff, but it's going to be different. I mean, what I'm not going to do is take an hour and a half to talk about a 4th-round pick. Not doing it. We have fun draft stuff. I am going to bring back a reprisal of Who Am I? Draft Bust Edition, where I have curated Steelers, Lions, 49ers for each of my cohorts, if you will. We'll get to that later today. We have big, luscious, black rumors. We're going to get to those. We are going to talk about the play. You've made a mistake. And Uncle Brad, your Uncle Mike, we've tried telling you. I have told you. Brad has told you. Don't fall in love with a player. Don't do it. But you have. Because you've been reading old Space Helmet, Mel Kiper, or you've fallen in love with a player. We're going to get to that at 3 o'clock. So we will. Now, what we're not going to do is that draft day hype video. I'm sorry. I'm out on that.
Guys, can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Well, you already have.
Oh, well, let me do it again.
Yes.
Georgia spring game.
Kenny, you've already flushed the toilet. Don't ask if you could use the bathroom. Yes, what's up?
Did you guys happen to watch any playoff hockey this weekend? Saturday or Sunday?
Yes.
You took a little bit of that in?
I watched Hell on Earth. It's called Islanders Hurricane.
Right. But when you were watching those games, did the thought ever strike you that, man, one of these things is not like the other? The Red Wings just played, and they don't look in any close-by neighborhood to the hockey that I watched this week. This weekend was fast, intense, high speed.
Well,
sometimes good
that,
goaltending,
Kenny.
sometimes terrible goaltending.
Well, no, it's funny you said that because I was like, okay, I'm going to watch the Capitals because that could have been the Wings.
This is what our future could have been.
We all did the same Are we all coming to the same thought process?
Yeah, so it was like, okay, let's see how the Wings would have fared. Maybe you go in there, you jump and get win first game because you're kind of hot.
And 5-1.
If the Red Wings would have been playing in that game, do you understand the dismantling we would have watched? As either our goaltending would have failed, we would have jumped to a 3-1 or 4-1 deficit right away, right off the bat. I mean, they didn't look like they would have belonged in that game this season. I don't know how you could have come away with anything from this weekend going, man, I don't think Steve Yzerman's rebuild is on track right now.
Hold on. I'll tell you what. I like where Kenny's going with this. And we have all week to do draft, including I know we're doing something at 2:45 and I know at 3. You know what? F it. Hijack. Let's do this. Kenny, I'm guilty. I did. And no, I'm not going to comp out Colorado and Winnipeg because that's an unsustainable pace.
That's a crazy outlier game that you just have to avoid. But that was a crazy hockey.
But if
it did seem like the better teams were the better teams, and they showed you why they were the better teams. I felt bad for Toronto because at one point they were on a 4-on-3 and had a chance to take a lead. And
Rico, let me teach you a lesson. Never feel bad for Toronto. Never do that. Never feel bad for Toronto.
You know you got to shoot. You got to shoot the puck in order to score.
Like, I feel bad for Canadian hockey fan because they haven't won a cup since 93, which is beyond bizarre. But what I've been told in a quarter of a century of living here is you're never allowed to feel bad.
That is correct.
For Toronto.
That is correct.
Thank you. I'm glad we've... All right, so here's the question. Kenny went down a path here. It's how can we keep saying collectively, and I don't think we're guilty of it, and for that reason I believe we are made fun of, how can we keep saying how sure we are of the rebuild if the minute we watch playoff hockey, it looks like two different sports? Rico and I have this conversation, Kenny, of like watching college football and then there's watching Georgia. And you're like, we're not playing the same sport.
Watching the SEC championship game.
Right. In
and
that
then you watch
sense,
Iowa.
Like, yes, you turn on Nashville and Vancouver. You turn on the Islanders and Carolina. You turn on the Rangers and the Caps. The Bruins exerting their dominance. How can we say the rebuild's on track if we are still that far away in year 5, quality-wise? Because you know what I was thinking this weekend, Kenny? This was the weakest bubble in a decade.
Yes.
In the NHL, as far as the last team in. We call everything now a bubble. But think about it. I mean, if you had gotten in, the Rangers would have absolutely murdered this team.
But think about it. It wasn't a race because, it was just all of these teams really wanted the prize. It was almost hot potato. Yeah. No, you could have it. No, you take that 8. No, you take it.
Who's the one team that didn't poop their pants is essentially what it came down to.
And if you thought you were going to go into that game that Washington was in and somehow not get dump trucked by the Rangers, I got some bad news for you.
So was this weekend a reality check for Red Wing fan? Did it change your perspective? Is that where you want to go with it, Kenny?
Yeah, did it change your perspective, and is the Steve Yzerman rebuild on track? Because to me, it seems like if it were, that game would have seemed like an attainable goal for you, a game that I'm not saying they would have won that series, but they would have at least looked like a legitimate hockey team. They would have allowed 3 or 4 goals in the first period.
Do you know what I'm afraid of? I'll tell you what I'm afraid of. I am afraid of Kenny Holland's prophecy coming true.
10-year plan.
If we really think about this, if we're not allowed to be upset after year 5, and I'm not getting into one of these straw man arguments with the bots. I'm not doing it. No one's talking about firing Steve Yzerman. But if they didn't make the playoffs after 6 years, can we at least say pressure? So here's my point. If they made it next year,
because your goalie's not going to be here for another 2-3 years.
Well, and that's even if you have one. Shout out Eric Fischod. I've seen so many bad goalie prospects. It's the idea of if they don't, let's say they make it next year and predictably get aced out. Now you're into year 7. Like, winning a Stanley Cup is the goal. So what, I admit this, like we see it in the NBA where if a team makes it, they finally get in. It's the last scene in the movie Glory. They climb up the hill and there's 8 million bayonets in their face. You're dead. You don't win it right away. It just doesn't happen. I'm nervous because what Kenny's saying is not wrong. I think you and I felt the same thing. I didn't realize we were going to talk about it today. You watch those games and you go, oh, we didn't belong here.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't want this smoke.
Let's see how the Wings would have, if they would have played.
Let me help you.
Had one of these things are not like the other kind of a feel to it when I look at how the Red Wings did this season.
And again, Kenny, I know it's a slightly different thing, but I feel that way with the Islanders. The Islanders aren't on the Hurricanes level.
No, they're not, but they at least try to elevate themselves to playoff level hockey.
It's the idea that Carolina won't allow you to breathe. That the games will look closer based on style, not that you're actually close to them. Carolina's very comfortable playing a 2-1 game.
Yes.
They will choke the life out of you. They will take the pace, take the space, take the oxygen in the room, and deflate all of it. It's just this idea. How can we keep saying, well, Yzerman's setting us up to be good for a decade, if we're 5 years in, headed towards year 6, and Kenny, who is hockey elite, Rico and I are not, but we're all walking away with the same feeling, which is we are nowhere close to these teams.
It didn't even look like they could have stood a chance, though, is my problem with it. It's not like when Washington was playing that game, I was like, oh, they're just not as good. And I get that. Ovi's very old, and this is an old hockey team.
How about him being held without a shot on goal in a playoff game for the first time, I think it's in 6 years?
That is how you beat Washington in the playoffs, is do not allow number 8 to shoot the puck. But
shoot the puck!
I was shoot the puck guy for a lot of that. But at the same time, I came away with it thinking, man, if the Red Wings were in this game, dump trucked, just 5-1, 6-1, especially with our goaltending.
So let me ask this question, and we can do it multiple ways. If you think Kenny and all of us are crazy for feeling the way we're feeling, tell us why. But if you agree with us, I know you're not comfortable admitting that you're nervous about Yzerman or that you're unsatisfied because you'll be attacked. Let's face it. You'll be thrown in the pillars. They'll hit you with tomatoes. The bots will march to your home and drag you out of it. But it's this idea of how can we feel both ways? How can we say we're nowhere close, but then the first thing you're told is it's going to be great, I promise? At what point do we meet in the middle a little bit and go, all right, this might not be it? Because again, I think it leads us to this summer has to be a big summer. And the problem, you got to pay Raymond, you got to pay Seider, you got to get some dead bodies off the roster. I don't know what your pathway to a goalie is. I wonder. Let's throw the number out. I'm fine doing this for a couple segments because Lord knows we're going to do a ton of draft today and every
I didn't know that everybody had felt the same way when they watched that game. It's just like, okay, seriously.
It was watching several of them and you just walk away going, we don't belong here.
Right, like all the good teams played like good teams.
Correct. And Detroit would have looked like trash. And in the back of my mind, Mike, you already said it. How can Iserman get here and make Holland's comments true? He's supposed to be better than Ken Holland. And we're going into year 6, and we have to have a outstanding offseason, an amazing offseason.
Well, it's like a
to make the
transformational
playoffs.
Right, year
Yes.
6, because let's just say you make the playoffs in year 7. What's your expectation? It's probably first round and done. So now you're at year 8, and hopefully you're ahead of the curve.
It just starts to add up pretty quick. And I just wonder, because people still keep saying, well, Steve's setting us up like it's almost like the Illich PR firm is doing the same thing with the Tigers and the Red Wings. We are trying to build for long-term success. It's like, that's not even really a thing. You know who's a cautionary tale of long-term success? A good 5-year run? The Islanders. The Islanders make the playoffs every year. They've made the conference finals twice. They've been within one period of going to the Stanley Cup finals where they would have been absolutely destroyed. The point is, the Islanders, they're not going to get home. What are they, plus 6,500 to win the Cup? And guess what? They'll make the playoffs again next year. But they have no farm system. They're butted up against the cap. There is no be good for 10 years. This isn't 2002.
No, that's even more frustrating. But I think you would rather take that than not making the playoffs.
I agree. I'm saying Kenny admitting that his viewpoint on the rebuild is jarred based on seeing what playoff hockey looks like. That's striking because no one believes more in Yzerman than Kenny.
Oh, Kenny also wanted him fired. So.
I didn't say those words.
Kenny.
I didn't say that.
When you say those words in the same sentence, even if there are other words we deleted, you open yourself up to that slander. 248-539-9797. We'll take some calls. We'll get some ticket texts. We've got a blitz later in the hour. We're going to talk draft all week and do it in a fun way.
We'll even be down there later this week.
Hooray. All right, listen. Best dealership in town. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. Right now, lease 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation, starting at $329 a month. You can lease a 24 Buick Encore GX Preferred, $189 a month. Both 0.9% APR, 36 months. You schedule that certified service appointment. You do it with Moran. You do it with MoranExpress.com. You get the loaner vehicle. Go on about your day. You don't need to waste your time sitting in a waiting room. Moran, they'll have the vehicle you're looking for as well. Complete stock list at MoranExpress.com or in store on Telegraph just north of Eureka and Taylor. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we get to the people in a moment. Kenny kind of hijacked it, but I kind of dig it. The idea of watching playoff hockey this weekend, I think it was pretty jarring. You go, you know what? Even if the Wings got in, blasted. Now, yes, there's value in the experience for the younger players. It's more about a statement of February 28th, 29th, feeling like this team was turning a corner, was hot, they were going to be dangerous. I think reality has set in is that they're nowhere close, and that makes you wonder about the rebuild. That if after 5 years you are, from a quality standpoint, nothing more than a postage stamp in the first round, even if you get in,
speed bump, yeah.
Does it make you feel different? I can't chastise Kenny for that. I know there are people in this town who will. It's almost viewed as like heresy or oh, you can't say that about Jesus. Well, Kenny just did.
Well, no, but when you look at this team and really all the teams at the bottom, nobody wanted that last spot. It
was the worst last spot playoff drive in my memory.
Yeah.
I would certainly lean on the Hockey Elite if they want to try to prove that wrong. I don't think they can. So I'm with Kenny on this in that, yes, I thought the same thing. And I go, how can we keep saying it's all going to be all right when in essence, it's all going to be all right is the Kenny Holland prophecy.
And all jokes aside, I mean, nobody in here is trying to fire Steve Yzerman. All drops aside, nobody's actually trying to fire Steve Yzerman. But the man's not Jesus anymore, guys. That's my whole point. The rebuild's not on track, and that's fine to admit without shipping him out of town. I don't think that's an issue.
No, it's not an issue. And then it's also just where he should start feeling some pressure.
Is this summer the one that needs to be the transformational summer?
Yeah.
And if you listen to some of their press, their media availability the other day, it doesn't sound like they're going to fast track any of these young kids, which means, great, another year of what? Roster filler? So, David, what do the ticket techs have to say? I mean, are people responding? I mean, we have some callers to get to as well.
The roster and farm system was trash when he took over. You can't sit here and say, why we don't belong if we made it.
Stop. Just please, I'm begging you. Guys, it's the equivalent of 5 years after Matt Millen or 5 years after Quinn Tricia or 5 years after the ML car disaster in Boston. Like, guys, how long are we going to use your little talking cards, your little talking points? Every GM who takes over a team inherits bad. That's like giving an excuse to every quarterback drafted. Well, they went to a bad team. It gets to a point where it just becomes intellectually dishonest.
Mm-hmm.
He took it over, and yes, it was bad. Yes, there were bad contracts. Yes, they're still paying Justin Abdelkader, even though it's $1 million a year. I get the principle of it. I understand it. But 5 years in,
5 years in, he should feel the pressure. He should not get the Brad Holmes treatment where you just say, you know what? Whatever he does, I'm okay with.
Right, Brad Holmes has earned that right to a point because they were a quarter and a half from a Super Bowl.
So it's not like what Kenny is saying. You're not saying fire him, but yeah, I think it's okay to say, you know what? This man should feel some heat. He should feel some pressure to get some results soon.
Sorry, not according to some of these.
I'm sorry to everybody. The first ticket text of the day is indicative of this. I don't know why, guys, why are we so far apart on this? Why is it that I am amazed that the opinion Kenny holds, or here, I will jump in the lifeboat with Kenny and say that we hold, or if Rico wants to, that's not a fringy, hot take, first take kind of opinion of just saying, hey, I'm a little nervous. Hey, I'm getting a little antsy.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Kenny is wrong. Look, I am not saying the Wings would beat New York because they are the President's Trophy winner for a reason, but the Wings match up better than Washington. Wings have much better depth, Sam, and Grand Rapids. I watched the Avalanche versus Dallas game a few weeks ago. I'm not a hockey fan at all, really, but it was the most exciting game I've ever seen, and the Red Wings are nowhere close to competing at that level. Another person says, even more nervous after hearing Steve Yzerman's presser. That is from Rizzo in Troy.
Yeah, Riz, I got to be honest. Sounds like Lalonde is back. It sounds like Lalone wanted youth and Yzerman didn't. Is that a sign that Yzerman knew he had to win a little bit more? Did the competitive juices take over? And what exactly is the pathway this summer? Cap space is going to get evaporated. Then you got to get a little more creative. And if I have to keep hearing about, the guys we have are better than the Bergerons of the world or better than the Kaspers of the world. Okay, that's fine, except if them being better than them still doesn't get me to the playoffs or get me anywhere close to even flirting in the first round, then what are we really doing? Go ahead, Kenny.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying this is the offseason, I think. I think this is where we're really going to start to see the pressure on Steve Yzerman from people like us, not the Steve Bots, because God knows they're never going to put any pressure on the guy. The way I look at it is this has to be your splashy offseason. And what did he do before last offseason? He lied to our faces and kind of was ho-hum about it. I'm assuming that's what he's doing now.
Yeah, I'm not taking the comments and getting scared about those. I'm more nervous about actualities and pathway. Now, let's go to people. Let's see what they have to say about it. I don't think, Kenny, I don't think your opinion's crazy. I don't think you should be shamed for that. Let's go to Randy, 97.1. What's up, Randy?
What's going on, fellas?
Randy, how you doing today?
Good, man. Good. I stand before you guys conflicted. I remember calling in a couple months ago, and I was 4 flags. I was 4 car flags at that point, guys. And we were 9 points ahead of Tampa. People were buying season tickets. Playoff tickets. People were talking about, who wants to get in on my playoff tickets, and I was one of those guys. But I mean, I'm a diehard, right? And I know a lot about the farm system, things of that nature. And I read an article, and it's basically saying I wouldn't expect Shane Gostisbehere back. I wouldn't expect Perron back. I wouldn't expect Kane back. And Yzerman's talking about how Bergeron and even Albert Johansson on the D end should be making the team next year. One of Carter Mazar or Nate Danielson or, some of these guys are going to make the team next year. So at 91 points, some people are happy that we made that gradual uptick, but this is going to be a completely different team next year. I mean, the strides that were made that we can actually look at that are positive, number one, for sure, Raymond.
Yes.
Sider had a great year. You know what I mean? I think Larkin has taken steps to becoming like a legitimate number one center when people question that. I don't think people are questioning it anymore. They shouldn't, in my opinion. And that's where we're at. Now we're relying on guys like who's on our second line. DeBrincat was missing for half the season. You're Jonathan Bergen, who couldn't crack the lineup, is our savior. I don't know. I mean, you need a Jake Gunsel.
All right. So, Randy, Randy, you just said it. And look, I am happy to admit I sure as hell don't have the answer. Randy, when we start talking about, all right, well, now we're going to get younger. Okay, here's a problem with that. There is absolutely no guarantee, and the odds are heavily stacked against you, that those kids will be as productive, much less more productive than their veteran counterpart.
I mean, I couldn't agree more. To be honest, I think a season with Edvinsson is going to help. I hope that Johansson's, ready. I think, the Palinka kid in Sweden, he's a couple years away, but he looks like a stud. But what are we going to do at this point? I mean, I guess the trouble that I have with all this is it's taken longer to get to this point, but if we started over, we're not going to be any better off. We're just kind of in this place right now where it took a little longer than expected for Yzerman to get us here. Mm-hmm. But what other option do we have? We
don't have
just
any.
Be frustrated.
No. And you start
That's
to think, and you start to think maybe this is why Steve was slow playing a lot of these guys and saying, I know you want them up here, but they're not ready yet. They need just a little more seasoning.
So let me ask you this before I let you go. So, Randy, you know the tenor of the topic. The whole angle is, Kenny watched the games this weekend, and it was an aha moment of going, holy hell, we're nowhere close. Are you more confident, less confident, the same in the Yzer plan as we head to a very impactful summer here in season 6?
I would have to say that going into this season, I had really high expectations. I thought the bare minimum that we should have done was make the playoffs this season. So here I am. I think my expectations were high going into this season. They're very tame going into next season because I think this team is going to look a lot different, and you're not going to be able to put much merit into the strides we made this year because a lot of people that helped us make those strides will not be on this team next year.
Yeah, Randy, appreciate it. And again, I don't think it's I don't think Randy's unhinged. I don't get how talking sports and treating Steve Yzerman as a human being is somehow blasphemous. I just don't. This town ran Joe Dumars out of town. He won championships as a player, brought you a championship and unparalleled success as an executive. And the only greater indignity than him being tossed in the garbage on his way out was the poor guy's house catching on fire. I mean, Jesus. Yet we can't talk here. Come on.
No, I mean, when you put it that way, it makes a lot of sense. But to some, Yzerman will always be on the Detroit Mount Rushmore.
I get scared about projecting 2026, 7, and 8.
I know. It's like saying something bad about Barry Sanders. You can't. Not in this town.
248-539-9797. We'll get with the phone calls. We've got an NFL Blitz coming up. We will also, top of the hour, turn our attention to the Lions and the draft in a bit of a different way. We got a lot to do to kick off the week. Crazy weather. Look, it was like 30 degrees this morning. Now it's 70 this afternoon. I don't know. I can't figure the state out. The point is it taxes your home. It taxes your furnace, your AC. If you need service, get with Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft is your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Plenty of generators in stock and on sale. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they'll take 25% off that next day visit. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. All right, about 8 minutes. We'll give you a little football and then definitely turn our attention to the draft. But Kenny watched his playoff hockey, and I did as well this weekend. A lot of NBA and NHL. And, I mean, that's what this time of year is for. And you walk away, it's jarring. You're like, damn, if the Wings had made it, yeah, they're not ready for this. And where does it put you with your confidence in the rebuild? That if they're still that far away from a quality standpoint. And again, next year, look, I admit this. I hated what Lalone said because as the coach of a team, I don't think you should ever say it. But it doesn't make it wrong on principle. I think it's terrible messaging for your team. What Lalone said was like, hey, next year, New Jersey had 100 points last year. They're not going to be like this again. There's other teams that will improve. So the bottom of the East won't be as bad as it was this year. So the idea is, okay, so if we don't look the part and we can't even guarantee that being this next year gets them in or gets them close. They could be 4-6 points off. Well, then does that change your perspective on the rebuild? So let's knock down some calls and then we'll get to football. Let's go to Vinny. He's been patient. Vin, what's going on? How are you?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Vinny.
Vinny.
Listen, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Vin. What do you got?
Well, it wasn't just the goal scoring. It was the hitting, the speed of the game. I'm kind of glad we didn't make it. We've been embarrassed.
So
I watched almost all the games except for Washington and the Rangers. And the Vancouver game last night against the Predators. I mean, I love the refs are letting them hit like they hit. This is a whole different hockey now. We're probably 5 years away now.
No. All right, hold on. So Vin, I'll ask the question, and we'll disregard the last comment. You're getting emotional.
Okay.
I just want to keep you even, Steven, here. So, Vin, are you more or less confident in the Iser plan after year 5?
I'm less.
Less. Okay.
Less. Did you the last game when they played Montreal?
Yeah.
I turned on CBC. And the guys made a comment of how Yzerman brought in these veterans, but they made rookie mistakes. That's why the Wings were where they were. And I kind of chuckled, but I go, he's right.
It was very interesting when Yzerman made the comment that and I'm paraphrasing, that it's not the system, and he hopes that the staff can teach the players the fundamentals. And I'm like,
he kept saying fundamentals.
That's not a great comment.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, especially when your boss keeps mentioning the same thing 3-4 times, trying to drive the point home. Yeah, you guys aren't doing your job. You're not getting the players to the next level.
No, I watch almost every game except for the Rangers, and I'm telling you, if we would have been there, they would have taken us out in body bags, the way the hitting and the speed. Oh my God.
Yeah, and again, maybe the Wings. I mean, I know I can't prove it. Maybe they would have elevated their play too, but hell, they had all these must-win games. 3 out of the 4 I'll reference, they started out like garbage, needing a miracle comeback. Down 4-1, down 3-1, down to Pittsburgh all night. Yes, they opened the Toronto game on fire, and then what happened? Collapse. So I think it's okay to say I'm a little nervous. Now, by the time the summer's over, maybe he spins a gem. Mm-hmm. And maybe we're all excited when they're up in Traverse City in September. But, it's okay to say,
right now, you should be concerned.
I'm a little nervous.
It's okay to be concerned because things aren't going the way that you thought that they would go. And, yeah, it's starting to look more and more like this could be an 8-9 year thing. You don't want to say 10, but it's looking very close.
But here's the problem with your statement that you just made, Mike. There can't be a probably spin and hit on a great guy in a trade. They have to.
Oh, I know that.
So,
but what's interesting is when you read or hear, and again, it could be other shows, it could be the written word, it's this presumption of greatness down the line. And I'm going, all right, when do we get out of that belief structure? Like when you're projecting what you want to be true, not what is true, and it's in the year 2028, you kind of lose me. Whether it's college football, the NBA, NHL, guys, it's so hard year to year. Now, I mean, can you guarantee me for a fifth straight season that their point total increases? I can't make that guarantee today. I would have to see what the summer holds, but it's going to be harder. So let's go to Kevin. I'm rambling.
No, because you got to see who they're going to re-sign, who they're bringing back, who they're letting go.
Kevin, 97.1. What's up, Kev?
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. I was a Steve bot up until when they re-signed Rasmussen, which made absolutely no sense. And then the collapse of the offseason, in my opinion, seemed like the team kind of gave up, given the way the games went this week and how fast everybody is, how hard they hit. The Wings would have just been, 4-0. They're nowhere near that level yet. But the signing of Rasmussen, you gave him 3.2 over 3 years? Who's going to be knocking down their doors to sign him when you have Seider and Raymond, that it should be your first and foremost, and then you sign him for 3.2, kind of hamstringing what you're going to be able to do this offseason. So I am now, after listening to the Steve Yzerman conference yesterday, I am extremely skeptical and starting to wonder if he even knows what he really wants to do here, because it doesn't really make any sense to me. You want to make the playoffs, but you trade away your tough guy in a sense, even though he wasn't getting many minutes. I really don't know, and I'm kind of lost at what he's trying to do. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
No, I think the summer will be telling. I mean, Kev, here's the other thing, is like if he's up, this is the same thing as Brad Holmes. Brad Holmes, I've never taken offense to it. He's right. You guys, speaking of fans or media or anybody, you don't have the information that we have. Well, you're right. We shouldn't. We also don't get to interview these players. It's the idea that, Kevin, if Yzerman's operating with no pressure and no timeline, the way he's going to operate and the things he's going to do are certainly going to be different from what people like, all of us here or you want. That's my biggest fear.
And then he's going to be like Joe Dumars at the end of his years in Detroit. He's going to be hated, and people are going to kind of just despise him for what he did, even though he won a championship.
Yeah, I was going to say is listen, in order for that to even take place, I would need to see one championship, or if we're being fair, the Pistons won 2. I'm disregarding Big Shot Bob. Never should have happened. Never should have happened.
You can't do
I
that.
will do whatever I want. The point is,
it's like the Dallas game last year.
I don't
The
know what
Cowboys.
you're talking about. Okay. Lions won that game. 248-539-9797. Hey, man, it's 2024. If you say something enough, it has to be true, right?
You know what? I don't see the bill. But
or maybe I could get a jailhouse tattoo that says 15-0. At least he left room for the asterisk.
Where's the
Let's
bill?
go to Greg, 97.1.
Over here.
Greg, how are you?
I'm doing great, guys. I wanted to follow up with Kevin a little bit that that was one thing. Well, they signed Rasmussen because they had to, because he's the only guy that's over 5'9", and they traded away Klim Kostin for I have no reason why he wanted to be traded, because he wasn't getting playing time, and when he went to San Jose, he tripled the output of DeBrincat. He had like 8 or 9 goals in his short stint with San Jose. I don't understand Yzerman. He's building a team of 3-point shooters. They're all perimeter guys. I'm not talking going back to the 1990s, but I'd sure like to see some 6'3" wingers crashing the net on his team.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear they want to build the blue line with size. It's clear the profile of defenseman he's looking for, and that's fine. But no, you're right. Offensively, there's not a lot of identity. Look, Greg, I think the fascinating thing is going to be Kane. What type of deal does he want? How much does he like it here? How much does he want to play with DeBrincat? Because, look, the rest of the league saw that, okay, he has B. Arthur's hip, but he's a point-a-game player. Yep. Someone's going to do something stupid, and that scares me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just, even with DeBrincat, and the thing that bothers me a little bit too is, like, you got Toronto and Boston. Each team called up like 3 young guys this year for injuries and playing time, where we're stuck with Austin Charnick, who's like 5'8".
Well, the other frustrating thing to me is it seems like the Bruins have had a pair of good goalies for basically a decade, and we don't have one. That's getting a little old in my book, too. Kenny, I gave you the idea last week. I'll say it again to you. You need to go get my guy Varlamov.
I'm taking that trade.
Varlamov.
Varlamov, yes.
Varley.
Go get him. I'm down.
I'm just saying, we have Sorokin. That's where our future's tied to. You can get Varley. Give us a couple of those sweet, sweet prospects since the Islanders actually don't have a farm system.
We'll win the trade because you guys never win trades, and then everybody will be happy.
Boom! 248-539-9797. All right, we're coming out of winter and spring, which means, hey, how's my roof doing? All of that moisture, all of the freezing and unfreezing. The best advice we can give you, Victor's Home Solutions. Schedule an appointment for a spring roof inspection and probably do that today because the calendar will fill up fast as the weather gets warmer. Schedule your appointment before the rush. Get the peace of mind knowing your roof is ready to handle what Mother Nature's got coming. If your roof has any problems, hey, the rain that we've been getting, it'll expose them. Let them get their 21-point video inspection done, show you the results, and craft a plan for you. Simply call today, 734-773-1100. They are so confident in their work, they will put a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. 734-773-1100 or go to victors.com. All right, let's turn our attention to football. It is the week of the draft, and we are going to approach it
and have some fun. It's not just going to be, hey, who do you want to take in the 7th round? I don't care. Let's get to it. It's football today.
Well, you know what? Funny you mentioned that. Let's go back into the Wayback Machine. Before we talk about this year's draft, let's go back to the year, let's say 2021. What if I told you that 4 of the top 5 quarterbacks selected will no longer be with their teams? Because
they suck?
Zach Wilson has been traded to the Broncos.
Are you kidding me?
I am not.
That's the Broncos' answer? What'd they give up? A 7th?
Let me look at the details.
Yes, it is a 6th or 7th round selection.
So Trevor Lawrence is the only one of the top 5 QBs in 2021 still with his original team. Zach Wilson to the Broncos, Trey Lance, Cowboys, Justin Fields, Steelers, Mac Jones to the Jags. So, yeah.
Listen, in the end, while it is surprising, it's not shocking. This is the game you're playing when you're drafting quarterbacks. And I know here it's like, look, we're headed to a draft Thursday, and everyone's like, wow, Caleb Williams. Wow, Jaden Daniels. Wow, JJ. The reality is maybe one of them turns out to be a star. Maybe one is good. The rest will stink. Mm-hmm. Why do you think we still talk about the 1983 quarterback class?
Yeah.
Where the Jim Kellys and the Marinos and all these great quarterbacks, because that is so rare.
Right. It is very rare. Speaking of quarterbacks, pretty much the consensus, it's Caleb at number 1. Is there a consensus at number 2?
No. Hell, this weekend you saw Jaden Daniels kind of bemoaning the fact that the Commanders haven't planted a flag, and then the Commanders brought in, what was it, all the quarterbacks to have dinner together in some weird Hunger Games twist. Look, if you're asking me, it would seem to be Jaden Daniels, but no, I wouldn't put money on it.
Okay.
Would you? In your fancy new draft hat?
Yes, I
Don't
would.
think I didn't notice that side patch.
Yes. Yeah, I would. I think that he is the number 2 pick, which leads into the next question then. Not even quarterback exclusive for you and David. Who's the safest prospect? You're a GM. Your job is on the line. Who is the safest, most can't-miss prospect in this draft?
Marvin Harrison. There's just not a knock on the kid. I mean, am I allowed to take a receiver?
Yeah, that's it. Yes, it's not
quarterback. Thank God he didn't say quarterback, because I don't like any of these people. No, I just know my team has to take one. I'd say Marvin Harrison.
Marvin Harrison. David?
It's tough to say this because he's an offensive lineman, but I got to go Joe Alt. He's been talked about as the top offensive tackle for a couple years now going into the draft.
But
I know.
Tackles are brutal.
That's what I'm saying. It's tough to say because of tackles. But
I'm not mad at that comment. Yeah. Notre Dame's got a pretty good pedigree for O-linemen as well.
Now, Fashanu from Penn State?
No, I think Alt has separated himself there.
Okay. Flip side to that.
Uh-oh.
Because there's one every year. Who's the biggest red flag?
Red flag?
The guy that you're like, I don't know.
Hold on.
Biggest risk factors.
Okay, riskiest prospect?
Yeah.
Okay, red flag has a negative connotation.
Okay, yes,
like may have killed someone.
Okay, riskiest.
Crack dealer.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, won't get caught in a street race. Not that type of thing.
So you're just saying who is the boom or bust?
Yeah.
Risk?
JJ.
I think JJ's either going to be a star or be out of the league. Like it's not. It's you mentioned Zach Wilson. It's total projection with JJ. I don't have any amount of tape knowing this is what I'm getting. I view JJ very similar to when Mahomes was coming out. Nobody thought Pat Mahomes was this. Mm-hmm. Mahomes was the guy who looked fun throwing 70 yards off his back foot in a 58-55 game at Texas Tech.
Right.
And none of that tape was going to transfer.
Can I say Kool-Aid? He keeps falling up and down everybody's draft boards. Corners are boom
How
or
do you
bust.
fall up?
Exactly. That's my point.
That's called Lane Kiffin.
I was about to say, there are people who fall up and they make a career of it.
But he's everywhere. Nobody seems to have a good read on the guy.
Okay. David?
He had my answer. He's good. Yeah.
Kool-Aid?
Yeah, Kool-Aid would be it. Or Xavier Worthy.
Really?
Let me give you another one. Let me give you a guy who seems to be falling. I don't love him. What about Chop? Look, he's not a defensive end. He's more of a, I hate to say, like an outside linebacker or a stand-up guy. He's going to have to cover people. He can't set an edge as an NFL player. He's just too tiny. Like, doesn't that end up hurting Chop Robinson?
It does, but I guess I've seen Chop just pretty much from that 23 to the end of the first round, maybe bleeding into the second round.
That's fair. All right. No, that's fine. That's fine. I guess it was more everyone just thinks he won't be there for the Lions, and I think he will, and I don't think they should take him because he's a different player than really what they need. I digress. More on that probably later in the week.
Yeah, he's not injured.
Rico, come on, dude.
Which team, not in the first round, but just overall, will make a move and surprise you and draft a quarterback? It's not like one of the top 3 quarterbacks, but what team will, you know what? I did not see that coming. This team, like the Lions when they went and got Hendon Hooker.
Wow. I mean, all right, so we have to then eliminate Raiders.
Right, Raiders,
Giants, Broncos.
Yeah. Well, the Broncos just got one, but yeah, that still would fall in there. Raiders,
What if
Broncos.
what if it was Penix in a backup role for a year where there's an aging quarterback? Like that's the Go ahead, David.
I'm glad you said that. I can't believe I'm going to do this. I'm going to tease a rumor. It is a top 10 team for Penix.
See, go ahead. Kenny, you're going to say something?
No, I was waiting for David to give me his teaser there.
I would say this. For me, Seattle. You're not really sold on Geno Smith long term.
Hometown hero. Geno plays one more year. You could sell tickets. That's for damn sure.
Right.
You know what? He's not wearing the draft hat because he's pretty. That's a good one. Because I still refuse to accept that they're not rebuilding.
No. So, all right. Who's that person that jumps into the top 10 pick? That just, you know what? We didn't see it coming, but all of a sudden, 48 hours, 24 hours outside the draft, they catch fire, and now they're the new hotness.
I mean, the easy one is the one you've been told about for months would be JJ. But I have no handle.
See, I think he's already there. So
okay, so we need some. Would Brock Bowers qualify?
Brock Bowers would qualify.
I mean, just a guy with prospect fatigue that really is a special football player, and maybe, like, would it shock me if the Jets took him at 10? No, I'll say Bowers for fun.
Byron Murphy. Wouldn't be surprised if he's the first defensive player taken.
Wow.
Would not be surprised.
I like how David said that so authoritatively. That beats me going, well, for fun, I think Bowers.
See, I wonder if it's just one of the corners. Somebody falls in love with a corner, and the next thing you know, the Jets want to pair him up next to Sauce. And now they got two on an island out there. All right. Final one, guys. Broncos did their reveal today of the uniforms. Mike, you know how you always say, you know what, make it classic, make it a change. They went old school with the orange jersey, and it was Randy Gradishar was in there with, I think, Patrick Surtain, and they had the D with the horse inside of it.
Yeah, they got the Steve Atwater era. It looks like their third jersey.
But they didn't quite finish the job. So they did a hybrid of their current jerseys with a mixture of the old school jerseys. Should they have just gone full out old school and just brought that Steve Atwater look back?
Yes.
The old Craig Morton jersey.
Yeah, 100%. These suck. This looks like an arena football league.
Yeah, these are very bland.
These are awful.
Right, because when I saw the video, I'm like, Okay. Bring those back for a game. Wow, these are not the. Once again, it's like the Detroit sign. You ordered one thing. That's what you got in return.
Yeah, these are bad. The only one I like is the 1977 throwbacks.
So, okay.
The Carl Mecklenburg era. I just, those are bad. I really have nothing more colorful to say.
That is your Blitz, 97.1.
All right, road to the NBA Finals starts now. New customers on FanDuel get their own playoff run with $150. Just place any $5 bet. You get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, to use during the NBA playoffs. You can bet on, the total, sides, player props. It's all there. First basket score, maybe if it's the movie Uncut Gems. FanDuel.com/ticket. If you're betting the first basket, you come on now. FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117. All right, 3 o'clock, the week of the draft, and we wanted to start the week and give you guys a chance to have your sins absolved by David Hull. We have always advised one thing. Don't fall in love with a player. If you're drafting number 1 or number 2, no problem. Hell, if you're somewhere in the top 10 and you want to fall in love with a player, fine. But when you're picking at 29, it's the biggest waste of time you could ever have. And it's free country. It's fun to talk about guys you like or whatever, but I hear callers calling into other shows and they're ready to, give away their kids for the right to draft a player they've probably never watched. So I wanted to do this. I want to give you guys a safe space. You're not going to be judged. I'm not going to make fun of you. And it's basically you're going to step into the confessional. You need to give us the secret crush you've been hiding for this Thursday's NFL draft. That at pick 29, you don't want to admit it. You don't want to say it. But you've fallen in love with a player. And deep down inside, when, not if, when the Lions don't select your player, you're going to be disappointed. It's okay to admit it. You're not going to be made fun of. This is the issue I take with the whole draft process, is that people attach their belief structure to names, largely that they've never watched, and they attach a credibility that never should be there to a mock draft. Mock drafts, to say they're not accurate would be an understatement of biblical proportions. So the only reason you're bummed out when that player isn't taken is because what? You saw Todd McShay say they were going to take him? Or you saw Christmas bulb Kuiper say that well, I'm sorry, his hair looks like a Christmas bulb. It's
better than last week.
Oh, okay. You don't want to know what I think it looks like this week. The point is, the only reason you are disappointed is because you saw it printed somewhere or saw a name associated. The reality is, none of these mock drafts have the value structure of Brad Holmes baked into it, because it's impossible to get pick 29 right. I think it's impossible to get pick 9 right. So I would...
Brother, they'll only if they can get 6 correct of their mock drafts, and that's saying that the first 3 are hand-picked for you.
Right.
So 3 of the final 28, yeah.
So this is very similar. Rico telling all of us he loves Sade, celebrates the entire collection. The point I'm making, come to the table and admit the secret crush you got for Thursday night. You're not going to be made fun of. I promise you that. But I just want you to bring it to light, because when I tell you I don't, look, if you want to attach a player to me, the closest you're going to get is offensive line.
But not one player?
No. I mean, we
about
did,
your guy?
Oh, right. We made a joke of this at the beginning of the process where I did the Mr. Lions pageant.
Right.
Cooper Beebe.
Yeah.
Okay, the kid from K-State, fine. But dude, I have no expectation that
you don't. But if all of a sudden the Lions are sitting there and let's just say it's the second round and he's on the clock. You're kind of hoping that go ahead and say.
But think about
Cooper
how many
Beebe.
times you guys sit back, or maybe if you're going down there this Thursday or Friday, Kuiper's best available, McShay's best available. You know what's interesting? Those best available players have a weird knack of still being available for long stretches, because Mel Kiper doesn't know his elbow from his bleep hole and doesn't have the value structure of the NFL teams. Their best available ain't got nothing to do with old hairspray. So that's why I want to do this segment right here. Who is the secret crush at 29? You don't want to admit you're going to be disappointed when the Lions don't take him. Give me the dream at 29. No slander, no ball breaking, no chair to the spine. Let's just talk through this.
Here's my secret crush at 29. Hoping, because this is another guy that's been all over the place. He's been high. I've seen him in some mock drafts as low as second round. Is Jared Verse. Jared Verse is sitting there at 29. This should be you on the clock for 10 seconds. As a matter of fact, by the time the little music, they do the hey, and I forgot who drafts ahead of the Lions. They select this guy. 10 seconds later, we should be hearing those little tones saying, and the Lions pick is in. They already know who they're taking. It's him. Don't overthink this. He's a need. He's the edge rusher that you can now put up there. I know. I think it's a pipe dream because I think he's going to go higher. But for me, that's the one player that, even though I know better, I'm kind of hoping is there for Detroit because, man, you put him on that defensive line, I think you're going to be dangerous. 248-539-9797. Who's your secret crush?
All right. I mean, look, I like Jared Verse. I think he's pretty safe. He certainly proved he can play with his hand in the dirt. I think the problem is he's just got a limited repertoire, but he's really good at what he does.
Okay, so you put him in the rotation of your defensive line. He doesn't have to be out there, but on third down, you put him on one side, you put Aiden on the other side.
He's got to figure
Take
out
the chains off the collar, go get the quarterback.
He's got to figure out a way to have more than power as a part of his game. And I mean, look, that's a lot of edge rushers. It's really hard to come to the NFL. Look at how Aiden struggled for long stretches.
Right.
It's hard. But I would love to know. Now, David, do you have do you yourself as the Redeemer want to come to the table and admit your foibles?
I don't think my guy will be there at 29. I'm going to say that, okay?
No, but have you attached yourself to a player
Yes.
knowing it won't happen
Yes.
and knowing what you're doing is stupid?
Yes, it's Quinyon
Then I need
Mitchell.
you to say it in front of the parish right now.
It is Quinyon Mitchell.
Okay, you're an idiot. I'm actually judging you. I won't judge the callers.
No!
I'm judging
We
you.
can't judge him, Mike.
I said it's not going to happen.
Dude's going to go in the top 10. You're picking at 29.
I said it dream scenario. You said the guy you fell in love with. That's the guy
All
I
right,
fell in love with.
So basically, you've attached yourself to a player you know you have no chance at.
I don't think there's a chance that
Unless they
Jared
move
Verse is
up.
there.
Unless they move up. I mean, think about it. Like, what was it, 2 years ago when they moved up to get J-Mo, we were all like, oh, my goodness, who are they going to go get?
I thought they were taking Jordan Davis.
I did, too. Because, I attached my name to him, so I'm all set. And I was like.
That was Rico's moment.
It was.
Kenny. Oh, I'm sorry. He's screening calls. 248-539-9797. Kenny, if you would, for a moment, give us your secret crush at 29.
You were talking about positionally, so I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go with an edge rusher. I don't really care which one it is. Whichever one they pick is good enough for me because I trust in Brad Holmes in the draft. We're not talking about the free agency stuff. In Brad, I trust during the draft.
I just have never gotten excited about an edge because I don't think they view it as big of a need as the general public.
No.
Houston, they know what they have. They're betting big on them. They brought in Davenport as the depth. They added DJ Reader to the middle of that line. I don't think they view it the way the fan does.
And now that you think, I feel like the old woman at the casino now. I just keep putting quarters in that slot because every year I keep saying defensive line. And it just, no.
Here, let me help you with that.
That's Brad every year to me.
Right,
now.
somebody wheel Thelma up out of there. But I would be fine. Like, there's really nothing. And please, can we not create the random scenarios that would anger me? There's nothing they're going to do that's going to make me angry or disappointed. If they took a safety at 29, do you think I'd react? No. Why? Aaron Glenn needs chess pieces. Aaron Glenn has done a really good job amongst a really bad situation. So if you give him more pieces.
Every day he's out there making chicken salad.
Right, while Ben Johnson's eating caviar. So I'm just making a point. Like, I haven't allowed myself to get in this space. I told you at pick 29, not happening. 248-539-9797. David, you're putting your face in your hands. What's the issue?
You're just making me feel bad for my selection, so I'm going to give you another name.
No, David, no, because here's the thing.
Be a man of your conviction.
They could move up. They could move up and take a pick. And now.
Right, I just think you're setting yourself up for more disappointment.
Oh, I know I am. Because they're not going to trade up.
No,
he's going to go by, and I'm going to be upset.
You want to pick the most obscure name, and that's going to be the one that they take. But, yes, everybody has that one name.
Just tell us the player that you've been reading about or you've watched the YouTube highlights.
Or that you loved in college, and you just want to see him wearing your team's colors.
Or you've seen, Captain Christmas Ornament up on ESPN telling you all about great hip turn, verticality, like just tot. So just admit it. Tell us the player that deep down in your loins you want the Lions to take, knowing that they won't take them. Because there is no predictive measure at pick 29.
But you'll be a little disappointed if your player's on the board and they pass on him.
Hold on. Timeout. David, Where is our Kuiper Mega Mix?
Oh, it will be played during the show today.
Yes. Drop down. 248-539-9797. We will get with you, the people, next. David will redeem you for your sins. Falling in love. You know they're not taking that player. Rico, go ahead.
Everybody's house is different. Look, but we all got one thing.
Todd.
But they're all the same in one way. We've all got those places where the Wi-Fi just won't go. For you, maybe it's the attic. For others, maybe it's the basement. Well, if you have wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you will worry less about those dead spots. Finally, with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you get fast speeds throughout your entire home, reliable connections in every room, and power for all your devices, even when everybody is online. That is wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only with Xfinity. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi with Xfinity now through June 21st. Get started with a 300 megabit internet for only $35 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract and get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Switch today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Sorry, I was just yelling at David about Quinyon Mitchell. Listen, being number one is not easy. It takes years of experience and dedication. You also need a credibility. Well, Serta has it. They've got the experience with over 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they have the credibility because you could select a Serta mattress out of the box without ever touching it, and you know what you're going to get. Trust the millions who sleep on Serta mattresses nightly. Go to Serta.com. That's Serta.com to find a retailer near you.
All right. Dave, you're still holding out on me with that Kuiper Mega Mix. I missed that song.
I'm going to tease you. It'll come up soon. You won't least expect it.
I tell you, if you would have done that with your wife more, you wouldn't have 17 kids.
Never.
Oh, boy.
I'll turn the mic off now.
All right. So, your secret crush for Thursday night. You know you shouldn't love this player. You know the Lions aren't going to take them, but damn it, the YouTube got you. The scouting reports got you. Old Christmas bulb up on the TV got you. Mm-hmm. Go ahead. David will absolve your sins with a word from Deuteronomy or whatever the hell that book is.
Deuteronomy.
Let's get to it.
Deuteronomy read in Detroit. Deuteronomy.
Whatever, man. 248-539-9797. And we go to a man who I need to have a word with. Let's go to caller DJ, who's up next. DJ, what's going on, buddy?
What up, though? Money Mike, my dog.
We have to talk. I have been told you are in charge of getting these roads clean. Is that true or false?
That's correct. I got the freeway gig. Yes.
What the hell is going on? Why do we have so much damn garbage on these roads?
Because it's weird, Mike. It's a weird thing. Like, we want to do better, but there seems to be a certain group of human beings that doesn't like improvement in our environment. So no matter how much we clean it up, they dirty it right back up, sometimes right in our face.
You know who that
really
is?
Makes no sense.
Michigan fans. That's who that is. All right.
That's a low blow.
Sorry. All right. Thursday night, your secret DJ, you know better, but you still fell in love at 29. Let's hear it.
That's simple. Jackson Powers Johnson. I think that kid, looking at him, I think that kid is going to be one of those possible first-year Pro Bowl guards or centers. I think his upside is tremendous, but I think he's going to be gone. And here's the thing, Mike. That kid adding to our offensive line not only is an insurance policy, but it makes us even better for the Jared Goff in the running game. But I just think he's going to be gone.
I love where your head is at because I don't view it as a backup. The idea that you're going to start the season and have the same starting five all year with no injuries is a falsehood. Mm-hmm. So now I look at it like adding him.
You almost got a seventh. You go 6 or 7 in the O-line.
You're damn right. And
so
it
that
keeps
you don't have to run
in the right direction.
Yeah, you don't have to run 3 tight ends out there for blocking. You actually have linemen.
But DJ, this is the bad part. We don't know what their evaluation on the player is. They may hate this kid.
But I like where he's coming from.
No, but check this out. From what my gut feeling and just looking at what he's done in the past, man, Rico, you said it a couple of months ago. We know his formula now. His formula is he looks at the RAS score, and if you're top 5 in that RAS score, and if he shows up at your pro day, there's a good chance you're going to be a Detroit Lion. Mm-hmm. And with that being said, I think the McKinstry, the Kool-Aid guy, is pretty much who we're going with. I don't want him, but I think that's where he's going.
DJ, it does feel that way.
Hey, DJ, real quick, I know I can blame you for the roads. Is the Detroit sign your fault too, or who do I call for that?
No, well, that's a whole other story. But check this out, Mike. Have you seen it at night?
Have I seen what?
Have you seen it at night?
Have you seen it at night?
No. Why? Did we get light bulbs?
Yes, at night, Mike. It is absolutely beautiful.
Okay.
I tagged Rico in the photos. Take a look at it. It's beautiful at night, Mike. The nighttime, they just did an article about it in the Detroit News yesterday. It's totally different at night.
See, but here's the problem I have with it, DJ. You built it in a place people are going to stop to take photos
and the
on the
cops don't
freeway.
want to stop to take photos
because it's on the freeway. So
and you got to take a picture while you're driving past.
Right. But everybody has to get out there and take a shot for the gram to show that I was in Detroit.
Let me leave y'all with this. In all honesty, all jokes aside, it's only viewed this way because they had put in the newspaper that it was this big, humongous sign, so the expectation of the people was through the roof.
Hollywood.
When the actual sign came out, because it was so much littler, it dumbed it down. But had they not did that, Mike, and you seen it at night, it wouldn't get nowhere near buzz. You would love it.
Yeah, DJ, you can't tell me this quarterback's going to be like Patrick Mahomes when really you getting Jackson Mahomes.
Hey, let's focus. DJ, I want to leave you with this. You ready?
Uh-huh.
Clean the damn roads.
My dog, I'm on it. Hey, I need y'all on the radio to tell people to stop littering. Help us out, man.
I know. It's
if you
an
see
embarrassment.
DJ and his crew out there, I dare you
to roll down your window and put more garbage out there. Take it home. Throw it away yourself.
My goodness. Let's go over to Otis, 97.1. What's up, Otis? How you doing?
Hey, Mike, how are you, bud?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Listen, I watched this cat at the combine, and I went, what? I thought this guy has some skills. And then I looked him up, watched a couple hours of film on him, and I thought, this is the guy that I fell in love with. His name is Brandon Fisk, defensive tackle out of Florida State. That's my guy.
And he's by way of Western
Michigan.
From the metropolis,
Yeah.
I believe. He's from Michigan City, Indiana. Oh yeah.
I think he is.
No,
I think he is. But I'll
he's
tell
a
you, Mike,
freak show is what he is.
He is, and that's the guy I want at 29. I don't want to trade out of it. I want to take him if he's there. If he's not there, I'm trading.
Yeah,
that's the only cat I'd take.
And you know what? I can't sit here and say, come on, Otis, that's because he is good. And Otis, I think, had he not spent his entire career except for one at Western Michigan, I think that a lot of people would feel the same way you do. That, yeah, this is a guy that's a first-round selection.
He's got it all, Rico. You know this. You guys know it better than I do, but as a defensive lineman, you got to move your feet and your hands. He does it. Not many move both.
His only issue is the Lord did not bless him with the requisite size to be a three-down player. He's just not big enough at D tackle. He's quick. But he's not powerful.
If you watch him on film, though, Mike, if you watch him on film, he is quick as a cat.
Oh, no doubt. No. Otis, I'm backing your point up that the quickness is there. He's just not – you can't play that kid 60 snaps a game.
Neither was Aaron Donald.
Oh,
He'll
no.
just be the next
No.
one.
No,
but this is great. Otis, you're admitting. Like you fell in love with a player and you know they're not taking him. But
I know they're not taking
you're
him.
still in love.
Mm-hmm.
But if I play him next to Reeder at a one technique and he's at a three, I like the look.
I like it.
Otis, I can't knock it.
I'll allow that one.
I like it. It's better than David's. What a disgrace. Oh, David's crush at 29. Roma Dunze.
Okay. Watch him trade up for him.
Listen.
Make me happy, Lion.
Hey, then maybe I'd be a believer. Maybe I'd show up at your church.
Don't do that, Mike.
He did it once. You can't perform the same miracle again. You got to
Clearly, otherwise the Pistons would be good.
We didn't say we need Cade and winning. We just asked for Cade. You have to be specific.
Well, you should have asked for the bonus plan.
Right. David cheapened out, and it was like, do you want to add the insurance plan for an extra $5.99?
He did the half-ass prayer.
I'm good.
Just half-assed it. Now look at us. We're going to sign Tobias, 5 at 200.
He didn't give a full amen. He just said man.
Right. Let's go to James, 97.1. James, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for the call. So who have you fallen in love with at 29?
I mean, this is a guy who I've been in love with for the past few years now. I think he's the best player in the draft. Go out, get J.J. McCarthy, obviously, put him in the system, run the football, got weapons around him. I think it's a perfect situation for him. Maybe he needs a year, but I think you got your next QB locked up for the next 10 years. Move on from Goff. I'm cool with that as well. I think once Ben Johnson's gone, he might as well follow him out of here. But thinking more realistically, onto my next point, maybe like Cooper DeJean, someone athletic who can play safety position and corner position. And I like Kool-Aid too. I think he's athletic on the outside. Just someone who's a ball hawk in the secondary, kind of like a Brian Branch. Someone like that who can really have an immediate impact, I think, is thinking realistic who I'd go with.
Yeah. So James, real quick, going back to your first one. You're, Brad Holmes' assistant. You have to sell him on this. What are you giving up to get JJ?
I mean, yeah, that's a good question. You're going to have to give up a lot. It's probably not realistic. I'm not sure, honestly. I'm not sure the answer to that question.
No, I'm just because you realize
if
you give up just this year's first round and next year's first round, the pressure you're putting on that young man.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a lot. That's a lot. Like, don't get me wrong. You're talking about dreaming. Like, that's a dream. That's the guy I want. Is it realistic? Probably not.
No, it's all good. Because we said dream.
Yeah,
dream
you're
big.
not going to get made fun of.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
David, you stop it
I'm
right
just
now.
curious. You know what? If he was like, yeah, I'm willing to give up the next, first round picks for the next 2 years, don't care. On JJ.
Yeah, it's a little much, but I think he's really going to be a star.
All right. Listen, this is why we're doing the topic, because the draft process is about seduction. You are seduced with every article you read, every podcast you listen to,
And
every highlight you watch.
And
seduction.
Not only that, is you get to see the seduction play out in front of you because the draft is right here in Detroit.
I've heard that.
So you get to see that player that you want, hopefully, walk across the stage, hold up the Lions #1 jersey, do the brother hug that he worked out with Raj, and say what up, though, and put on some buffs.
No, please don't do that. Please don't do that. Clean the roads. 248-539-9797. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields, and there is a reason they can move that much Trex decking, because it's all in stock all the time. All you need to do is stop by Northville, and the best part, they'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Buy it, build it at industry low pricing. So stop on down, call Northville Lumber today, or just go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. So a little draft talk. We'll get some ticket text, some phone calls. Got a football today to get to. I am going to bring back a reprisal of something we used to do on this show. Just all in the theme of the draft and having some fun with it, because I'm just being open with you, the listener. Like, this is not going to be the show who's sitting here talking about who you're taking in the 5th round. I God bless other guys who are doing it. I can't. I'm going to bring back Who Am I? Draft Bust Edition. And I have curated a San Francisco one for Rico, a Steelers one for David, and a Lions one for all of you and Kenneth G. Cott. So we'll have some fun with that, and we'll do them every day this week. But they'll get progressively more difficult.
Okay.
So I wanted to start you guys with what I'm deeming a confidence builder.
Gotcha.
All right?
I won't guess right now then.
No, please don't. Please don't. Let's get to the ticket text first, then the callers, then a football today. David, what do you have?
Yeah, a lot of names coming through. Someone says a lot to. That's from Gabe. That's the guy he's fallen in love with. Cooper DeJean is coming across on the ticket text a lot.
Now, hold on. If we have to cross-reference, we think we've unlocked the code on Brad Holmes with the RAS score.
Yes.
Where's Cooper DeJean's RAS score?
Cooper DeJean, I am looking at the list now. He is number 1. This is the final RAS score list. He is number 1 with a 9.85.
Oh. Then Cooper DeJean's your pick.
That's it.
There you go. He can moonlight all over the secondary. He's a great return man.
Wow. They've drafted Iowa players before in the 1st round.
What's wrong with it?
Next guy on this list, someone says Keon Coleman. It's the guy he fell in love with. Another one says Chop Robinson.
I would be shocked. Let's just say Keon doesn't exactly fit the culture.
But it allows him to go back to MSU games a lot more.
I do not want to hear from you anymore. If you liked it so much, why did you leave? I don't know that.
He was at the spring game.
Just please, David, please read something.
Matt in Livonia says Nate Wiggins, tall, smart, fast, and proven. Only negative is his weight, which the NFL staff should be able to help with.
Where's he at on the RAS?
Nate Wiggins, I am seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
They're not taking him.
He's a green, though. He's a 9.44. So, Mike Sandersteele, he is a Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes type of player. Pencil it in. They will take him at 29.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. He's a slot corner. Plus, he won't know the other team's plays in the pros.
Okay.
What?
I'm just going to read this one.
What did I do?
Someone says, my sleeper guy I love in this draft is Florida State wide receiver Johnny Wilson.
Oh, the
6'7".
Transformer.
Yeah.
That kid.
Yeah.
That kid is out there. He looks like Unibrow. He's like 8 feet tall. You're like, how is this real?
And then this one, interesting from Terrence in Southfield.
Go ahead.
I want Michael Penix Jr. at 29. I don't believe in golf or hooker.
Oh, boy. All right, let's go to the people. I can't. You know what? I won't judge you.
He won't be there, though. So.
We're not judging.
But I just can't deal with the golf haters. Go to Q, 97.1. What's up, Q?
Hey, what's up, everybody?
How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well on a beautiful Monday afternoon. As far as the guy I'm crushing on most, if we really believe the strength of this team's the offensive line and we believe in versatility, there's one guy that really fits, both those intersections. That Grant Barton.
The center out of Duke.
Yeah, they say he's going to be a great center, but he can be a good tackle. And so to have that versatility, we're always on our pins and needles when we hear one of our offensive linemen goes down, just because that's the strength of the team. It's what makes golf better. And I understand, you're not supposed to fall in love with a player, but a guy that can play all 5 positions well, it will be good. It would be great at a center or a guard, but be at least good as a tackle.
Barton,
I understand that
Barton and BB are very similar, is that they're both street fighters. They're both guys that are just max effort every play. And in that sense, They remind you a lot of a Ragnow. You never have to worry about consistency. You don't have to worry about effort, try hard. They're just football
and they
dudes.
Fit the culture.
Yeah, it fits.
They fit the culture.
Q, you know what? It's okay to get your heart broken. That one's a good one. That's not one of these hatchet man crackpot selections.
I appreciate that.
That's a good one.
My second is JPJ out of Oregon, but Grant Barton's my one.
See, I like Q and I are simpatico on this deal because, if I'm going to get my heart broken, which I I won't. I would take an offensive lineman. I really want to just go strength on strength, keep this thing moving forward. I don't want to have to, oh my God, Jonah Jackson got hurt, therefore run game bad. No.
You're actually, what you guys are saying is actually smart. I know.
But what about the Raz?
I know I'm just going to get my feelings hurt again because I keep saying defensive line, and I realize this will be the third year in a row. I'm going to be disappointed.
Where's Graham Barton on the Raz? Elite center Raz.
David, put it in a supercomputer.
Oh, Graham Barton, number 1 for offensive guards, 9.99.
Mortal lock Lion. So Kool-Aid was number 1 on the Raz for corners. DeJean was number 1 on your list. And then you got Barton number 1 for the interior. We should make an all Raz team.
Oh.
And just see if we could get it right. Based on how Holmes has selected with the relative athletic score.
We'll work on that.
Well, then your boy, Rico, is number 1 for the ends. Chop.
Because he's
Robinson.
not a defensive end. He's going to be a stand-up player in the NFL.
Yes.
He's too little.
The Raz can't be wrong.
What about the Raz?
Can't be wrong.
Listen. Holmes,
David, just for where's Keon Coleman on the Raz?
Give me 1 second. Beep, bop, boop, bop, beep.
Oh, God.
Keon Coleman is
not
on the first page.
Not a culture fit. Not a culture fit.
That may be problematic. Okay.
Not a culture fit.
Just curious.
He's a different dude. That's all I can tell you.
He is.
Was he really at MSU spring game?
He was. Mike, would I lie to you?
Yes.
Why would I lie to you?
You tell me State's going to be good every year. That seems to be a lie.
No, I say, you know what, Mike, I saw State. David, did you hear that? He said they're winning the national title. I said I drove past East Lansing.
I digress. 248-539-9797. We'll get a little football today.
But if they win the national title, would you get a tattoo?
Listen, all I can tell you about Harbaugh's tattoo, it looked like he found like a person in jail to do.
I was about to say, bro, I see
That's
prison
the worst
tattoos that
tattoo.
look better.
Honestly, would that guy make a tattoo gun out of a toothbrush and a needle? The block M doesn't even look right. And where's the asterisk?
Plenty of room for that later.
All right, the road to the NBA Finals. David's disgusted. David, you know the deal. You did the dirt. You got to live with it.
Oh, I celebrated it, but I'm done with them now.
Amen.
They're dead to me.
You had a great time. You took the picture. You partied. I know you had your non-alcoholic sparkling grape juice. You did it right? Or whatever they, like you can't drink. Fine. But I'm sorry. You got a deal. All right, we move on. Road to the NBA Finals starts now. New customers on FanDuel get their own playoff run with $150. Just place any $5 bet. You get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, to use during the NBA playoffs. Sides, totals, SGPs, it's all there. Just go to FanDuel.com/ticket. You can get started. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem. Call 1-800-270-7117. Well, it's that time again, people. Week of the draft. Anytime there's a big event, we like to reach into the tool bag and grab and search for some big black rumors. Ah, it's back.
It is the week of the draft, and I want to welcome everyone to the city of Detroit because here are your big and juicy rumors.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start with Michael Penix Jr.
Yes, appropriate.
Jeremy Fowler over the weekend reported that Michael Penix Jr. is a player who seems to be rising up the boards. Here's your rumor. Michael Penix Jr. to Atlanta. That is something to watch, according to Jeremy Fowler.
They just paid Kirk Cousins $1 billion.
They're apparently, according to him, they're going to draft the quarterback of the future at some point in this draft, and it may be him at 8 to sit behind Cousins.
Okay, all right. No. Is Jeremy Fowler on that ooh-wee? Are you kidding me?
Well, I mean, Cousins coming off of an injury.
At 8? You just paid him $1 zillion? No. I do not accept this big black rumor.
He could sit for a year.
No. Rico, you buy this?
I'm just trying to I'm trying to think this out.
Well, it's live radio. We really don't have time for
I think he's not buying it. He's trying to,
I'm
but
trying
he's
to
not
see how
buying
it would fit. I would love to see that happening, but no.
If the rumor doesn't fit, you must quit.
Okay.
That's what I heard. Here are the New England Patriots. They are all up in these rumors here.
That's right.
Adam Schefter reports that the Patriots have been fielding calls from teams. Of course, they want a big offer that would be required for them to budge. According to Schefter, there are 2 most active teams calling about their pick.
Okay.
The Minnesota Vikings and the New York Giants. Do you believe it?
I believe the Vikings. I don't believe the Giants.
I believe the Giants. Because I know it's hard for you to speak upon them and say good things, but I think the Giants realize how bad things are and how desperate they need a QB. And it's not going to be Daniel Jones long term. So do we want to waste another year? I can see that, David, that the Giant, and you may not have to spend that much to move up 3 slots. I can see this.
Listen, you act, you're like, well, I know it's tough for you to say nice things. Dude, we're the pinata of the NFC
I'm
East.
trying to help you out here, Mike.
Our logo
you know
should be John Mara's ass on the helmet because the whole league just smacks it.
Just take the next 30 seconds off. I'll speak for your
Go ahead, speak on it.
Because I know it's personal for you.
It hurts.
It does.
It's killing my father.
I know. Big G's okay. He's tough. He's a New Yorker.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Or he's just accepted.
This next one is a real juicy rumor here, and it involves Jaden Daniels. Wow. Apparently, the Daniels clan, he has interest in playing for the Raiders. Quote, it does feel like there is some smoke here. That's sort of undeniable at this point. I spoke to someone who's involved in Daniels' process who does openly wonder, is Daniels looking at his options right now? Well, we all know the Raiders they love Jaden Daniels. The rumor is they will trade up to number 2 to get Jaden Daniels.
Gov, please. Rico, go ahead.
That would be bold.
It'd be sexy.
But you know what? We always say, when does the draft get interesting? When who picks?
The Raiders.
The Raiders. And if anybody was this irresponsible, there's only one person.
But think about this. You're in Las Vegas. You're in the entertainment business. I know our teams in Detroit don't care about entertaining us. But Jaden Daniels' comp is Lamar Jackson. You are trying to sell tickets. You are trying to get on national TV. You're trying to be relevant is what I'm saying. And you're in a division with Mahomes. I'm going to buy it as much as I want it.
Mahomes and Herbert, yeah.
You need a quarterback. It can't be Aiden O'Connell. Please don't sell me that.
No? Wow. Okay. You know what?
Come on.
David, I could see it happening. It would be very expensive, but wow.
Mike, you have a
I
quarterback.
forgot we had that one in there.
You have a quarterback that you love that plays for the Jacksonville Jags.
Yes.
Well, there may be a receiver coming to his market real soon. Albert Breer reports the Jags have explored moving up, and they've done a lot of work on the top receivers in the draft.
Yeah.
Are they trading up into the top 10?
I will believe this because you can say whatever you want about Shad Khan. You can say it hasn't worked or Shad Khan, the owner, is as bold and he doesn't care about picks. He doesn't care about money. He will do whatever it takes. He desperately wants to win. So for that reason, I will buy the rumor that they are trying to move up and get a true number one. Christian Kirk is not a true number one.
No, he's a number 2. Yeah, I can see that because he's kind of.
What about a Dunze in Jacksonville for Rico?
Please, no. Just don't. Only thing worse would be going to Carolina, so no. David, going back to your other one with the Raiders, they would have to pretty much offer first-round pick this year, next year, and the following year to get that. So you better be right. But as far as the Jags, yeah, they still believe in Trevor Lawrence. They're one of the few people who still do. I don't. But you got to go get a big-time receiver for him. And then at that point, I think we can see that entire class just wasn't that good.
So a team that collapsed at the end of the year, the Philadelphia Eagles. Rumor. The Eagles are targeting a potential trade up in the 2024 NFL Draft for a premier cornerback.
Yes, because it's Howie Roseman, because he don't give a rip. He's going to do whatever he wants. He collects stars. Yes, I'll buy it.
What he's done in the last three drafts, he traded up in each of the last three drafts.
I'll buy it. Roseman is he's a mad scientist.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I still don't know what happened to the Eagles. They just so disappointing. I mean, but they're going to need something to get the crowd and the fans back into this. So moving up, yeah, you go target somebody, you bring them in. Okay, I'm good with that.
And let's close it out with this. What do you think the Bears should pair up their quarterback with in the draft? Don't answer that because because it may be this. According to this rumor, Adam Schefter and Adam Breer and others are linking the Bears to Byron Murphy at number 9. Not a tackle to protect your quarterback. Not a receiver to help your quarterback.
I know.
And you know what, David? It makes no sense. The Bears have done ridiculous things forever. So I can see them doing that because, I would
be fair. Let's be fair about this.
Okay.
There's a zillion receivers. Like we're talking about maybe as many as 8 going in the first round. They could get one later on.
They could, but why not just go all in and get either the second or third best receiver? Or at this point, you may end up with the best tackle of this class and you protect your investment.
Okay, Rico wins. No, you're right. You've talked me into it.
Okay.
Those are your 2024 NFL Draft
All right, 4 o'clock. I love that we bring the Kuiper Mega Mix out like twice a year. What the hell does he do the rest of the year? Does anyone know?
Mock drafts, my friend.
No, hold on. I'm talking about legitimate work.
He did have a radio show, but
where? His basement?
On ESPN, but that got canceled.
Like I said, his basement?
So
that's the same company that just sold their signal in New York. Get the hell out of here. ESPN Radio hasn't been a thing in 20 years.
On the weekends.
Yes, Greeny. All right, listen. David will get the ticket text, and then can we do this, the whole Who Am I routine?
Yeah.
All right. We are doing Big Black Rumors all week. I love that. I really don't care if no one else does. I enjoy it.
So the Who Am I? Gotcha.
Who am I? What do you want to? Oh, I'm confused now. What, do you have one too?
Well, no, I got one on just the quarterback ratings throughout the years, what the people said, and you got to guess the QB.
Do it. We'll do it as Blitz tomorrow. Hell yeah. Let me do the Who Am I to see if this works.
Okay.
And then if it fails miserably, we can bleep can it.
Let's do it.
But I crafted something for each of the three of you. But David first, ticket text.
Says, I can't believe you all are giving NFL news in a sexy way. This is amazing. I've never heard this before.
That's what we do. It's absurd. We know it's stupid, but we want to make it fun. I mean, guys, no offense, but hey, who's your surprise in the third? Like, we're picking 29th this year, guys, which is a blessing. But it's very hard to have serious draft conversation about pick 29.
Someone's saying they're disappointed in us because they didn't hear Kenny's blacktop drop.
That is not true.
They must have missed it,
If you were paying attention, it was the last sounder that was played as we, for lack of a better term, faded to black. We gave you that. I mean, take a look at that blacktop. I mean, we played it. Of course I played it during Big Black Rumors. You have to. Go ahead.
Other people are texting in with their crush. Someone says Blake Corum at 29.
Stop.
Okay.
I mean, it's judgment free, but you people got stuff.
Try not.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Do I have, am I like emotionally broken? Was I born without some form of like brain cell? I don't care if a player went to my school. Once we talk NFL, I have no loyalty. Why is it with these Michigan fans? Whether it's JJ, Sandristil, Jenkins, Corum, what in Blake Corum's profile?
Because you want to prove that you were right, that he was not only good at Michigan, he then went on to become the running back equivalent to Tom Brady. He was the greatest of all time, another feather in the maize and blue cap.
Why?
Because, I don't know, you need it.
That's the difference.
Not
I don't.
you, but yes, it's like that's your favorite guy. And, when you hear people saying things bad about him.
Why can't a guy just be a good college player? When did that become a personal affront? Seriously. It's okay to say a guy was a good college player. He was a great college player.
Because you want to show that he wasn't just a good college player.
Okay, well, it's Mike Hart on line 3 because they're basically the same.
It's not just a Blake Corum thing. I think people just want to see their best. Like, for me, I would love to see Michael Penix go and light it up.
Okay, sorry. Corum at 29 is laughable. Laughable. Go ahead.
Someone else is saying, Mike, your favorite movie, Draft Day, is going to be on all week. That is from Brendan.
What channel?
I'm looking for the channel. I haven't found it yet, so I think he's lying to us.
I mean it, bar none.
We're putting it on all 3 screens.
Oh, please. That is the worst sports movie ever made. I don't know it. Maybe the Stallone movie with the jailhouse football was worse. But come on, Draft Day is awful. Awful. You can't even... Even if you are willing to live in movie land, you can't take that movie seriously. It's so ridiculous.
It's right up there with Steamin' Willie Beeman in Any Given Sunday.
All right, having a Glock, a 9mm on the field. You're right.
Oh, no, that was Last Boy Scout.
Oh, you're right. Any Given Sunday.
Right.
I got bad movies confused.
LT, be careful with me. I'm worth $1 million.
Okay, please stop. I think Draft Day is worse than all of them. I mean it.
Yeah.
Draft day's worse than all of them.
Because, okay, seriously.
Can you imagine, God forbid, somebody dies and you choose.
That's what I'll say. On Thursday.
Can you imagine, hey, Brad Holmes pouring out an urn on draft day? It's not happening. We're not singing an Irish tune or whatever the hell it is.
Right. On Thursday, his mother shows up. You know, we're going to have this funeral right here on the field.
At the practice facility.
What are you talking about? Seriously? Yeah.
How about the part where, get me the tape on Bo Callahan the day of the draft? You've had all offseason to grind the tape. You're not looking at the tape.
Wait, you know what? Wait, this guy's name is actually Kool-Aid. We haven't looked at him. Let's go get Kool-Aid's tape.
Hey, who did he give that ball to? And it's like, dude, it's his dying sister. You just discovered this fact? No, the whole thing is absurd. The whole the movie is atrocious.
Like, you just gave the ball away to some random person in the stands. That's his sister, and she's actually dead now.
Oh. Who went to his birthday party? These are all things that would have been handled 6 months prior. Then we get into the trade structure of draft day. These are all impossibilities. I want my draft picks back. That's not how it works.
We need a kick return.
Right. Hey, who else do we need? Well, we need a kick return. Hey, we'll take a Sputnik or whatever his name was. A Putney.
Right.
Come on.
You pancake eating MFer.
Oh, boy. Seriously, can you name a worse sports movie than Draft Day? That's all time bad.
Yes, and in Brad's pocket is the, you know what, Kool-Aid McKinstry, no matter what.
I mean, how about the GM sleeping with the capologist? It's ridiculous.
Probably frowned upon in this day and age.
Okay, just tell the ticket texter. You know what, ticket texter? We say thank you. Yeah. I will not watch.
Let us know what channel it's on.
Yeah,
I'd rather watch Rico's comic book movies than Draft Day.
It's on all 3 sets.
I'm sure you'll see a comic book movie tonight.
Dennis Leary walking through the cafeteria.
Of course, wearing a jacket that says Coach. There's never a moment Dennis Leary's not fully branded, including when he sits down and just humiliates their capologist, Jennifer Garner. It's awful. All of it. Movie is awful. Nobody believes Sam Elliott's coaching Wisconsin. Why? Why would you cast that?
Got a great voice.
No, it doesn't make any sense. David.
Dream scenario, someone saying Graham Barton is the dream pick.
Center out of Duke.
And guard at a high level. Can't miss on that guy.
Number 1 on the Reds.
Yes, he is. Among guards. This one, call me a weirdo, but Jalen Polk at 29 would be intriguing.
Why would I call you a weirdo?
Okay.
Between Polk, McMillan, and Adunze, they've got 3 NFL receivers. I'm not mad about it.
Here's another one. Someone else says Xavier Worthy next to J-Mo would be awesome.
Why? So you could have 2 guys who never catch the ball?
Worthy can catch the ball.
My point is, you already have Worthy on this team. It's J-Mo.
Yes.
You're not going to do redundancy. Okay. I'll move on.
No. Go ahead.
Nope.
Finish.
I'm good. Nope.
Then this comes
just
in.
think of the dual threat, because now
it's not a video game.
Who are you going to guard? Because you got those 2 out there. You got St. Brown. You got Laporta. You got Gibbs coming out the backfield. Fun.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, you got this text coming through, which I think a divorce is coming soon.
Oh, God.
Draft Day being the worst movie of all time is the hot, horrible take. Great movie. I know I'm not the only one that's made their wife watch it during the NFL draft. Oh, man.
Oh. Look, if you think there's hyperbole that it's the worst ever, fine. It's notably bad. Can we just settle on that?
A guy, William from Auburn Hills, is on your side, Rico. Jared Verse is his draft crush. Desperately want a buddy for Hutch, but he's going in the top 15. So trade up Brad.
Oh, Jesus.
I wouldn't trade up, but look, every year there's a guy that just for some reason or another slides. We don't have any rhyme or reason.
No, I think
sometimes stepdad puts out a bong photo and you slide.
Actually happened.
Or you know what? On draft day, they go back and figure out there was nobody at your party. And now you just start sliding down. So if he's one of those people.
Hold on. Now, what was wasn't he falsely accused of
shooting a pregnant woman or something. It was the lineman for the Cal. He was from LSU. Remember, it came out. There was like a questioning.
Lyle Collins?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it turned out false.
And he
except
did not
one
get
problem.
drafted.
He went from a top 15 pick to unemployment line. Now, it worked out. He went with the Cowboys. His talent shined through. But, like, crazy stuff.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It happened. So if all of a sudden.
Who went to his birthday party? You want to play Who Am I?
Yeah, it's like, I thought Nolan Smith would have got drafted a lot higher last year.
I've got one for you, one for Kenny. I got a couple for David. Tell them all about it. We'll have some
Draft
fun.
day bust.
I curated this. I got you covered.
All right. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. They are draft day booms. Why? Because you can rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. It's time to hit the road in style, folks. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings, sleek and powerful cars ready to conquer the roads, and Hamilton Chevy has them all, from fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs. Today's like today, when it's even going to get warmer, they got the convertibles. They got wheels to match your lifestyle, and with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars, it's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction, and right now, take advantage of the April Rico deal, a 2024 Chevy Equinox, $279 a month for 24 months. Yep, I said that right. $279 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you drive away with 10,000 miles a year. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. See my guys at Hamilton for details. More at hamiltonchevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
In an instant, an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. It's an absolute must. You got to hire the right lawyer that can make sure they can make the insurance companies pay what they owe you. That is David Femininio. Him and his team have been making insurance companies pay for almost 30 years. He can help you with your case, And David is ready to speak to you personally right now. If you call 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, so we're going to have a little fun. We used to do this on the show. This will just be a limited run reprisal all draft week. It's a game called Who Am I? I'm going to give you clues. Now, for instance, we're going to do these all draft themed. This is going to be the draft bust edition. Now, since Rico's a Niners fan and Kenny's a Lions fan and David's a Steeler fan, I have gone back into the historical archives of each of their teams. Within reason, because Lord knows I can't ask Kenny about things that happened pre-2000. And I'm going to give you a list of clues. Now, here's how I want to do. I will address the person whose team I am speaking about directly. But if you have a guess, I want you to lock in and just don't say it. We have to put the person on the spotlight. If you, the listener, are going to play at home, cool. Are we ready to begin this?
All right, let's go.
I don't have any ridiculous music for this. I don't know what we... All right.
Guys, ask, you get.
All right, here we go. Let's start with Rico, who's wearing his fancy new draft hat, shall we?
Okay.
I have an exotic last name. If Kenny were alive, I'd have been his favorite player.
I'm in.
You're in after 2 clues. All right, hold on, wait a second.
There was one of 2 people I was thinking of, but the second clue I'm in.
All right, damn. I told you I was starting easy. I didn't mean it was that easy. All right, so let me at least get through the rest of the clues.
Okay.
But okay. Kenny's favorite player got you. All right.
That's got to be an insult to me, right?
Oh, big time. I was supposed to continue the legacy at this key position. I played in the Big East, the old version. I was drafted in 1997. My school mascot is one of a kind and served as a main dish at this American holiday. I absolutely sucked. Like beyond atrocious.
Yes, you did.
But let's focus on if Kenny were alive, I would have been his favorite player. Rico, your guess?
Jim Drunkenmiller.
All right, I'm glad I started. I started easy.
I love that because it was because I was thinking of the other quarterback that they had. It was
It was Giovanni Carmazzi from Hofstra.
Because you said the name.
He just took probably tomorrow's example off the board.
Okay. But no, when you said the name, I'm like, okay, it's one of 2 names.
The Kenny clue should have been later.
Clue. Oh,
all right.
That's Jim Drunkenmiller.
There better be a clue insulting everybody on this show.
Let's go to David, shall we? Let's go to Steelers draft bus. Who am I, David? I
have little hands.
I played at the U. I was high school teammates with Teddy Bridgewater and Amari Cooper.
I hate this guy. I loathe him. I'm in.
Jeez.
I loathe him.
Those 2 clues.
No. Here's the thing, Mike.
I was in at 1.
No. Here's what you need to realize. If we did this for Giants, you remember the bust.
I'll stand down.
So you sit there and you hate them so much.
All right.
So, yeah.
He said Miami, and I was in. I just want to hear the second clue.
Hold on. Rico and Kenny, do you want to listen along? Because
please.
David, I did 2 of these because I knew this would happen. I was unable to work out at the combine, but you still used a first rounder on me. I had a whopping 4 interceptions in 83 career games with 3 different teams. You declined my 5th-year option, and you, David, hate me more than Satan. Just say it.
Artie Burns.
It's correct.
I hate that man.
Let's go David 2.0.
Fire of 1,000 suns.
I know. All right, now this one hopefully is a little more challenging. Ready? And again, we're starting easiest. We will make these more difficult as the week goes along. We can do successes, busts, different things. Mel Kiper was furious that I fell in the draft. Furious. You, the Steelers, took a huge risk on me. I played for Kenny's school. I had a grand total of 6 sacks in 4 seasons as a Steeler. Not only was my 5th-year option declined, I simply never played football again after 4 years. And the last one, I had the knees of Bill Cartwright. David, can you name?
He didn't go to Georgia though. I was thinking Bud Dupree.
He is ever so close from a time frame.
Man, I guess I'm not as good as I thought. Yeah,
They got harder.
Yeah.
The name Jarvis Jones ring a bell?
He did have knees.
He had a bad knee and a bad neck.
Yes,
That's
he
a
did.
bad combo.
Yes,
All right.
he did. Yes.
Let's go over to Kenny G. Cott. Now, with consideration that we have Kenny basically doesn't acknowledge anything before 2005. So
No Aaron Gibson.
No, we're not going Juan Roque.
No Bryant Westbrook.
No.
I have to get this in like 2 guesses because these 2 idiots.
No, relax.
All right.
It's not. It's just about getting it right as we start the week.
All right.
I was a controversial selection because I barely played football at all. I was born overseas.
I think I might have it. I'll take the 3rd clue, though.
Okay, we'll run down this. I made the unlikely conversion from basketball to football and from dropping my religion to be Mormon.
Got it.
Okay. Do you want the rest of the clues?
Yeah, I want to hear the rest
All
of
right.
the clues, though.
My shoulder was made of paper.
Yeah.
I share the same name as one of Mike's favorite Islanders of all time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got it.
Here's an incredible stat about this guy. I had a whopping 4.5 sacks in 31 career college games. And you still took me 5th overall. Kenny, can you name that bust?
It is Ziggy Palfy Ansah.
That is correct. I couldn't throw in, I was born in Accra, Ghana. Like you would know it right away.
I remember that being a storyline surrounding him before he was drafted. That's the only reason.
Of what? Coming to play basketball at BYU and then ending up on the football team by accident.
Yeah.
Yeah. Total projection. I think in fairness to Ziggy, he would have been better, but his body just really began betraying him.
Palfy had a much better career year work.
All right. So as we go along, I'll make them more difficult. We'll expand the time frame, and I'll do successes and busts, or I could take the label off of them, and I could go, you just got to name this player.
See, that may be a little harder.
Yeah,
because
but
like I said, you always remember that one guy.
The Kenny's clue was just too much for you.
Miami, Artie Burns.
Now, that's not my fault. You're
It's
just
not.
insane.
No, yeah, the Kenny's
hate
clue
him.
was like, that's what it was like.
Your eyes lit up and you went, I'm in. Jim Drunkenmiller.
I mean, that was literally his name. Virginia Tech. Hokie.
Kenny, when I tell you he was awful, he was awful. And here's the best part. They drafted him because Steve Young was having concussion problems.
Mm-hmm.
And then Young is out with a concussion in, I think it's week 2 or 3. And they throw this poor bastard out there because Young can't play.
Mm-hmm. They had just moved. They had Montana. They moved on from him. It was Young. Yeah, he was going to be the next quarterback.
Until he wasn't.
Yeah.
Yikes. All right. David, a couple of
In
tickets.
came Jeff Garcia finally.
Thank God.
Yeah.
And then you tried drafting Carmazzi, and that blew up in your face. Wasn't Carmazzi the Tom Brady draft? Hold on before you go to Ticket Text. Giovanni Carmazzi out of Hofstra. He goes in the 2nd round. Wasn't Carmazzi the same draft as Brady?
Wow. I need to look that up.
Look this up. I swear to you, I think that's one of the QBs that got taken ahead of Brady.
I don't want to look it up. It's just going to hurt.
No, it's gonna depress you because Carmazzi couldn't tie his shoes.
That was the 2000 draft. So, yes.
Can you imagine being the executive who selected Giovanni Carmazzi over Tom Brady?
Yeah.
Brady, California kid, loved the Niners. Nah, we're going to pass.
All right.
We got it.
Couple of ticket texts.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
I'll dial up another edition of this tomorrow. I will make it more difficult.
I feel like we need to get some Giant stuff in here so you can have some fun with this as well.
Hey, and guess what? My team's got plenty to choose from.
I graduated from Duke.
Someone on the ticket check says
Dave Brown, Daniel Jones.
I was about to say, I am the quarterback right now.
Yeah.
See, you were locked in with the second pick. Second question.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, someone says, I also was in at number 2 for Rico's
Come on. All right.
Okay,
All right.
Drunken Miller was just so funny. They said.
I'm like, wait a minute, there's 2 names. But as soon as you said it would be Kenny, I was like, okay. Kenny doesn't realize how funny this is yet.
No, he doesn't.
I'll order these differently. I apologize.
Nah, you're
All right,
good, man.
David, go
It
ahead.
was entertaining.
Someone else is texting in that Carmazzi is on one of Brady's rookie cards.
What?
Must have been maybe rookies taking pictures together. I don't know.
Unless they did like one of those where they, the 4 to watch type of thing.
Yes, maybe. I don't know.
Got one of those wrong.
Best Game Show is back. Need it back more. Can't wait for more
All right.
this week.
I got you covered. I will come up with a bunch of these, and like I said, I'll structure them. Maybe I can pick different rounds, or we just go and I go, look, here's your time period. Name that player.
Someone else says you have to get the drop of David saying, I hate this guy.
Yeah, literally, I go, I played at Miami. David, Artie Burns. I knew I was dead in the pre-show where you're like, man, I hope it's not Artie Burns.
Because he was supposed to be the next guy. He's coming from the U. Come on now.
Right, Miami Northwestern High and the U and pedigree and working with you all these years, I don't know that you've ever hated a human being as much as you hate Artie Burns.
The worst player to come out of Northwestern High. They have legends in Artie Burns.
Carry on. Not that David's bitter. All right. We'll get a little. Actually, you know what I'd like to do? You have a couple of words about you coming to the dark side with college football. You wanted to bring something up, then we'll do football today. Let's get into that next.
Okay.
Because Rico truly is falling apart, and we're all here for it. All right, listen. Football season, draft week. You're going to be hunkered down on Thursday and Friday, Hungry Howie's. The mix and match, any 2 items, starting at $6.99. And again, it's never been easier. The more they've expanded the mix and match deal to just about everything on the menu, including the new Jim Costa Brookie. No, it's not actually Jim Costa sponsored, but I don't know anyone else who's ever said the word Brookie in a serious manner. It's Hungry Howie's. You pick dinner on the table, 20 minutes, $6.99 each. That includes medium 1-topping pizzas, subs, salads, flatbreads, and whatever the hell a Brookie is. They got you covered. Starting at $6.99 each, the possibilities are endless. So don't settle for less than the best. Order off the mix and match menu tonight. It's Hungry Howie's.
Okay, we'll get to a football today momentarily, and then back to the Lions, top of the hour. But Rico, you have something you want to talk about here. I'm excited to hear this.
Well, it goes back to what I said last week. It's getting more and more difficult to really get into the college sports thing. So, okay, you know what? I'm going to go to the spring game. I go to MSU spring game. Let's watch. Maybe being in that atmosphere, I'll get the love coming back. But then the whole time I'm driving up there, I'm just like, you know what? If I was Coach Smith, if I was any coach, I wouldn't have a spring game because exactly what – once you have the game, all you're doing is highlighting your players, and then they go and hit the portal. Guess what happened today?
Dude, I made the joke Friday.
MSU players start hitting the portal, including Antonio Gates Jr., that you did make the joke.
It was flipping. I had no inside info.
And now he jumps into the portal. It makes it difficult because you don't even know who's there, who wants to be there, who's going to get angry at the last second and just decide, I'm going into the portal. Are you going into the portal for more money, or do you just not like your playing time? Did you not like the fact that Nick Marsh, the freshman, went out there and just kind of tore things up and you saw your life flashing before your eyes? So I'm just going to leave. I'm not going to try to work hard to get back on the field.
Combined with State acquiring a player who's now in his third school in 2 years.
Yes.
What?
Because people are like, well, you just got somebody out the portal. I'm like, you can't get happy when you get somebody out the portal because he may not even be here come the summertime.
Look what just happened to Colorado. 5-star player, played as a freshman. He's transferring and throwing shade at Dion, which, by the way, I can't tell you I'm mad about. I think what it attacks, the point of you bringing this up, no, it isn't this deal of, well, I used to go to the spring game and now I didn't know it was on, which is actually true. It's what we've taken away is the ability to talk about next season. The summers used to be filled with possibility. It used to be filled with conversation. You can't have that now. Like spring wraps. Like Rico told me a story of a player, David, and I'm not even going to say the kid's name. Don't know who he is. He could deliver a pizza to my house. I wouldn't know who he is. But he's a player for Michigan State who was all bleeped off because he lost his starting job. Now, the way I view the world, you lost your starting job in spring ball. All right. How much film's the other guy watching? Watch more. What's he putting, how much work's that cat putting in the weight room with his diet? What's he doing with his body? Outwork him. Better reps, better practice days, better weeks. Summer ball comes around, win your job back. Or you're one play away from getting your job back. Instead, I'm out. How can I possibly take any of it seriously?
Mike, let me give you the other side of that coin.
I didn't want to say the kid's name because I didn't know if it was for air. I don't know who the hell he is.
No, it's not.
He's not
yet,
a pimple on an elephant's ass. I don't know who this kid is.
I don't think technically he's hit the portal yet, but he's probably going to end up in the portal pretty soon. But then there was the flip side. I'm sitting there watching the game, and I think the freshman receiver, Nick Marsh, finishes with 3 catches, 100 yards, and a touchdown. And the whole time I'm thinking, yeah, you know what? It's now Georgia going to come in here and say, you're a 6'4" receiver. We can use somebody like you down in the SEC. You couldn't even get excited about, okay, look what's coming this upcoming year, because the whole time he's playing, I'm thinking, what team is he going to end up with? Is this going to be the next Keon Coleman? Is he going to move on and do this? It makes it very difficult to get excited about your team.
No, I'll take it a step further for me. Not you, me. It makes it difficult to care. I just don't care. They've basically over the last 3, 4, 5 years, you want to say since COVID, we could play that game too. Because every decision they've made is torn apart the sport I loved.
Because now, Mike, really talk to me in week 5, because this means you can't redshirt and just sit like
can't hit portal, can't redshirt. Right. Okay, it's October. Right. I get to actually maybe know who's on my team.
October 1st, and now I can sit here and get excited and say these guys are going to play.
Think about this too, and I'm not claiming to be locked in on U of M's football team either. Is the quarterback even on the roster? They're not seriously going to go with Pete Orgy or whatever the hell his name is, are they?
Look, Vegas is saying their over-under is 9.5 games.
How?
Okay, first of all, how do you bet a win total when you don't know who's going to be on the team? Don't do that.
And, hey, right now, Orgy is the guy, but They also said we could go a 2-quarterback system. We'll figure it out later. You also have Tuttle, the Indiana transfer who didn't play because he was injured.
Just give me the under.
They really, 5 quarterbacks. Now, you know what they say if you got 2 quarterbacks? They got 5. So.
No, but David, do you understand like what you're hearing from Rico?
Oh, yeah.
This is a guy, it is stunning to hear him going the way of me. That's problematic.
Because here's the thing.
A hero has fallen.
After the spring game.
This is like when Harvey Dent turned evil. This is really tough.
And look, I don't know. Marsh, fine young man. He could be there, for 3 years and go to pro. But it's just in the back of my mind.
You can't invest.
I can't sit here and get excited about the future and saying that, man, they got something here. This kid is going to just tear it up because
I think what
if he does, he's going to be gone.
What I hate most is that you're walking on eggshells to a point. And I don't care. We could be doing this show in Knoxville. We could be doing this show in Lubbock, Texas. We could be doing this show in Baton Rouge. It doesn't matter where you are. You're constantly in a state of don't know if Guy will be here next week. I think about like when we watch professional teams, I don't care about anything beyond the year, but at least I know Amik Robinson has signed with the Lions. I'm going to see Amik Robinson during this season.
Right.
You don't get that with college sports anymore. It's really stupid.
I'm glad you said that because the way my mind did, I had to look back to make sure I remember correctly. But you would have never seen a Mario Manningham stay at Michigan as a freshman when he's sitting behind Avant and he's sitting behind Breston. No way in the world. Someone would have come and snatched him away.
First of all, I owe Mario Manningham one of the great catches in Super Bowl history that brought the Giants a title. Quality young man. No, how about
this? But the days of waiting for the guy?
No, we had the same conversation where if you're an MSU fan, you look at a guy like Jeremy Langford, who played corner, who
how about
played
Tony Lippett?
wide
how about Aaron
receiver.
Burbridge?
Right, but then all of a sudden, in that Rose Bowl year, there's Jeremy Langford leading the team rushing, and it's like, where'd he come from? He would have left. Like I said, Lippett, a lot of folks wouldn't have stayed that long. They would have just said, peace out, I'm going here.
Look, into Michigan's credit, let me be positive about something. Look, I hate their guts and they're cheating scumbags. However, what they were able to unlock and what Harbaugh deserves credit for, that's a group of kids that loved each other, loved playing for the school, and they kept them together. Yeah. Somehow they were in that culty bubble where no one decided to bail. So at least as a fan,
lost a quarterback and a tight end, and that was it.
Right, but as a fan, you could invest in your team. It's very rare. I don't think you'll see another team like it.
Right, the fact that, all jokes aside, Donovan Edwards stayed. Even though he knew, you know what, Blake Corum is ahead of me. I could go and rush for any other team and be the starter. He stuck around. And you know what? We're going to share the ball.
Yeah, it reminded me, different sport, different era, but it reminded me what Florida basketball did. When they went back-to-back and everybody who could have went to the NBA, they said, no, we want to do this again because they loved each other. They loved playing there.
And they also knew the opponent's sets. 248-539-9797. All right, the NBA Finals starts now. New customers. FanDuel can get their own playoff run. Look, you're in Detroit. You don't even, a playoff run. What the hell is that? Signed 15 years ago. Get with FanDuel, $5 bet. You get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, to use during the NBA play. Please leave. Listen, you can bet sides, totals, SGPs, whatever you like. It's all there. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, just call 1-800-270-7117.
All right. You missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. Gorgeous Monday afternoon draft week, and we've played it a number of different ways. You can go back. We did Who Am I? We've got blitzes. And yes, what we're talking about right now, which is your secret crush for Thursday night. And I want to explain this. I am not judging you. I'm not mad. We're not going to make fun of you, because here's the folly of draft season. We, not me, and no, we together, all of us, we are seduced by lies. That's all draft season is. When you look at these mock drafts, you find yourself psychologically and emotionally falling in love with players that your team is not going to take. Oh, but I saw it in Christmas Bulb's mock draft. Mel Kiper doesn't know bleep all about Brad Holmes' value system. Mm-hmm. Mel Kiper might get 3 picks right. But yet, on draft night, when they don't call the name that you've seen in Space Cadets mock draft, you're going to be all disappointed. And we're all guilty of it at one point or another in our lives. Now, when you're picking high in the draft, I think it is far more justifiable to go, this is who I want. Or like last year we had the bid. We do not pay running backs. Like, we're not doing Bijan at 6. That's not happening. The point I'm making is, at pick 29, it is theater of the absurd to be emotionally tied to and then disappointed when your team doesn't take a player that they may never have liked. You ever notice on draft night, Rico? Kiper's best available. And those guys stay on the board for 100 picks. Yeah. It's because Mel Kiper doesn't know the value system that NFL teams are using. Mm-hmm. So he had him going 15th, and we're now in the third round. And then they'll cut some time for Kiper to have a meltdown like Dickie V on the bubble and scream about how player X, this is a travesty, great hip turn. No.
Somebody's going to get a gem. Yeah, they're going to get a steal.
Right. And then cutscene, Jarvis Jones, out of football in 4 years. So let's do this. People, I present to you, free of judgment. Just admit to us who you've been seduced by here for pick 29 Thursday night. That you've fallen in love with a player that you know Brad Holmes ain't taking. You know. It's not going to happen because you could tally up. You know what we should do? Tally up every mock draft we can get our hands on before Thursday. See if any of them get pick 29 right. Wouldn't be shocked if the answer is no.
I don't think anybody knows what goes on in Brad's mind except for Brad.
No.
And maybe Campbell.
The RAS score.
Yeah.
That's all we have. If you're elite at the RAS, relative athletic score, they'll take you. Cooper DeJean, elite RAS.
Yeah.
Barton, the kid from Duke, elite RAS. Kool-Aid McKinstry.
David, I got somebody, Jared Verse. What's his RAS? If you could look that up, please, because that is the guy. I know I'm falling for the banana in the tailpipe. Because every year I want them to improve the defensive line. Every year they don't. So maybe this year, because he's not from Georgia, they'll actually take him and improve this defensive line. But yeah, Jared Verse is my guy. Is he?
He's third amongst the DNs.
Elite RAS.
9.60.
Okay, so there's a chance, is what you're saying.
Okay.
But
that's your guy at 29.
If he slides, because I think that every year there's guys who just they fall out of favor and they do something. Somebody didn't show up to their party. Some draft day discovery. And if he's there at 29 and you didn't have to move up to get him, man, you absolutely take him. You should only be on the clock for 10 seconds.
So Rico's point of disappointment, it's Jared Verse. Kenny. It's okay. I know we work together, but it's for the callers as well. Who have you been? Admit it. David will absolve your sins. Who have you allowed yourself to be seduced by that when they don't take this guy at pick 29, you're going to be disappointed?
I'm at the point now where I'm doing position of value. My most valuable position right now is an edge rusher to help out Hutch. Whoever they want to pick as an edge rusher, I will be disappointed if I do not see an edge rusher at 29.
You're going to be disappointed then. Dang it. I don't think they value it the way that we as fans do. Look, they added DJ Reader. They added Davenport as depth, and they are big believers in Houston. Guys, I'm not arguing either of your points, But I'm also like done trying to even play this game. I don't think they value it. So, Kenny, it's edge rusher. You, it's Jared Verse. In specific, David. Mock draft season, rumor season, big black rumor season. Who have you been seduced by at pick 29 where
10th kid on their way season?
Xavier Tillman?
No, talking about David.
Oh. David, you have an announcement to
Tillman
make.
is done.
No.
Yeah, so was Cromartie until he broke through the wall.
Yeah, no. I have fallen in love with the cornerback, but he's not going to be there. And there's a problem with the other guy that I've fallen in love with.
What?
No, say your guy, David. Don't be afraid.
Oh, the guy I fell in love with is Quinyon Mitchell, but he won't be there at 29. But there's another guy that I love on the page of you guys with the defensive ends, but he's not even on page 5 of the RAS scores.
Oh, subpar RAS.
That's Darius Robinson.
Subpar RAS.
Local kid.
Detroit product by way of Mizzou.
So he's nowhere on there?
I'm looking.
Look,
I do not
if
see
you want to
him.
know what we're talking about with this RAS score, the RAS, relative athletic score, it's just if you go back and look at the players Brad Holmes has drafted and drafted high, they all have elite RAS scores. So we're just having fun with it. Like, is that going to be the predictive measure? Mm-hmm. Cooper DeJean had the number 1 RAS, almost a perfect score. So we're having fun with it. But who is the player that through draft season you have allowed yourself to be seduced by that you know come Thursday night they are not taking? You know in your heart it won't happen. I used to do this as a kid with the Giants all the time. And you just learn after a while. It doesn't matter what any of these people have to say. It doesn't matter. Rico, me, David, Mel Kiper, Todd. None of it matters. These teams don't subscribe to this crap. So we can have fun with it. But I want to know, come on, who have you been seduced by? Who have you allowed yourself to become attached to at pick 29? 248-539-9797.
And to add to what you said, the teams don't care because you saw today that the Jets traded Zach Wilson. And the Broncos said, yeah, we'll take him. What? Huh? But, yeah, the general managers have their own agenda. They figured things out. Good luck trying to predict it, because if I would have told you at the beginning of the day that Zach Wilson would be the second bit of news coming from the Broncos.
Even better. Not a single mock draft had the Lions taking Jahmyr Gibbs. Not a single mock draft had the Lions taking Jack Campbell. Mock drafts.
Nobody had him taking J-Mo.
Right. Mock drafts don't get anything right. They'll get the number 1 pick right, Caleb, and maybe nothing else.
I think the only one was Aiden because he was 2.
Bully for you.
But yeah, I don't give you credit for the top 3 picks because that's pretty much the easiest thing.
Even in this draft, can you say with any authority number 2 or 3? I can't.
I'm going to try to put some money on it, but yes.
Okay, noted. 248-539-9797. Who's that player that you've just seen it all draft season? You've watched the YouTube highlights. You're reading the scouting reports. You got old Christmas bulb up on TV.
So who you got?
For me, I nothing. I don't. I am Rico, I've been in this too long. There is no level of seduction. It's pick 29. I mean, I say this to you. There's nothing they could do within reason that would even remotely disappoint me or upset me.
Okay.
I think they're a Super Bowl caliber team. I trust this general manager in the draft. So if you're like, Mike, okay, if you got to make a pick, it would be an offensive lineman. Why? Strength on strength. Why? Frank Ragnow's probably retiring after this year. Why? Because once I pay Penei Sewell, he's going to left tackle and Taylor Decker is going bye-bye. I would draft another lineman. And I would just have depth. Yes, would it be a guy like Barton out of Duke or would it be BB out of K-State? A multi-positional dog who just goes to war every snap. Yeah, that's who this team's identity is.
So it's because it's 29. That's why.
That's right. Now, if we're picking...
Now, hypothetically speaking,
okay,
let's just say it was a team picking at 6.
Yes,
Would
I'd have
you
an opinion.
have somebody?
Yes, I would have an
Okay.
opinion.
Okay.
Yes, I would have an opinion. Yeah, of course, buddy. One thing I've never lacked is the ability to go on the air and deliver an opinion.
Right. No, I understand.
This, I just feel like it's a fool's errand.
Okay. So it's the 29, which I understand
Yes,
because at
it's where
that
you're
point,
picking.
we really don't even know if they're going to pick at 29.
And I'm not even mad if they don't pick at all.
You know me. Hey, get extra things for Brad to cook with.
248-539-9797. David, a couple of ticket texts?
Yeah, I want Chop.
Okay,
Someone says
all
Dan
right.
from downtown.
All right, I just want to say this. I'm not mad. This Chop thing, he's not a defensive end. He can moonlight, but he's really a stand-up edge. And he's a guy that is, I think he's too small. So, like, difference between Verse and Chop. Simple. Verse can play with his hand in the dirt on a consistent basis, and Chop can't. Not at the NFL level. Now, Chop probably has better moves. Verse has more power. But I don't, how does Chop fit into what this team wants to do?
Maybe you can move Chop to multiple positions. He just doesn't have to play an edge. You can move him in the middle, kind of like how you move Aiden all around.
Sold, if that's what you're doing. I'm just making a point that, like, yeah, I'd be surprised, but I wouldn't be mad because Aaron Glenn has done a really good job with really bad circumstances. Aaron Glenn is eating potato chips. Ben Johnson eats caviar.
Right. But
like, Aaron Glenn does not have a collection of war daddies out there.
But imagine you put Chop and Aiden not on bookends, stand them right next to each other. And now you got to pick your poison. Who are you going to double team?
They're taking Kool-Aid. Elite Raz.
Well, that leads me to Jacob in Westland. He says, my secret crush is Kool-Aid because he feels the need. And with a name like that, he's destined for greatness.
David, you should start a draft pod. Locked on Raz.
My goodness. Just the sponsorship he could get. Because we always talk about the Lions and the Kool-Aid drinking. His name is Kool-Aid. Yeah.
Cookies did that whole bit for the podcast.
He did
2 years ago, and apparently that got turned into
it's
a
whatever.
GIF, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I call it mini video.
Yeah, well, he's drinking it. Yeah. Wow. He's drinking the Kool-Aid.
Woo! Kenny's favorite player, Jim Drunkenmiller.
Here's the name that I haven't heard on the text yet.
Yeah.
Adam in Farmington Hills says Troy Fontenot, left tackle out of Washington, is my draft crush.
Washington. All right, we'll get to it. 248-539-9797. Rico, tell them all about it.
Well, if you want that career in radio, TV, or graphic design, let me tell you about Specs at LTU. Specs located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech.
Locked on Raz.
And they don't care about your Raz score, but they can get you in the business. Heck, our very own Jeff Rieger, he's a Specs grad. You can be as well. And the beauty of Specs, you don't have to wait until the fall because Specs offer classes year-round. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business like yours truly. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need legitimate representation, whether it's personal income or business payroll tax. You need Abraham and Rose. You don't need a tax organization with a random person with a subpar RAS score answering the phone. You need real lawyers. You need guys who have been before the Supreme Court. They'll save you dollars, spare yourself time and headaches. It's AbrahamandRose.com. That's AbrahamandRose.com, or just call 248-539-5040 so you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. Okay, real quick, and I forgot to say this top of the hour. The one non-drafty Lions thing we've done today is we did start the show. Kenny hijacked the show. What playoff hockey did to his opinion of the rebuild Red Wing style. Odyssey.com rewind if you want that versus us talking about seduction at pick 29. And just understand this. I'm not mocking anyone. I'm just trying to shoot you straight on this. I think the most laughable thing of all is to get on the air and in any serious manner, like anybody's got an idea what the hell's going on, start bumping your gums about pick 29. Guys, in many ways, it's the biggest compliment I can pay to you because we together, your franchise has grown up before our eyes. You know how many draft seasons I've done where we've had to be serious about it? Yeah, you're picking 1st, 3rd, 7th, 6th, 4th, 8th, 12th, 6th, 3rd, 1st.
Like, how about this? A pick that you couldn't screw up if you wanted to get out of the hole, if you actually wanted to be a serious team. This is a luxury. This is a luxury pick that you can just go out and get the best available player who's there.
Loosey-goosey about it. Here, you want to know the list of players who I think fits what Brad Holmes wants / needs? Yeah, the Cooper DeJeans of the world, Kool-Aid McKinstry, couple of these O-linemen like Barton or Beebe or Powers Johnson. Guys, best I can offer you. Why? The Raz. You got elite Raz. You got a shot of being taken by Brad Holmes.
Yeah, offensive lineman, defensive lineman, corner, linebacker, wherever if they came out and said, you know what, we're going after a wide receiver, are you upset?
Right, but what you're not going to see is me go on the air and give a soliloquy about a kid that I know they're not going to take. It's silly. It's pick 29. Do you know what the average guy with 2 kids and a mortgage is doing at pick 29? Woo! He's asleep. He's been gone for an hour.
Yeah. Because it's a Thursday night.
That's pick 29 for most of America. Coma, weed gummy.
Yeah, because you're looking at about
subpar Raz.
About 11:50 p.m.
Yeah, tell me about it. I'll be on the air. All right, David, ticket text, please.
I'm so glad. Yes, you are going to be on the air.
Yes, thank
you. You know what? I was not invited, and I didn't take it personally.
I'll read this.
It'd be Mike and Cookies and Stoney and what, Doug or Gator?
I don't even know.
I was like, what?
Respectfully.
Jared Verse hoping they go up and get him. Someone else is saying Cooper DeJean. If he's there, I would love him at 29.
He fits who they are.
Mm-hmm.
He's a gamer.
And
he's smart as hell. Elite Raz, 9.85.
Take it to the next level. If you get a Cooper DeJean with the new kickoff, maybe he becomes a new weapon.
Ooh. So, put him back there with J-Mo.
Right. So just something you want to think about with that whole, you can't move until the ball gets there. He breaks through the line. That's a touchdown.
Ethan from Allen Park says Braden Fisk would be the guy he's fallen in love with.
The favorite son of Michigan City, Indiana. Western Michigan.
Well, here's another Western Michigan product name we have not heard yet on this list. Spencer from Brighton says Marshawn Nealon. Elite Raz would be a surprise. He is 10th among defensive ends for the Raz score.
The Elite Raz.
I love these people.
Gotta have it.
My secret crush for the Lions in this year's draft that can definitely happen is the guy from the Detroit area. It is Darius Robinson.
Non-elite Raz.
Big, bulky, built in a lab, and versatile where he can go inside, too.
Yeah, but doesn't he have subpar Raz?
Yeah, they have him listed as a defensive tackle. He's number 30 on the Raz for the defensive tackle.
That doesn't fit what Brad wants. You got to have elite Raz.
Not unless he's sitting there in the 5th round.
Correct. Then, all right, you compare another Raz scores, and you say, yeah, sure.
Look, and we're having fun with it because reality is he's not beholden. It's just we think that's something that here are the 2 things we think we know. If he comes to your pro day and you have an elite Raz, you have a shot of being handed a rose in the 1st round or 2nd round by Brad Holmes.
I'm trying to think, did he go to the Texas Pro Day?
I have to look that up.
They may not be able to get a Donnie Mitchell.
Arch Manning, elite Raz.
A.D. Mitchell.
Look.
You got to stop with the whole changing of the name.
That was me. That's been
Mitchell.
me. That's been me.
That's his name.
No, it's not. It's A.D. And then what? One morning he woke up and said it's Adane? It's A.D.
His mama named him Adane.
A.D.
I'm going to call him Adane.
I want Michigan's Chris Jenkins in round 2.
He's a good
Great
football
kid and a big run stopper.
What about the Raz, David?
I have to look that up.
Get me the Raz. It's like checking the Carfax. You're not getting anywhere without the Raz with Brad Holmes.
Yeah, his Raz, if this computer would work.
Inferior Raz.
It is not on the first nope, he is on the first page. So that would be like 15.
You got a shot.
Yeah.
At 2nd round? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. My secret crush would be center Jackson Powers. Won't be crushed. It's just because I trust Holmes. That's from Ryan.
And again, that's an elite center guard combo player, great pedigree, Oregon program. Dude, he can play. Look, Barton and Powers Johnson and BB, these are all like high effort guys. You don't have to coax it out of them. You don't have to beg them. These are football dudes. They all fit who the Lions are. It just comes down to the Raz.
The one guy I want in this whole draft, Zach Zinter.
Oh, can we stop?
Get him at 29.
I got to tell you Michigan people, you need help. You're not acting like you're kind of in a cult. You are in one. You got to stop. Like, I don't care who the Spartan is. When we're talking NFL, I don't care.
You got to be careful. That's Gators guy.
Who?
Zach Zinter.
What do you mean Gators guy? Every day he's got a new guy.
Oh, no. Zach Zinter has been his man for the longest. When the second he got hurt, he's injured. You could get him for a steal. He's been – if there was a Zach Zinter car flag, Gator would have one. He would have one. Just saying.
Okay.
Someone's texting in and says, guys, it's not about the Raz score. It's all about that 3-cone drill.
Oh, get that 3-cone drill up in here. Woo!
I would love to have either an Edge or McKinstry at 29. McKinstry, I really love, though, at 29 more than the Edge.
McKinstry, Cooper DeJean. Who else? Who else has got that elite Raz?
It was
Chop Robinson.
It was
didn't
Mitchell. Mitchell was he was up there.
Yeah, but Chop's like 4 feet tall.
Chop Robinson is also up there for the defensive ends.
He's not a DN. Outside backer.
He's whatever. He's a defensive weapon. He's whatever you need him to be.
He's a warhead.
Right.
Exactly.
He's a Swiss Army
Nate
knife.
Wiggins is up there for corners.
Now, listen. 6'3", rangy, crazy hustle player, tons of speed. Go look up his highlight against Miami. Somebody else got dusted. This kid runs him down and tackles him at the 1. It should have been an 80-yard TD. That's got, hey, grit. Hashtag one pride. Wiggins, one pride.
So
lots
Raz
of pride
and grit.
in that play. Does he have elite Raz?
Raz and grit.
Raz and grit. You've heard of Rise and Grind. The Lions, it's Raz and grit.
So you got him. What was that? Was that DK Metcalf that caught somebody from behind?
No, yeah, that was Buda Baker.
Yeah.
Because Buda's 4 feet tall. He's a short little guy. DK was running up on him like a transformer. He was like,
They just draft short players in Arizona, I guess.
Every step that Metcalf took was like 12 yards. And here's Buda like, help me. It was like this giant great white shark was about to envelop him. Help me. DK is so scary. He is so scary.
He is.
That is, man. All right, carry on. One more, David.
We must have a beast who kills people. That's all I care about at 29.
Nah, you passed on Nick
offense or defense.
That was the Rico Scouting Report a few years ago. Mike, I really like this kid. What do you like about him? Dude straight murders people. Close quote. Nick Bolton.
And what did he do?
Murders people.
Okay.
All right. Elite Raz 9.6. 248-539-9797. All right, get ready to go green, get green, and stay green with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Limited time only. Exclusive offer. You purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control. But remember, mention my name or the station, they got you covered. Don't miss out. Act now. Get green and stay green with Natural Way. Been doing it for over 30 years. Fewer harmful chemicals, professional application, and a custom-tailored solution for your lawn. Not your neighbor's, yours. 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. Discover Natural Way difference with fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. Each lawn design, it's got its own specialist. Just get green and stay green with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Distracted driving, it's an absolute epidemic. Look around. We've all seen it. Hell, you might be on the road listening right now and you see some ding-dong going all over the place because they're looking at their phone. Nobody wants to talk about life insurance. I know it's a bummer, but your family's depending on you. You got to call Mike Purpura National Benefit Plans. Mike can help find you a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but it's affordable. And what makes National Benefit Plans different? Look, for starters, Mike's going to shop 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide, which guarantees you the best possible rate. And with 30 years of experience, National Benefit Plans is going to help you choose the right coverage to protect your family. The longer you wait, the greater the possibility of not getting life insurance increases. So don't wait. Call Mike Purpura now, 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
All right, David, a couple ticket texts before we turn it over. Wait. This is Jazzy Cat and the Cone Day, right?
Yes, it is, Rico.
David Hall, Kenny Cott, Jazzy Cat and the Cone guys are coming up. And then we go to the Tigers?
Yeah, we go to Tigers at 6:25 today. So, yeah, you'll hear me and Kenny today.
Oh, okay. You know what? Please call in 248-539-9797. Please call up Jazzy Cat and the Cone. They're coming up after this show.
It's going to be
leading
fun.
into Tiger baseball.
It's going to be fun.
Oh, I'm going to take full advantage of this. It's going to be a cartoon smoke trail for me. And then I'm going to hop in the car and I'm going to call and say, hey, can I talk to Jazzy Cat?
Yeah, it'll be a fun time. Let me give you a couple of ticket texts here. It says I want Kool-Aid McKinstry here in Detroit at 29. I've fallen in love with him, watching him at Bama, and then watching his tape during the draft.
Elite
process.
Raz.
It is Elite Raz.
David, here's what I want to do. Get me the top 3 Raz scores at every position. And I wonder if the trend holds.
I'll have that for you tomorrow.
Elite Raz.
Yeah, someone says this Raz score stuff is hilarious, guys. Now you have me on the website looking who they can take.
Here's the thing. David hit me to this last year. He was like, I think I've cracked the code. And I was like, what? And he was like, it's the Raz score. And then when you look at it.
Take a look at the Raz on that guy. He must work out. Elite Raz.
Elite Raz.
Wait, so could you go, Dan, that's a big Raz?
Do whatever you want. Keep drafting like Brad Holmes. Say whatever you like.
David just walked out and said, forget it.
Dan, that's a big Raz. It could work. Could we work this in? Raz. David, are you packing for a camping trip? What the hell's in that bag?
I was told to come in here for crosstalk.
Oh, excuse me.
I was told to come in here for crosstalk. So I have my back like Jeff Reeker. That's what I do.
Wow. Wow.
Man, Mark Ryan, you look different, man.
Well, technically, shouldn't Kenny be in here as well?
Let me tell you something, David.
Oh, man.
All right, what's coming up next on Jazzy Cat and the Cone?
Yeah, we're going to have a little fun today. We're going to do the big finish, talk about what you all discussed, what we discussed on the show. And then apparently, Kenny had the weekend from hell. He was telling me about some things, but I'm blaming it on him. I'm putting it all on him.
Classic co-host behavior. Just blame the guy.
Are you guys taking phone calls?
If people call in,
Sure.
absolutely.
Don't do it. No. Rico, no.
When people call in.
Don't do that. Rico, why do you purport to be this good Christian man, and really you're just a common bleep hole?
Mike, it's called support.
No, it's not. You're going to be
It's
mean
called
to them.
unconditional support.
You're going to call in and be mean to them.
No, it's support.
No, call up, talk to us. We want to talk about Robert Kennedy, who's hitting home runs for the Tigers. Also
Buddy
running
Kennedy,
for president.
Buddy Kennedy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Robert Kennedy. I'm so sorry.
I was like, I thought it was Buddy, but
I thought for sure it was the same guy running for president. I'm so sorry. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, for 2 segments, David will mock me roundly about my weekend decision.
Very much.
What the hell? Can we have a hint as to what happened?
It was a sports debacle. You know how you have those big weekends of sports that you're like, I'm going to settle in noon 30, watch sports until the last hockey game ended probably around 1 o'clock.
Okay, what went wrong?
Everything went wrong from beginning to end. And that's why David's going to, be very, very nice to me today.
All right, I don't mind it.
Not a smart man at all. Not a smart man.
That beats listening to Wojo cry for 45 minutes after we get off the air.
Hey, did you see the tattoo on Harbaugh's arm?
Hey, that show the Rico and the guy.
The Valenti guy, the little Italian dude.
Man, what? Get some new material, Bob. All right. Jazzy Cat in the Cone are next.
Yeah.
We're back with you tomorrow. I will have Who Am I? Level 2.0.
Oh, I'll have something for you as well.
You don't have to use me in the clue, by the way. You don't have to do that.
It was only because of the name, Drunken Miller. I had to.
Oh, I got the joke.
Kenny, the reason why it was funny, because a buddy of mine used to say, because he was so bad, we're like, why did you draft him? Drunk is in the man's name. So that's why it was so funny, because it was like, I know exactly who it is.
Kenny just flipped off Evan. All right. Jazzy Cat and the Cone coming up next. Tigers, weird start time, 6:50 in Tampa.
Still above 500.
Hey, celebrate that.